visit gunchels.com lobby chat.
Anybody home? Anybody? Hello? Hello?
Who made the Tiffany blue Glock?
What? Hello?
Was it Lipsies or was it someone else?
Lipsy's what?
Who made the Tiffany blue Glock? Was it Lipsies or?
No, that was a Omaha Guns. Cerakote job.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it's Amcar or Lipsy's that does the blue and tungsten one.
Yeah. Cause like I just talked to my gun shop about it. I'm like, "Yo, can you get me one?" They're like, "We don't know who makes that, so we don't know how to get you one." However, we could get you a 43 and or a 42 and Cerakote it the way you want it to be.
Meh, that's what Omaha Guns does.
Yeah. Which it'll be like, I think they're telling me the price on it was like 3 something, and then the $100 for the Cerakoting.
I just don't like Cerakoted polymer.
Oh, that's cool. What's Clint saying about the fucking losers?
The movie? The movie The
No,
Losers?
the people who are crying about Trump winning.
Oh.
Cool. Clint's saying basically what everyone else has been saying.
What?
Don't get lax, don't get lackadaisy, and don't let your guard down. Just because things are going our way now doesn't mean they can easily change.
Oh, yeah. I don't think anybody. I think everybody's still in like a subconscious defensive phase.
Yeah. Honestly, I think good things are about to happen.
After 8 years of constant attacks on the Second Amendment, it's like a fucking ingrained in you.
Yeah. I think things are going to start going our way even more with the saturation of firearms in popular culture and media. Because kids are playing like Call of Duty and shit, popping off all kinds of rounds and shit in a video game, and then they're like, they see YouTubers popping off real versions, and they go, "That's cool, I want it." Why the fuck did Siri just turn on and start listening to
I guess it was really only 4 years of constant gun.
Yeah, he didn't give a shit his first term. Just towards the end of his term that he actually started to fucking care.
Yep.
Which I think that's what was most beneficial for us in this Hillary campaign. Because I think they went, oh look, it helped Obama get reelected. Let's push anti-gun shit hard. Maybe it'll help us get Hillary.
I don't think Obama got reelected because of that.
I don't think he did either. I just think they tallied that in as a plus to him getting elected.
What happened to Dan now? That nationalist? Oh, there he is.
So what's happening tonight?
A whole lot of shaking.
And bacon.
See, PBR's no longer here.
He's dead?
He was
R.I.P.
in match chat. He was in match chat.
Oh. Thought maybe I got him mad.
Nah, apparently it's something to do tonight that he was late for.
Yo, Mattis is meeting with Trump right now.
I think G-Webs and Dead Horse are sleeping in that old lobby still. I think they passed out.
What's he meeting with Mattis about? Is he going to make Mattis Secretary of Defense?
Who's he meeting with? I never heard of it. Who?
What's that, Flippy?
No, I'm saying, why is he meeting with him? Is it over him being secretary, or him maybe being Secretary of Defense or whatever?
I think that, like, I'm 90% sure that's it.
Who's this guy?
General Mattis.
He's like a god to the Marine Corps.
He was in charge of the invasion of Iraq for the Marine Corps, at least, and then he was in charge of. Yeah.
He also played the president in
Desert Storm or Operation Freedom?
OIF. The second one.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and then he was in charge of Afghanistan too for a little bit, or maybe a while. I'm not sure. But he's the one that says, like, basically, if you guys fuck with me, I'm gonna bring hell onto you and shit. Like, he's like one of them no bullshit like military leaders. Like our job is to fuck you guys up if you don't cooperate.
It's almost hard to believe that that Obama has allowed anybody like that to exist still.
Well, no, he existed in the ranks. He was there with George Bush. So I think he retired because he was either a 3 or 4 star general when the invasion started. So he was already on the outs. I think even before Obama became president.
Didn't he actually shoot some people in Iraq?
He's killed a lot of people, I'm pretty damn sure.
He was the one who coined the phrase, there are some people who just need dying or just need killing.
I think that's a paraphrase of his bigger quote.
Yeah.
Obama.
I heard that phrase long before those wars. There are some people that just need killing.
Obama and Trump took Obama 90 minutes to explain to Trump that the military-industrial complex is going to murder him if he tries to.
Well, they need to lower the budget in some of the branches. I don't know.
What branch needs a lower budget?
The Army.
And there's a reason why they call it Big Army.
Yeah, dude, they get whatever they want.
And I don't know the specifics, but I do know that the Marines have always been treated economically like the bastard child of the services as far as finances.
Well, I'm just talking like if we're doing fucking airstrikes, for the Kurds and the Iraqis, put the budget into the Navy and the Air Force, whoever's dropping the bombs, like switch it up. Like, if the Marine Corps was going to go land on some fucking country, hook them up, if the Army's going to go occupy a country, hook them up, they need to put the money where it's needed.
Well, that's true, except you can't turn services on and off like a light switch.
Yeah, but they do.
I mean, it takes time to get people in the service, trained in the proper MOSs, and then actually get them some reasonable training experiences, not just their AIT.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. The numbers, yeah. Well, I mean,
The sooner you start, the quicker you're done. Just start.
Yeah.
What about that?
I mean, even when we have forces ready, it still takes months to get forces in position.
You just need somebody making good decisions at the head, and we currently don't have that. I think if there's any kind of efficiency in government, it would be the military. I mean, not in the sense where they, I mean, when it counts.
At the lower levels, I can see that.
Not the bureaucracy of.
At the
or
higher levels is where it
annual
flip-flops.
budget.
I mean, the logistics, there's in all services, the logistics is where a lot of the fat is.
that's true. A lot of expensive stuff gets thrown away a lot because they have too much of it, because they order too much.
And they can't get the same budget next year as they got this year unless they use it all up. So some stuff
Right.
getting surplused out.
Yeah, so for those that don't know, there's a fiscal year's work, how they do. And say there's a month left in the fiscal year and you had $100,000 left, let's just say, out of a $1 million budget. To get the $1 million budget again, you have to spend that last 100,000.
Yep.
Because if you come up short, they'll be like, "Oh, you guys operated on 900,000. This is what you're getting next." So
Yeah.
a lot of the times when it comes down to the end of the fiscal year, they'll just start buying dumb shit, like shit you already have. They'll do more training. My unit did a lot more training to where they would spend that rest of the money on ammunition and fuel and shit so that we could go out and fucking people get gun time on the 50s and stuff like that. But a lot of units, man, they're just like, "Oh yeah, let's just 300,000 more pens, fucking couple crates of fucking MREs, shit like that."
Instead of encouraging services to save money, they actually punish them if they don't,
Yeah.
instead of rewarding them.
But that would be the fault of bureaucracy.
Exactly.
Yes, which is above the base level. Again, it's not at the unit level necessarily. It's at the it's up top and in the logistics area. Support.
Yeah, because the lower level guys, we never wanted to fucking unload more pallets of useless shit that we didn't need, but
Exactly.
we didn't want to fucking Like one time I was watching over this working party, and they were told to destroy all the food from the chow hall. So a 100-man tent full of just boxes of food, and they were told to open each box, take each package, cut it with a knife, and then throw it away. And like, dude, it was honestly that whole week probably somewhere around $200,000 in food just got fucking cut up and thrown away.
I can't imagine either the insects or if it was a place where mice or rats would live that would just, a week later would be all over that.
Oh, they're boxed up pretty tight. But what we would do is just cut them up, throw them in a garbage bag, and then have some poor kid with fucking just carry out the goddamn 100-pound bags of garbage back and forth all day.
Oh, gotcha.
There's this one time too. We had to buy some shit. So they bought brand new furniture for the upper echelon guys upstairs. Like the S shops and the head shed and all that.
So club or their offices?
The offices in our unit building.
Okay.
And so that was another thing I was on when I was a junior Marine. And dude, we fucking had to up and down these narrow ass stairs all day, just moving furniture, moving desks, tables, fucking briefing tables that are like 20 feet long, and then, here we got new stuff. So then same group had to bring it all the way the fuck back up the stairs, and just because they wanted to spend their whole budget. It's never them fucking moving shit and throwing it around, and I don't know. That part needs to be fixed, the overspending. But like you said, dude, it comes down to it. It's fucking the bureaucrats that write the rules on how to get money and all that shit.
Yep. And then they pay outside contractors to guide them in purchasing decisions.
Yep. Yeah, my buddy, he does those government contracts to acquire items and shit for the government.
For the people that do that, and it's called Beltway Bandits because of the interstate that surrounds Washington and all the outside contractors, third-party companies, that's all they do is advise various branches and three-letter organizations on what to buy and program administration. We'll go oversee your vendor for you so you don't have to go down there.
Yeah, and a lot of the time they'll just post like, looking for a contract to supply 700,000, I don't know, USGI magazines, whoever bids the lowest and can get them. So usually they're not even the ones buying it. It's third-party companies coming in and, hey, I got you 700,000 for so-and-so money. This guy, $100,000 cheaper. It's just stupid. A lot of the time they're not even the ones picking the stuff or buying it. But it's a very lucrative business, those contracts.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, because that's where the vast majority of the fat is.
Yeah, have you guys seen that movie? I don't know what it's called. It's where those two kids end up being gun runners. It's a recent movie.
Oh, that Jonah Hill
Dogs
one?
of War.
What's that?
I think it's Dogs of War.
Yeah, that one.
Right.
So they're basically doing that. They put out a contract bid, like stupid low, and they're like, oh, they're never gonna pick us, whatever. And the government was like, yo, that's too good to pass up on that contract, so we picked you. And then they're like, oh shit, what do we do now?
Yeah.
So that movie kind of like tells a little bit about that side of the
because
government.
Wasn't that based off a true story?
War
I believe
Dogs
so.
is what it was called.
Yeah, War Dogs.
There is what's called a failure to perform clause in every contract with the military. And so if you underbid it, but you actually can't do it, you're just screwing yourself, because you will end up having to write a check back to the government for failure to perform. So if you say you can get, let's say, 100,000, AR mags or whatever, and you come up short and you can only do 80,000 for that price, and you cannot get those other 20,000, you'll have to pay them. You'll get paid for your 80,000, but then you're also going to have to pay them back a penalty for not complying and fulfilling the other 20,000 that you missed.
Yeah, dude, I'll be right back, guys.
Yep. Yeah, I just had a few minutes before I roll out of here to work. Just thought I'd jump in for a few. So, Moon, are you still in here from earlier today?
No, this is Pink's. I think
Oh,
you
okay.
started it early.
Gotcha.
I heard you picked up a press there, Dano.
Well, kind of a press, more of a clamp.
Oh,
But
one of them.
a
Ali?
yes, a Lee press. But I wanted, not for financial cost reasons, but I wanted one that would be portable, kind of a so that I don't have to be drilling holes in tables and things like that.
Mhm.
But I'm not interested in going into reloading for my long-term ammo supplies. It's just, if things were to get bad, I could make 100 rounds, sort of a thing.
Oh, okay. So it's more of just a prep kind, just a prep
Exactly.
kind of thing.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
So I've got most of what as far as equipment, I have what I need, but I still need to buy some projectiles, and which is a quick question I have here. If any of you are familiar with it, on what's the advantage of getting these coated lead bullets versus just simple FMJ?
Are you talking about the polymer coated stuff?
Well, I'm not sure if they're polymer coated or what they are, but there's two companies that make a similar product. One's called bluebullets.com. The other one's called blackbullets.com.
Yeah, I know Foose likes that stuff because he shoots, tens of thousands of rounds, and it's a lot cleaner. No leading of your barrels.
Cleaner than a copper jacketed bullet.
Yeah, because it's not, you're not leaving any copper residue in your barrel.
Oh, I guess I didn't think about the copper. I was just thinking about the lead.
Yeah, that's the main advantages I know.
So is that those lead projectiles that are coated either blue or black or whatever? Is that supposed to be harder than brass?
I can't answer that one way or the other. I'm not sure.
Because that's the only way that they would be cleaner is if they were harder, because otherwise you'll expose the lead, and then you're going to have leading in your barrel.
Well, no, I mean, if you,
Get up.
I've seen them do tests with those, and these were coated with a red polymer, I want to say, or a red substance, but they can actually take that bullet and put it in a press and press it down to basically a pancake, and that stuff don't flake off or anything like that. It stays to what it's bonded to.
Right.
Dano, those polymer coated bullets usually are cheaper than FMJs
Okay.
in bulk. That's the advantage to them.
I did look the other day, and I was just looking at like 9mm, 115 grain.
Yeah.
And I looked at the blue bullets, the black bullets, and then I looked at another source for Full Metal Jacket, and they were all within a penny of each other.
That's not bad.
So that's why I was wondering. I thought it was something other than price.
No, generally that's all it is. I'll show you a couple. If I can get my camera working. All right, so currently I'm using these. I don't know how well it's going to show up.
Okay. It's kind of looks like a semi-wad cutter.
Yeah, this is from a company called Swamp Popper. They're a polymer coated bullet, and I usually get 500 of these for $40. They don't lead the barrel, and they load really easy. I mean, usually when I buy the Full Metal Jacket versions, this is a 158 grain semi-wad cutter for 38s and 357s. But if I bought that same equivalent in an FMJ, I'd probably spend 15, 20 bucks more for the same quantity, something like that.
Okay. So maybe I was looking at something that was on sale.
Could be. I mean, there's good deals to be had. But I mean, don't let a non-coated bullet, turn you away either. I mean, if you load it properly and if it's the correct hardness, it won't foul your barrel. If you don't make it, if you don't overcharge it so it smears its way out the barrel. I use 148 grain. Here, I'll show you one of these two. Actually, this guy it was from an estate sale and he found them and he just let me have them. But these are Spear. See if that'll show up. These are Spear full wad cutters, 148 grains, same caliber.
Okay.
But I load these semi-hot, and I can go through 200 of them and not even have a single streak of lead down the barrel. So I mean, don't let that turn you off if you find a good deal on them.
Okay. So price is the primary folder as far as quality. They're about the same.
Quality, yeah. Price and performance is what you're really looking for. I mean, not all of them are going to be created alike. The powder-coated ones, the polymer-coated ones, they're all going to give you the same benefit. It's just a matter of, at that point, pricing, shape, just reliability overall, if it feeds well. If you're doing semi-autos.
Right. And I am.
Oh, you were talking about a Lee press earlier. If you don't want to drill too many holes, Lee makes a thing called a bench plate kit. It's like 30 bucks. 4 holes is all you need, and then everything else just bolts on to the adapters that come with the plate. I swap between a Lee breech lock and a Rock Chucker 4 RCBS. It's much bigger and heavier, so I can use that one plate and mount 4 different presses on it if I want to.
Right. Well,
with the same 4 holes.
For now, I'm just using and again, it was not the cost that drove this decision. It just, I wanted ease of portability, and that's what kind of the clamp, where you're not making thousands, you're making 20, 50, maybe 100 tops.
Sure. I'm actually going to do a video soon on my setup, just because I wanted to do reloading in a small space. And my whole setup is on a 30 by 35 butcher block bench. It's made out of solid ash. I picked it up at IKEA for like 70 bucks, but the whole thing is 30 by 35, and I can do everything on it. And it's got wheels, so I mean, I can cart it around if I had to.
Right. I just like the idea of mobile and what I'll call apartment friendly, where you can go, so you can keep it separate from the food. You don't always have to keep going to the kitchen table and then worry about lead and crap.
Yeah, I mean, that's the main reason I did that butcher block thing. I needed it to be portable in case I wanted to take it with me or move it somewhere or just do it somewhere else. But I mean, it holds up. It's got 20 pounds of powder on the first bench with a couple thousand projectiles, and then I've got probably 30 MTM cases on the bottom shelf and all my reloading dies and just little bits and pieces, but everything fits on it. Like, I mean, I don't have anything just sitting around anywhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been planning on doing that just to kind of show it off, just for like new reloaders on a budget, or if you got a space constraint, or apartments especially. I got the idea from a guy who did that. He did a video on how to reload in an apartment.
Right.
So I went to my gun show today. It was the first post-election mid-fall season gun show here in Houston. It was huge. It was absolutely huge.
How far is Houston from Dallas?
About 3 hours.
It's strange, man. Every
3 or
time I
4
drive
hours.
up to Dallas, it takes me a little over 3.5 hours to get there, but it always takes me almost 7 to get home.
Okay, so it would have taken you 6 to 7 hours to get up to Tulsa?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just got back last week from Tulsa, which is why I was curious.
I'm going to try to make that April show this year or next year. What was really funny is you guys were talking about how many broom handles were up there, and finally at my show I saw 2 of them, but the guy wanted 1,500 a piece. He had one 7.62 or 7.65, and he had one 9mm one.
And the broom handles was just the same thing is true of toggle action Lugers. You think of other things that you don't typically see a whole lot of.
Yeah.
And it's just as applicable to those.
The weirdest thing I saw today was it looked exactly like a short magazine Lee Enfield, but it had a different magazine on the bottom, and it fired 7.62 by 51 NATO. I don't know if it was converted or what. I never saw one before.
7.62?
Yeah, 7.62 by 51.
Oh, okay, gotcha. 308. Okay.
Yeah, but for an Enfield.
Gotcha. Yeah,
it looked just like an SMLE too.
Neat.
Well, thanks for the information, Sean. I do have to head out to work, but the bullet information is very helpful. Now that I know that it's really price driving it.
Yeah.
That the performance is fairly similar.
Yeah. Fortune Cookie 45LC does a lot of cast bullet reloading videos, but there's some good info on there, and he'll pretty much detail it out, like performance wise and usability and accuracy and all that good stuff.
How do you spell that channel name?
Here, I'll type it out in the side chat.
Oh.
And he's a Californian.
Not everybody in California are necessarily on the other side.
Oh, he's got a great collection.
Nah, they're all from the other side.
So did you get to shoot your Enfield yet?
Nope. Shooting glasses haven't come in yet. They come in Monday. Yeah, so Tuesday I'll go shooting.
Yeah, I struck out, man. I saw a K31 for the first time in 4 years, and I had to go to a different bench, or I had to go to a different booth to get GP11 ammo. This guy had 3 boxes. I was going to buy all 3 of them. Each box had 60 rounds, so it was a brick with little packages inside. And I was trying to get him to check out, so I gave my old man my credit card, and I'm like, here, you check this out. I'm going to go back and pick up the rifle. And I went back, and it was missing the magazine. And I looked at it, I'm like, do you have the magazine for this? And this lady was totally fucking clueless. She's like, is that Swedish? I'm like, no, it's your rifle. Do you have the magazine for it? And she's like, I think that's Swedish. I'm like, what the fuck? And she wanted like $500 for it. And I'm like, where's the magazine? Oh, I might have left it in my gun safe. Then why are you selling this here? Oh, I must have forgot it. I can go back and get it next week. I'm like, you're not going to be here next week. So then I tried to get her to sell it to me for $80 off because, average price of a mag is like $50 to $80. And she wouldn't do it. So I was like, fuck it then. Walked off. Missed out on that.
I looked up what a K31 was because I don't remember. I saw a few of them when I was up to that show.
Foose has a pretty nice one. And then I saw a Mass 36 like he picked up, but it had the most bent bolt handle. I was like, how the fuck? Like it was bent all the way forward, pointing towards the end of the barrel. And I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? And then like the stacking hook was bent 90 degrees too. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
The fucking burliest Frenchman imaginable got issued that rifle.
It dislodged rounds, so he like smacked the shit out of it.
You fucking pounded it back into shape with his fist.
I smacked this against a French tank.
Wee.
Well, I mean, I saw it and I was like, I'm going to get one of these too. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Because the guy that I was going to buy the GP11 off of, he had 7.5 French ammo, PPU ammo. I'm like, okay, I can get ammo for it if I need it.
I think that's the stuff that Foose found two casings.
Yeah.
And
like
when
I saw it and thought of them.
Pouch with 2, I said, why did you only get 2?
That's all he had.
Not knowing that that's all the guy had.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was looking for a Savage 1907 struck out. I saw one like 3 shows ago, and I didn't catch it in time. Someone was like checking out with it just as I got to it. And I was looking for a Beretta 950 Jetfire. I'm always looking for one of those. And this chick wanted $600 for it. I'm like, are you fucking nuts? It's like my local had one for $250. It was gone before I got there, but
Yeah, dude, the one of these rifles I actually saw at the show and talked to the guy about because it was like mint as fuck, like crazy. Either way, I like looked at it. I'm like, yo, is this a K31? And the dude was like, nah, it's Swedish. And I'm like, okay. I'm like,
yeah, the lady that I was talking to, she said the same thing. I'm like, what the fuck?
I'm like, okay. And he's like, I think the guy wanted like, it was either 4 or 5. I can't remember.
Yeah, they're climbing.
It wasn't like a terrible amount of money.
I think Foo said he paid like $250 for his, lucky bastard.
That's
It's like-
I know it was under 300 for sure. I want to say
Yeah.
it was like, you're right, 200, or I'm sorry, 250.
I'm like, cool. And I started like walking up. He's like, well, I don't know what it is. It's Swedish. It sounds like you know what it is. Why don't you get it? You're smarter than me. You know more about this gun than I do. And they started like cackling like a crazy person. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to keep walking this way. Good day, sir.
Oh, I think I fucked up today. Yeah, I should have looked this up before I left. There was a 1903. It said Remington 1903, and I'm like, what? So I kind of looked at it for a while, and then I walked off thinking it's not a Springfield. And I'm just looking it up now. It's like, oh yeah, Remington built those too. Look.
Yeah, they did.
This is just a
Remington
copy of the
did. Rock,
Springfield.
I think Rock Island also built some too.
It was in pretty good shape too. I mean, it might still be there tomorrow.
Okay. All right. I really got to go now. All right.
man.
We'll see you later.
All right, later.
Later.
Yeah, that's the next rifle I'd like to pick up is a 1903.
It was in surprisingly good shape. Like the
Although,
stock was fine.
I want a Springfield one, and I want it to be like dated around from like 15 to 18, like 1915 to 1918.
That would be ideal. Actually, I wouldn't even mind a pattern 14. I'm always keeping an eye out for one of those.
It's funny, Sean. I was saying basically the same thing about those bullets you were in.
The coated ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
and
them. They work.
I must not know what I'm talking about because it didn't.
Give it time. It'll.
Oh,
register.
what?
He's-
The polymer bullets?
He's like, thanks, Dano, for the or thanks, Sean, for the information on the bullets. It's just
I
like,
think he just needed to hear it twice. You know,
whatever it is.
like you do the same thing. That's good. And then he heard it again a second time. He's like, that must be it. You know. I don't know. It's funny because all my coated bullets work really good, and then the only caliber I don't have coated bullets for is 44 Magnum, and I lead the shit out of the barrel constantly. So now I've gotten in the habit of firing. I get Matt's bullets, and I keep asking him, make them a little bit harder when I put the order in, and he's slowly turning it up, but it's still not enough. And I'm not hot loading them or anything, but they're smearing down the barrel. So what I usually do is I'll fire like 20 of just hard cast lead bullets, and then I'll fire like 10 FMJs through it to kind of scour the barrel.
Try and clean some of that shit out of there.
Yeah, that's another thing I was looking for today. I was like, I'd like to have another 44 Magnum, and the only two that I found that were worth the shit was 8 3/4 inch Ruger Blackhawk, which I really wanted, but it was kind of out of my budget for today. And then the other one I was looking for was Model 29 8 3/4 inch blue, Dirty Harry, and that was like over twice my budget for the day, and I'm like, fuck. And then I saw 241 Magnums, or 3. The S&W was like $900. I'm like, god damn. And then there was 2 Rugers. I think they were both Red Hawks. I think they were Red Hawks or Black Hawks. I can't. No, one was a Red Hawk, one was a Black Hawk, and they were like $650. Which I think Dead Horse has one of those. He says it's pretty awesome.
Did you go to a gun show today, Sean?
Yeah, it was the first post-election show we had since the election. Everyone was like in a really good mood too.
Oh, I bet.
Even the cops at the front gate checking guns in. Like half the guys at the uniforms up there, they were literally just passing guns by, going, "How much do you want for this?" Instead of just checking them in and letting them through, they're, "How much do you want for this?" Like they were buying.
So speaking of gun shows, I'm sure y'all have seen the. Hold on a second, my dogs are fucking barking. So I'm sure y'all have seen the memes where it's like a table at a gun show, and it says like, "If guns are so dangerous, then why does no one ever get killed at a gun show?"
Yeah.
Well, I guess today at our gun show, someone got shot in the head.
Was
What?
that your gun show? Where the guys were out in a fucking
Yeah.
pickup truck?
Yeah, the
Jesus.
Raleigh gun show.
I saw that on Facebook.
Yeah, supposedly the guy bought a handgun. He had a CCW, so he had his loaded handgun either in the car or on him, and he handed both the guns to his female companion. And either the gun went off and it hit her in the head, or the gun went off and it hit someone in the passenger, like the back seat, in the head. So yeah,
Okay, so it was outside of the gun show.
yeah.
Okay.
But Bloomberg would use that though.
Oh yeah.
See, they're dangerous.
It's like at our shows, you can come in carrying.
Yeah,
but
but water is
empty.
dangerous to stupid people. What's your point?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you can carry at this show empty. Well, okay.
So
Yeah, Tulsa was like, if you went in with a gun, you had to get it checked in, and they made you remove the magazine.
They zip tied the barrel or some shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they zip tie it.
that's what they
Dude,
usually do here.
Yeah, here I think they make you pull out your magazine. I think they even make you fucking take the rounds out of your magazine.
Although, here's the thing. If you're not retarded, you don't have to check in. You just continue on about your day, and you don't be a fucking retard.
So I told my roommate, and he was just like, "They aren't canceling the show, are they? Because we're going to go tomorrow." I was like, "I don't think so."
Well, wasn't that like the second time that's happened in like 2 years or something?
I don't know. That's the first time I've ever heard of.
I read something about the thing I saw on Facebook said there was a shotgun incident at the front door. I don't know if it was last year or the year before.
I don't know. There are some stupid people out there.
Oh, have you ever seen one of those? Well, it's probably for 37 millimeter, but have you ever seen one of those 37 millimeter shells that go into the UBL 37s under an AR, and it has like 10 22 Hornet rounds that go in there?
Oh, you're talking about those
It's like an
flare
anodized tube
launchers.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this guy today, he had one. It was a brass one, and it had provisions for 410 shotgun shells in it. And you
That's
stick it in an
fucking
underbarrel
crazy.
launcher. That's badass. Because you get those little 410 PDX ones that have what, like a couple of balls of triple-aught buck, and then like 3 little disc slugs behind that or whatever, and you got 4 of those that all go off at once.
Yeah, the whole buck and ball.
Yeah.
Wait, did they all go off at the same time?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
it had one like percussion cap deal in the middle that actually hit 4 pins inside.
Damn. Be a handful.
Because I remember the 22 Hornet one was called the Hornet's Nest. I wonder what the hell they call the other one, the fuck you, or it's just, you don't want to be on the wrong end of that thing.
A handful of rape.
To kiss my ass.
Ooh. Yeah. Did you just assume my caliber? That's what they'll call it.
So how are prices at the show? I guess kind of low.
They weren't too
Hopefully.
bad. They weren't as low as I thought they would be. Like the cheapest AR I found was $595 or something like that.
Was it like an Anderson or like a home built?
It was, one of them was an Anderson. That one was $599, and then the other one was it was actually I think it was a Radical, and the guy went in like $549 for it. Which it wasn't bad. It just didn't have the rail setup I was looking for, because I was gonna walk out with it, and I thought, I was looking for the rail sections that go underneath it, and he was like, "Oh no, it doesn't do that." I'm like, that's kind of what I need. It only had a top rail.
Huh. Yeah, I'm back to being done with ARs. My Noveski is here in my hands now.
Life
So I'm
is
like,
good.
yeah. So I'm like, life's good. I have a Noveski. I don't need any other ARs.
Is that
You're
the
not
one
gonna
you,
get like one of those iron crosses tattooed on your ankle or something, are you?
No, I already have a couple on my dick.
is that the one you sent off to California? You got that
Yeah.
back?
He finally came
send
back.
his dick off to California. What the fuck?
Yeah, dude, that's where the best tattoo artists are.
Now I'm just thinking of that song "Detachable Penis." Yeah, I sent it to him, and they just, inked it up, sent it back, FedEx overnight.
Yeah, exactly.
So were y'all
Fucker used
listening?
hamster fill, so I had to wipe it down.
Were y'all listening to the lobby chat earlier when PBR was essentially saying Bano was a Nazi sympathizer?
No, we talked a little bit about that in Matt's chat, but that sounded great.
Yeah, I guess Dano wasn't quite sure what nationalism was, and
Hmm.
PBR was essentially like, "So you support Nazis? I see how it is." He's like, "We call it patriotism because Nazi or nationalism's got like a bad vibe to it." Dano was like, "Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm,
I gotta go Uber.
yeah."
I'm not a Nazi. If I was a Nazi,
I wouldn't be
would-
living in Chicago.
Be in Argentina.
Yeah, it was a fun chat. I got to talk shit about the Native Americans for like a bit.
Yeah, you did.
Oh God.
I was in there, and your bowl comment, I guess, was
Yeah,
you-
which apparently, like, the chat was like, wow.
I might have to go.
Like,
MSP.
like, yeah.
You made MSP make a comeback, but it was Mexican SIG program or something.
Yeah. Oh my god. That was the other good part where I'm like, yo, fucking Sig's better than. I'm like, dude, you can't trust America. They're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Sig's here. I'm like, yeah, for now. Soon they'll go to Mexico.
Hell, if it improves the quality any, it might be a good.
I mean, Ford went to Mexico.
Yeah.
Part of it did. Actually, some of it came. Well, it was never really leaving, but Trump's trying to take credit like it's,
only a
like saved it or whatever.
tiny little portion of like making buttons for the seats or something went to Mexico. It was,
Well, see, one of the things that they forget is when a dealer or when a factory closes down like that, they're just retooling. That takes what, 2-3 months?
that's true.
Or
Yeah,
maybe they're trying to sneak their retooling in Mexico, dude. They're trying to sneak over there. They're like trying to dig a Mexican drug tunnel from Chicago to Mexico.
Could be.
It's like, oh, one day someone goes in the factory, it's just empty, and there's just this big fucking Tremor style hole in the floor.
You know who Trump needs to hire to build the wall is the guys who built the tunnel for El Chapo in prison. Like,
Yeah.
there was no soil sample test necessary or anything. They got it right the first time.
Mm-hmm. Dude, they even put like a little motorized motorcycle on a track.
I think they watched that movie Law Abiding Citizen where what's his face like built the tunnels underneath every prison cell. Because like that shit was perfect. It had lights and it was smooth concrete and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Perfectly square. Yeah.
That shit was like a professional ass job, dude. It's crazy.
I saw a great meme, and it was a picture of Mr. Chang from South Park, and it said, "Rumor has it the Trump administration's brought in an expert in wall building." Yeah, I went to my grandparents' house today. I haven't been up there since they died, and my granddad collected all these old antiques, and he's got all these old antiques of like black people that are piggy banks and like Native American shit. And I was like, fuck, I know some people I'd work with. If they came and saw this shit, they'd fucking die. They need a safe space ASAP if they saw all that shit. But it's pretty cool shit though.
Yeah, dude, there's some old ass racist stuff.
Yeah, he's got a old Bull Durham tobacco like advertisement, and it's got like the big mammy black lady sit on the porch smoking a pipe, and her daughter's with like the buckwheat hair, and she's sitting on the porch eating a watermelon, and she's like, it sure tastes good. You know, it's just like totally fucking racist, but that's how it was back then.
I will say I was kind of disappointed that my feminism comment didn't really go anywhere. Where I'm like,
Give it time.
I'm like, yo, unions are as useless now as feminism is now.
Feminism is pretty useless now. I mean, the third wave feminism, they're just fucking crazy.
Dude, it's no longer about equality. They just want to be recognized as being better than men.
Exactly, yeah.
It's like, I'm sorry, I didn't invent genetics, bro. You just aren't. There's nothing I can do about that.
I made an argument today that instead of the country going to shit in the past 70 years because of communism, it was really because of the women were able to vote. Think about
I mean,
it.
you can show
Vote
a trend
with
there,
their emotions, and that's where the Democrats get them every time.
Oh, if women couldn't vote, Trump would have got like 500 electoral votes. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, but I read a story a couple months ago, and do y'all remember that Chappelle Show skit where he had the love contract? It was right after the Kobe Bryant like rape case, where he made the like woman sign this contract before he like fucked her. Well, I guess that's a real thing now. Like, guys are seriously writing up contracts, so when they bring a girl home from the bar, she's got to sign it saying like, I'm not raping you, this is consensual sex, yada yada.
Derrick Rose needs that.
Dude, actually, that makes sense now, and that's something you totally
Especially
need.
with what they're doing on college campuses.
Well, in this
Right.
crazy environment now where it's like, if a woman decided that even though she was drinking the night before, it doesn't matter if the guy was drinking, but if she was drinking the night before and banged a dude, and the next day was like, I wish I didn't bang that dude, that's now rape.
Oh yeah,
It's like, what? No, that's a
how
bad
they-
decision. That's
that's-
not rape.
That's how they got that 1 in 4 college females will be raped. Is they threw in like regrettable sex in there. Because it's like, if 1 in 4 women were getting raped on a college campus, college would be like outlawed.
Yeah, if women are getting raped on a college campus, I'll tell you right now, people wouldn't be like, oh, well, it's just rape culture. It'd be like, no.
They just say 25% of women will be raped this year.
1 in 4 sounds more devastating.
Yeah.
25%
25%
sounds devastating.
No, 25% sounds like a sale.
Yeah. When I hear 25%, I think, hey, there's still 75% that's good.
Yeah, when I hear 25%, I think that's an acceptable loss.
Yeah, 25% is the glass is half empty.
Yeah. No, 25% is the glass is half full, dude. It's like,
Yeah,
we
way
still got
full.
75%. We're good. Let's see if we can knock that down to 15%.
It's like, out of a 16-ounce beer, I still have 12 ounces left. That's pretty good in my book.
Yeah, that's good enough. I don't need to get up and refill my beer.
If I had a 16-ounce beer, I'd feel like I was out of beer.
But the article is saying how like the non-feminist females are just like, oh my god, this is such a turnoff. I don't even really want to sleep with you now, but I will because
I can
here,
accuse you of rape
I'm
later.
here
Yeah.
now.
and I want the dick. So
And then they get mad for those people who buy real dolls.
yeah, I was like, man, who would have thought a Chappelle Show skit would be like a real life thing today? It's called The Love Contract.
Well, didn't The Simpsons like call the Trump election 10
Yeah, like-
years ago or 12 years
like
ago or something?
spot on.
Did they?
Yeah, they had like the whole him coming down the elevator and
Oh, and a
Yeah,
sign
and
falling
sign
and some
falling
shit
and all
like
that
that.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, dude, I saw a couple months ago, I think it was a College Humor skit. It was funny, but at this point I'm like, yo, if College Humor is like taking stabs at this, you know you've gone too far. Like, it was basically like this girl brings this guy back to her dorm, and they're about to start banging, and there's this dude just sitting there, and the guy's like, what are you doing here? And he's like, oh, I'm here to make sure the sex is consensual the entire way through. And he's like, yeah, I'm not comfortable with this. And he's like, well, I don't care what you're comfortable for or not. The college hired me because 1 in 4 women. So
Oh God.
at one point, he's like just sitting there eating a sandwich. He's like,
Don't mind me.
he's like, my watch begins. Starts eating a
And my
sandwich.
watch begins.
It's so funny.
So they pull him in with that Game of Thrones reference.
Yeah, dude, it was great though. At one point, like the dude's like, "Yeah, this is fucking dumb. I'm going home," and she's like, "All right, well, I'm consenting to flicking my bean. I'm going to consent to flick my bean really hard." And the dude's like, "Noted." And he pulls out the sandwich. He's like, "Now my watch begins." Yeah. My favorite thing though is still like, I forgot where it came from. All I know is fucking what's his name? Pro Steel was talking about it. DB was, where he's like, yo, we can't win a war with Russia. We have like 81 genders. Russia has 2, man and not man.
Yeah, it's getting kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I love it.
So are y'all boycotting Hamilton now since they called out Pence?
What the fuck is a Hamilton?
That
That's
Broadway
what I
show?
said that's what I said when I saw that shit on the news.
Didn't
What the fuck is this
Ginsburg act
Hamilton
on that
bullshit?
the other day? And she was like all dressed up for it or whatnot.
Who?
She was part of the
I don't
cast.
know.
Ruth
What?
Bader
Oh,
Ginsburg.
hold on. What's Hannibal or whatever the fuck?
Hamilton?
Some play or some.
It's like this
bullshit.
Broadway, but it's like, I think they use rap music to tell the tale of like the founding fathers or some shit. I don't know. But they have like a black guy playing Aaron Burr or whatever his name is. But he called out Mike Pence because he was there watching it. And he's just like, we all need protection, yada, yada, yada. So now people are like, boycott Hamilton, or Trump supporters are saying the boycott Hamilton.
I mean, cool. Good for them. They could boycott if they want. Personally, why would you expect a difference? It's a Broadway play filled with gays, anyways.
Oh, she
Yeah,
was
and
the
the-
daughter of the regiment.
The Clinton News Network is applauding the people of Hamilton for doing that.
I've noticed
What a
that
great thing they did.
the news is not nearly as fun to listen to now that Hillary didn't win. Because now they have like nothing to talk about.
Yeah, their mental gymnastics aren't as interesting anymore.
Although I did enjoy like watching Rachel Maddow's face melt. Like the guy at the end of Raiders. Like Trump got announced the winner.
It was awesome.
It's like the biggest fuck you ever to the media. And I enjoyed every minute of it.
Oh my god, dude! This dude put out the Young Turks compilation or whatever.
Oh god, I saw that. That
It's
shit's
so
funny.
good, dude. I especially love the bit where they're like, "All right, well, we still have Pennsylvania. We could still win this."
Yeah.
And then it's like, "Oh, we just lost Pennsylvania." And then Jake just looks up at the camera, mad as a motherfucker. Is just like, "It's all right. It's over with. Trump's our president.
Fuck you, white America.
You all are retarded."
Yeah, they started out so smug, and they're like, "It's in the bag. It's in the bag. There's no way he can win." And then it's like slowly it's like, "Oh well, he won Florida, but she can still win North Carolina and Pennsylvania."
Oh my god! when
Florida
they were
was
like-
the iceberg.
I forgot what one it was. I think it was Kansas when they won Kansas, and he's like, "Whatever. Kansas is just full of racist, anyways." It
Yeah.
was like, "What the fuck, bro?"
It's like he won Kentucky. Well, we all know he was going to win Kentucky because you know he's in Kentucky.
The best though was when his like tiny co-host was like, "Well, what about Alaska?" Jake just looks at him with just utter rage in his eyes, like he's going to fucking genocide buffalo that dude.
I just liked it. Anna, whatever the fuck her name is, she's just like,
Anna Fake Nose Kasparian.
yeah, she's like,
Very
if you voted for Trump and you're a female, fuck you. I'm just like, 4 years of Trump. It's gonna be great for your ratings.
Dude, what's also great is that if they keep this shenanigans up, we're getting 8 years.
I'm
Yeah,
just
that's-
waiting for the witch
Trump
hunt
won.
to discredit all those news agencies. Like, there's
Yeah.
gonna be a lot
They're
less
not
news
learning
channels on
from their
TV.
mistake. They're not
Well,
learning
the
from their
main mistake was that they sat back and they called America racist and tried
Yeah.
to like browbeat people into submission for years. People
Well,
don't
it
like
didn't help
that.
that 90% of them were in the DNC's back pocket anyway.
See, that's what Bill Maher said. He was, you know, everyone's made the point. It's like when you call a group of people racist, bigot, homophobes, and they're not, they're going to vote for the guy that's not calling them racist, bigot, homophobes.
They
Yeah.
voted for the guy who looked at him right in the eye on camera and he was like, "I'm here for you." You know,
Yep.
they really did. He did connect with people really well this time.
He also did the good thing. He went after fucking middle America, dude.
Mhm.
Like he wasn't focusing on low income people. He wasn't focusing on the rich.
He's
He was
focusing on
straight up,
everybody.
Well, yeah, he went for everybody. But his biggest demographic was like middle income folk.
Mhm.
He was like,
Well-
look, I'm going to get your taxes lowered. I'm going to help you afford healthcare. I'm going to
grab you right in the pussy.
Hey,
I'm
Bob.
That's what he did.
What's up, Bob?
And for one night alone, Trump grabbed the entirety of America by the
Who's
pussy.
out in the
Also,
rain?
I'll tell you what, man. I think you guys have now got the best president you've had at least since Ronald Reagan. I mean, this guy is going to surprise the hell out of you.
Bob is
I
literally
do
in a
agree
dog
with
shed right
We
now.
have gotten a Canadian endorsement. That's all we needed.
Yeah.
Well, no, we're stuck with Trudeau.
Yeah.
You got somebody who actually knows something. We're stuck with a kid who's, his only other job was a substitute teacher, snowboard instructor, and now he's a prime minister.
Hey, imagine if Hillary didn't rig the DNC. We could have ended up with a guy who didn't have
Bernie.
his first job until he was 41.
Hey,
He got
now,
elected.
now we just have a president that probably can't spell Trudeau.
I mean, who needs to spell Trudeau? You don't
Well,
need to
that's
spell
true.
Trudeau to get
I'm not sure.
by the pussy.
I'm pretty sure I couldn't spell it. So
Yeah, Bob's
just gonna call him
Canadian, he
for
can
real
spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, did
Someone
y'all
like real dough?
did y'all see that clip of Ben Shapiro? Pretty much, essentially, like he was barred from speaking at a college in Chicago. He was like, "I noticed that you have 30 security guards out here, which is funny in a city of since 4,000 people have been killed. That you now have 30 security guards out here for a 5'6", 160-pound Jewish man." And I told my mom, because my whole family is like huge liberals, and I'm just like, when a college is not letting people come speak because the snowflakes might get upset, that's a big problem. And and you're right, if the liberals keep this shit up, we'll get 4 more years of Trump. And when that
Well, I
shit,
mean,
we
you're
might get
essentially
another
looking
4
at the
years of
death of
Pence.
the DNC.
yep.
People are already sick of ultra left. They're sick of
Yeah.
ultra right. So, I mean, you got Trump who basically took
moderate.
over the Republican Party by corporate takeover. And now all he's doing is he's going to reshape it in his image, or what he thinks is his image. So that party is going to change. It's going to metamorphosize into something else. And now the DNC is literally, I saw this cartoon the other day, and it was Bill and Hillary were laying in bed the night after the election, and there was like a bunch of beer cans all at the foot of the bed, and he looks at her and he goes, "Well, honey, close but no cigar." And she had like this triggered look on her face, like she was about to explode. But I mean, that party's done too, because I mean, she's the first woman in history to lose the presidency twice.
Yep.
So,
No, she isn't.
she is.
No, she isn't.
She
No.
lost against Obama.
Yeah. Jill
Geraldine-
Stein has been losing for years.
Well, yeah, but of a major party.
Somebody who actually has a chance.
Jill Stein was losing to Harambe at one point. Come on.
Well, I mean, regardless, it doesn't matter if she's losing to Harambe. She's still the first woman to lose to the presidency twice.
Guns out for Harambe.
Votes
Dude, dicks
down
out for
for
Harambe.
Glocks out for Harambe.
Yeah.
Cocks out for Harambe. Dude, Harambe's the greatest.
Oh,
Yeah,
did you
no,
guys see
no,
that Christmas ornament? It's like somebody wood burned a gorilla on a piece of wood for a Christmas ornament, and it said, "Remembering that this is the first year without Harambe,
I need it.
or the first Christmas without Harambe." I was like, "Oh,
I need that on my tree, dude. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I think the Democratic Party's in trouble because clearly they want someone far left like Bernie. And I think America is not ready for that amount of socialism.
Well, this is
Bernie
not. It
pushed her
100%
really
is.
left."
It 100% is. But no, this is the thing that's going on right now in the Democrat Party is it's eating itself alive right now. It's in a full-blown civil war between the
Oh, yeah.
social justice warriors and the old school Democrats.
Oh, yeah. I agree with that for sure. It was so funny because they were like, the Republican Party's done for. It's civil war. And now it's like, no,
Nah, dude,
we're good.
The Republican Party is actually, I'm going to make this prediction right now. The Republican Party, after Trump, is going to come out stronger than it's been in years.
Well, clearly people didn't like Obama's, like, I guess since Obama took office, they've lost like 16 governorships, over a 1,000 like state legislative seats, something like 11 senators and like 40 House members. So clearly people don't want far left, liberalism in this country.
Right, and people don't want far right. And
Yeah.
that's what Trump is going to be doing. Like, Trump's already started this in the Republican Party with his speeches alone. Like, the Republicans aren't historically known for being the friend of the homo. But,
Oh, hell no.
like, look back at some of Trump's older speeches where he was, like, talking about the Pulse nightclub shooting. And he's like, we need better protection for
Yeah.
these people. And then everyone went crazy. And they took a moment to be like, and that by itself brings like joy to my heart, is the fact that I get a reaction like that when I mention protecting homos and that people are happy about it.
Yeah, I think he's the first Republican I've ever seen that actually had a rainbow flag that said gays for Trump. And
Yeah,
he, like had it up
he's-
on stage. Yeah, he's pretty pro-gay.
Yeah, he's openly friends with the homos, which will bring in a whole new set of Republicans. And like as soon as that stigma of like anti-homophobia or whatever the fuck is gone, well, it won't ever be gone. There's always going to be this anti-homo thing because the government or the Democrats and liberal media is going to keep pushing it against the Republicans because it's an easy whipping boy. But I mean, like in an actual legit outcome, it's going to be going away, which will open the way for more people to be like, I like homos and I like Glocks and I like cocks. This is the party for me. Also, that soundbite's going to be fucking taken and used against me. I know for a fucking fact.
Protect
Someone's gonna
me.
use it as their ringtone.
Somebody should be doing that right now.
Like, protect me with your Glock. Now give me your cock.
Oh, hey, you really,
God.
if you really want that ornament,
I do.
it's $15 on eBay.
No,
Fuck yeah, dude.
shit.
Where's the
Is there,
link?
like more than
An
one.
internal. Enjoy. And yes, it does say dicks out at the bottom.
Buying it.
Dude, I'm totally getting that.
66 sold already.
It's about to be 67.
Where's my
Flippy
wallet?
is dead serious.
Yeah, I
I'm
stripped his
dead
wallet,
serious. I'm
dude.
about to buy one. It's worth the $3.99 shipping.
Yeah, whatever.
Right.
$3.99 shipping? Pff, whatever. Yep. My order will be
He
delivered.
says, "Rush that shit to me."
Absolutely. Dude,
What
let me
have
see
I
if my
done?
screen share actually works. Hold on. I don't think there's any like personal information on here that I'd need to worry about. For some reason, I was trying earlier in Match Chat to like screen share and it just wasn't working. Like right now, it's saying I'm screen sharing, but I don't see it up.
Nope, it ain't working.
Either way,
I just
I
want,
haven't
I just
ordered
want gay people to be able to get married, have guns, and grow their marijuana. Who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah, here.
and take a
That's
knee
it.
during the national anthem. Who gives a shit?
That's another thing. If Trump comes out with some pro-drug shit,
That'd
it
be
gets even
surprising.
better.
Well, if he just says, you know, the American people have spoken, right? Like, why not just put it to a America-wide vote, right? You want it or not?
Instead of statewide.
Well, yeah, just say, like, let's have a vote. Should marijuana be illegal and a felony? Yes or no? Simple
Well,
question.
I mean,
Imagine
what
if
would be
they actually
better-
decriminalized it.
Well,
Because
yeah.
you would solve prison overcrowding because
Yeah.
most of those guys are in there for some bullshit possession
They
charge.
don't even have to decriminalize it. They just have to reclassify it. It shouldn't be
No,
classified.
imagine if
it
they
should not
taxed
be
it-
in the same fucking classification as heroin. It
Just
fucking
imagine if they
shouldn't.
taxed it like tobacco and they regulated it like alcohol. You could
That's
get
how
rid
they
of the
do it in
national
Oregon.
debt in 10 years. It'd be
Yep,
gone in
Oregon.
10 years.
Yep.
Or
Just
you
look
can
at-
regulate it like alcohol.
Yeah,
Yep.
look at Colorado's income revenue in the first year they legalized it. And now imagine that nationwide.
Dude, in
Honestly,
the
what he
first
needs-
3 months in Oregon, it made $60 million in tax revenue.
Yeah, and then imagine the drug cartel problem would almost solve itself because it's like,
Well,
oh, no, sorry, dude, we
no.
don't need your pot anymore. We got our
Well,
own.
no, the drug
It
cartel
actually
would just move
increased the
on
black-
to making.
it
They'd have to
actually-
switch to something else.
Yeah,
No, it
like-
actually
Yeah, you'd still have
increased
your
the
hard
black
drug
market.
problem, but I mean, that's a much smaller problem than the marijuana, right? The marijuana,
It actually,
It was straight just
dude,
turned to
them
criminal
them
back.
legalizing it actually increased the fucking black market of it because people don't want to fucking pay those taxes.
Well, right, but if it was nationally, legal, right, and people could just either grow their own or buy their own or whatever their own, right, demand would tail off just because supply would be everywhere.
just think for personal use, right? Just like you can brew your own beer, you can make your own wine,
Yeah.
right? So grow your own weed for yourself, not for sale, right? Just for personal consumption. That solves so many legal problems. That solves all kinds of jail problems, and just the tax on people who are too lazy to grow their own, want to go to a store and buy some designer stuff. I mean, they're not going to
No,
go
look,
to a dealer
you
who
gotta
says, I have a bag of this. They're going to
You gotta
go,
look beyond that, Bob. You got to imagine them actually having like Philip Morris or Lorillard replanting half their normal crops for pot, and now the green box of Marlboro actually means what it's supposed to.
oh, that's a good point. That is a really good point.
They would
Then
do
you
that
get
in a
the
heartbeat.
then you get the first marijuana that causes cancer with additives and all this other stuff to make you
That
addicted
could
to
be
it.
a problem. You'd have to get American spirits.
Yeah, exactly.
There's people in California with this 3 strikes law that are in light, and they're in for life for 3 felony weed charges. That's fucking
Isn't that
that's a
bullshit?
little ridiculous.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's insane. That's like, a guy got, caught selling homemade beer 3 times and gets life. Really? For homemade beer?
That happens.
Yes, but
Yeah.
it's wrong.
Well, I mean, honestly, the government just needs to, I guess, get out of the way of it and just be like, make it no longer legal, like as a
You're
federal
saying that.
level.
You're saying that. That's
Well,
why
I'm
they
saying-
made it a statewide issue.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Leave it to the states and let the states do what they want, but take it off of a federal crime.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Let the states decide if they want to legalize it, but it'll be
Yeah.
blanketed.
Flippy, check out the side chat if you want
Yeah.
some Harambe
Actually,
shit.
I'm agreeing with Flippy. Maybe that might be the second time since I've met him, but I'm agreeing with Flippy. Take it off the federal books, let the states do whatever they want with it, and then people can vote with their feet. If they really want to have weed, they'll move to the next county or
I want
the
to
next
vote with
state.
my zigzags, damn it.
Because, I'm all for states having their own thing, because that's what makes America great, is that if you don't like a certain set of laws that's based off of your state, you can move to a different state.
How come Heavy hasn't left California yet then?
Because, I don't know, Heavy
finish
secretly
school.
loves California.
He's got to finish school, then he's out of there. from
Nah,
around here.
Heavy's all talk about it. Heavy really loves California. He loves not having guns. He feels like they're dangerous and scary.
You can take the man out of the ghetto, but you can't take the ghetto out of the man.
Damn right.
Also, I talk this shit because Heavy's gonna pop in any moment and be like, "Fuck
Right.
you, Heavy."
Oh, you
Yeah.
might as well get started on knives.
Heavy's going to show up in Texas at Flippy's door one day and just go, "Come here, you little shit. Sit
So
on
we're
it.
at that hour. He got to start talking about Mr. Knives. So just come in like, fuck you, Flippy.
Dude, that's
That's like the
natural,
first
though.
time I
I'll
heard
just-
Knives in a chat. That's the first thing he said. Fuck you, Flippy.
Oh man, you know what? I want to see Flippy in his panda suit, Mr. Knives in his Ninja Turtle suit.
Celebrity death match.
Yeah, death match with the electric knives. Like
Hey, you know, and then Bob's beard comes in with the chair.
yeah, Haznazi. It's if we ever have a big enough get together, we're gonna get some of those electric shock knives, and Haznazi and I are gonna have a little knife fight, and then you and Mr. Knives can go at it, Flippy, but you have to be in costume.
Well, then you got to get Pink Panther in there.
It's gonna have to be G and HVS and celebrity death match with a knife fight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
Oh, and then we have to get a grizzly bear and
And then
monkey
Dano comes in
and a
with a
chimpanzee.
chair.
We need a grizzly bear and a chimpanzee.
Nah, Dano would be dressed like Hitler.
Dana would be defeated by a lack of tape.
But every time Knives comes into here, it's always like Flippy or burritos.
Yeah, as long as Dano's got free coffee, he's good.
And a picnic bench.
Don't worry, the night's still young. I'll start talking shit about Mexico when it fits.
But he will lose his shit if there isn't a tape dispenser on that bench.
And it better be free.
Damn right.
Do you see the side chat, Flippy?
Yeah,
Yeah, I put it in there for. He already bought it.
yeah,
He bought the
It's
patch too?
yeah.
Oh, there's a patch?
Yeah, I put
I
it in
gotta
the
see
side
this.
chat.
Oh, what? Nah, I can't, dude. It's unavailable.
Email
No.
when available. Aw.
Oh, I guess it's sold out. Fuck, I bought one. I bought two
Just
the
get
other
G
day.
to make them.
Be right back.
Yeah, it's saying there's only 9 left in stock, but it's also saying it's unavailable and out of stock.
Yeah, just get G to make them.
Do it for Harambe.
Glock's out for Harambe or something.
Don't blame me. I voted Harambe.
Third party, fourth party.
5th party. It don't matter.
Fucking Harambe.
So how many channels do you think are going to disappear off the cable news network list between now and, say, next year?
I have no idea.
I could hope for one of them to disappear.
I don't think any of them will.
Hey,
I think MSNBC's, they got Microsoft behind them, so they ain't going anywhere.
speaking of Harambe, did you guys see that there was like a federal fucking investigation into how that whole thing happened, and now they're
Jesus.
making that zoo like build higher walls and some bullshit.
Wait, there's a federal investigation over Harambe?
Yes.
Dude,
Oh,
Black
you gotta-
Lives
you gotta
Matter
build walls to
actually
keep
is an
kids out,
important
but you
thing.
can't build one.
See, I heard it was all Hillary Clinton because it was when the whole email thing had started and she needed some distraction. So she paid off the people to drop their kid in a gorilla bin.
That could be.
Dude, America isn't racist anymore. Like, finally, a gorilla is getting justice. Oh my god, I can't finish that joke on air.
Justice for Harambe.
I'm not at the level of Bob yet, where I'm just like, well, you got all those monkeys. God damn, that's still one of my favorite chats that I was a part of.
So Stone Guy had a chat a long time ago, and Tack Daddy found this commercial, and it's called the Red House Furniture. I'll see if I can find it because it's like it's so racist, but it's not racist type thing. But it's like the Red House where black people and white people buy furniture.
But not Native Americans. Fuck those guys.
Did you guys see that one furniture company that did a 9/11 themed commercial?
No.
Yeah.
And,
Oh, the one out in San Antonio.
They knocked over the towers of mattresses.
Yeah,
Yes.
I saw that.
Oh my god, that's
They all got fired.
I
Yeah,
would
dude.
assume
The
so.
morning
Any-
after.
Any government assistance to that company ceased.
You guys remember this one?
This is the tactical trunk monkey.
Big
Oh
Bill.
yeah, fuck
Hell.
you, Baltimore. Dude, this one's awesome.
Yeah.
It's a classic YouTube. Will fucker.
Say the best thing about that furniture commercial, it's in my hometown or my home state.
I used to use this as a ringtone at the shop. Like I would deliberately not answer the phone for like a full minute. So this will play. My boss's wife would look around and be like, what the fuck is that?
Have you guys ever seen the Hillary Clinton Forrest Gump video?
No.
Dude, it's such a cringe fucking video. Here you go. Here you go, Flippy. You'll enjoy it.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Fuck you, Baltimore.
She's laying on that fucking redneck accent thick in that video.
I ain't no ways tired.
Oh shit, is that really Hillary Clinton?
Yes.
That is Hillary Clinton. Holy shit.
Appearance, I'm pretty sure, in the video.
Is this for like a campaign ad or?
Context of it.
Oh, they got Dukakis in the tank, so it's got to be some kind of campaign ad. Oh, there's Bill. Bill's at the end. He probably just got done fucking a bunch of bitches.
Fucking black prostitutes having kids and shit.
How the fuck have I not ever seen this before?
Me neither.
What am I watching, dude? What is this?
It's a very cringeworthy video. Like, it's hard to watch.
Holy shit. That was horrible.
It's not dated though. You could tell it's pretty old. I mean,
It's got to be old.
this is before she started taking blood and semen baths.
Ugh.
Before all her
Look
law
at her
partners
dressed like an
started killing
Indian.
themselves.
You
She
like how
said
she's playing-
Hawaii. Oh
she's
my god,
playing-
she's dressed like a hippie.
She's playing the southern fucking the southern voice, and nowadays she wouldn't be caught dead talking like that.
Right.
What the fuck?
Fucking chameleon ass bitch.
So someone was saying the other day that the reason she deleted all those emails is because it had to do with all her lesbian affairs
Oh, with
Yeah.
Aberdeen.
with Aberdeen.
Homer Aberdeen.
Yeah. Alex Jones's words are Homer Aberdeen. Hillary Clinton's lesbian lover.
This is crazy
Satan.
shit, man. Why does this video exist?
I have no idea.
She's mean. She met up with Robert Redford in the subway and acted really horribly.
And after that, Robert Redford was fucking 20 pounds lighter and had gray hair.
What is with this Red House commercial?
Oh, dude, this Red House thing is fake as fuck.
No, I think it's a real commercial because that's a real furniture store in High Point.
Because, like, the dudes singing at the Red House are two YouTube personalities.
Dude, is that who I think it is? And I'm black.
Why?
We got to get freaking
Right.
Night Strike to drive up to North Carolina and verify this place exists.
Dude, you know who that is? Those are the Good Mythical Morning guys.
Yeah.
They have a huge YouTube channel now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's fake. Because those dudes are YouTube people.
Yeah. Yeah, it is fake, dude. It's on their YouTube page. Yeah, that's not real. Made me
Big Bill
sad.
Hell's not real either. That was for some sort of contest, some gag contest. That'd have been
Oh,
awesome, though.
I was actually hoping it was real. Because
Yeah, like,
Baltimore's a shitty
play that
place.
shit at like 2 a.m. between infomercials or something where they can get
Yeah,
away
like-
with it.
Like some dude fucked up and put the wrong tape in.
All the censors are asleep.
So the Harambe ornament has already shipped.
Oh,
No
did it?
shit.
Seriously? Hold
Yeah.
on.
Let's see.
eBay. Tell me. Has it
That
shipped?
dude is printing shipping labels already.
Some guest order.
That dude basically fell into the money right there.
Oh, yeah,
He's
he
like,
did.
holy shit.
Hi, Matthew. Thank you for your purchase as eBay guest. Your order has shipped to yada, yada, yada. Estimated delivery Tuesday, November 29th.
Not bad. I mean, they got to factor in holidays and whatnot.
Just in time for Christmas, though.
Oh shit. Yeah, mine just shipped. Like legit, it just popped up the message like your thing is shipped.
Oh my god.
You'll probably get it before me because I think the guy's based in Arizona.
It is.
Because I ordered it like a minute before you.
Yeah.
Well, you two definitely got recorded because now it says 68 got sold.
Dude, my roommate's going to flip his shit when he sees that.
Dude, my wife is gonna actually be disappointed. She'll
Did
be
you
like,
see
wow,
some
you
of the other
really
ones he
are
makes?
retarded.
Did you see some of the other ones he makes? He has this
No.
one with Hillary and it says Santa left a note, but I deleted it. Most wonderful, terrific Christmas you could ever imagine. Believe me. It's a picture of Trump.
Going to do
And it's kinda
Christmas
orange,
bigly. Yeah,
Yeah,
send
that's amazing. It even has a tracking number and everything, dude.
Oh
That's crazy.
God. He's got a freaking Charlie Sheen when it said it's Christmas time. Be positive. Oh.
Dude, I just put that on my Facebook. The Panthers were like fucking sucking ass, and I was like trying to stay positive like an AIDS patient, and my fucking mom saw it and she got super pissed. She's like, I don't think that's very funny. I was like, Mom, it's satire. It's satire.
Also, Mom, who are you worried about offending? Do you have AIDS?
Yeah, it's just like, oh, Jesus Christ.
I don't know. You should just do like I do and carry a pocket full of safety pins, and every time you offend someone, just hand them one.
Nah, dude, after Trump got elected, I put a safety pin on my shirt to signify that I'm a walking safe space for people to come and cry on. Did you see that whole stupid campaign?
Wait,
Yeah.
did you say they get to come and cry on you?
Yeah, that was like the point of wearing a safety pin is like, you're
Yeah.
like, yeah, you can come and cry on me.
So come and cry on you.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good end to a day. It's like I didn't even need to get out another sock.
Yeah. They're getting mad happy, dude. They're like, yeah, think of all the money I could save on tissues now.
So they're getting mad and happy.
Actually, I heard Play-Doh stock went up like 2 days after the election.
Oh, yeah, the law
Because-
school was
Yeah,
like,
like
"Here, come
colleges
play
were
with
buying
Play-Doh."
the hell out of it, and they were giving them to people to, I guess, squeeze their frustrations out.
Shit, you're being serious. Fuck.
It's the most retarded thing I think I've ever heard. I usually
Oh
don't
my
like to use the R word.
Yeah, they were doing Play-Doh and coloring books, and they would have done pacifiers, but they heard that they actually can cause permanent damage to adult teeth. Go figure.
I don't think they have adult teeth.
They have no teeth.
They're all babies.
Yeah, they're just chewing on Play-Doh and fucking rolling around.
I had a professor, and if we would have come in there and been like, we need the day off because we're upset, he would have just been like, suck it up, sunshine. We're getting to work.
That's what we need to do. We just need to send Bob to every college campus. And he would just walk and be like, "Suck it up, sunshine!"
just
Just
need a-
smack him on the back of the head and walk off.
You just need to suck it up, sunshine, like
Suck
easy
it
button.
up, Buttercup.
Dude, Bob.
Well, I've heard you use both, but
yeah,
I mean,
know, I do, but Buttercup just sounds better because they are a bunch of little flowers.
the
Dude, you
sunshine
can't
would
send
make
Bob
a
to
really good
college.
patch.
Dude, you can't send Bob to college. I mean, they already had to bring in like fucking animals for like people to get over their grievances with.
I went to university, man. It was fine. I didn't get kicked out of class that often.
Nah, like you'll walk in there and there'll just be like campus suicide to go through the roof.
No way, dude. Bob's gonna roll up in his truck. He's gonna crack open the window, and all that weed smoke's gonna come out. And they'll be like, "Hey, it's here!"
Hey, Bernie
Bob,
Sanders
he's gonna-
supporter. I can
And then
smell
he's gonna
it.
smack the shit out of him. He's like, "Suck it up."
Bob would see all the girls on campus and what they wear now and probably have a heart attack.
I would not.
Dang.
I might not be able to get out of the truck for a while.
He was around before they stopped covering their ankles.
He was around when they were ripping bras off in mass fucking amounts.
Bob's really turned on by them
Yeah, right, man.
women.
You know how much nudity there was at Woodstock? Dude, watch the movie Woodstock. I mean, and
I just
imagine what it was
watched
like to
it
be there
instead of
live, man.
That's because there was no laundry at Woodstock.
Yeah, there's much better outlets
and
to
they
watch
were-
nudity than a 60-year-old video of saggy titties in a fucking mud field.
Yeah, I mean,
bunch of 18-year-old girls, dude.
Yeah,
Wow.
with bushes of like a
18-year-old
foot
girls with, yeah.
Well, nowadays it'd be all saggy, but geez, you know.
Nah, back then they were saggy too, dude. They never wore bras.
They didn't have
The
support bras back
60s is when they quit wearing them.
saggy and bushy.
Yeah, dude. It
Well,
looks
bushy they were, yeah.
like, dude, every fucking lady had like a Jufro on their crotch.
Whoa.
Like they're just walking around with hair picks in their crotch.
Dude, think about it this way, right? You went down, you also got to floss your teeth.
Organic dental floss. I was waiting for that to come out.
See, it just reminds Bob of like a beaver, so it's perfect for him.
Yeah, Bob's excited over it. He brings his shotgun. When he whips the pants open, he doesn't know what's going to pop out of there. He
Hey,
gets to
I have a-
shoot a
I
couple
have-
of times.
I have an official Beaver Patrol t-shirt.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
Uh,
Oh my god.
Yo, how y'all doing?
Hey, Mr.
What's up?
Roboto.
Hey, Heavy.
Gato.
Oh,
What's up?
somebody called it. Heavy's about to like lay some smackdown on Flippy.
Yeah, I know. I got to hit the record button for this. Yeah.
He's about to go full Voltron, apparently.
Autobot. Assemble.
Autobots roll out.
Robots roll out!
Yeah, you're kind of
like that.
you're kind of semi-predator.
Yeah.
Uh,
Fucking Mr. Nye is about to roll in with the chair from the top rope.
Here I am, kill me. Come
I
on.
am Iron Man.
Do it.
Do it.
Do
I
it,
can't
do it now. Kill me.
Kill me. Oh my god.
This portion of the chat has been brought to you by California.
Oh
The
shit.
Governor.
Dude. The weed. The crystal fucking weed.
All right.
That's better.
And then he left.
And then he's gone again.
He's in the car.
He had to go rescue the Allspark.
I'll spark that joint. Yo, Bob. Last night I was listening to an old chat. It was Bob and Zombie Master Ed. That shit was hilarious.
Oh, that must be old.
Yeah.
Oh, was it the Mosin one?
No, it was a little bit before that one.
I still have to say that Mosin one's the funniest thing next to the I want a third party chat.
Oh god, that was great.
That was so fucking funny.
If I don't know if it's still available, because I don't think Danimal Jones has a channel anymore, but there's one with the boobly balls.
What?
Hosh and Yankee got into it over something, and Hosh was like, "Well, what if I have some boobly balls?"
That's not on Danimal Jones's channel.
Oh shit! I can't remember whose chats it's on.
Mark or somebody.
Who's got doogly balls or googly balls?
Boobly balls?
Boobly balls, and like every 30 minutes, DB would just come in and be like, "Boobly balls."
Man, I missed that one.
Hey Bob, do you miss your buddy Zombie Master Ed?
Who's Zombie Master Ed?
Dude, I just watched a video of you guys talking for like 3 hours.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Zombie Master Ed. Oh, I don't know. Why would you watch a video of me talking to somebody for 3 hours?
I was looking for funny videos with Zombie Master in them.
Oh, okay. Zombie Master Ed. Fuck
He's
no.
the Mosin story. He's in a feud with the gunsmith.
No,
The gunsmith who claimed
Dude.
he was going to kill everyone.
That was probably a lot of beers ago.
Dude, yeah. And it was like probably years ago, too. I mean, you got to remember, if anything that happened more than a month ago, I'm pretty fuzzy on.
Yeah, but that's like dog years. It's like 7 Molsons to a real beer.
Yeah, real. Yeah, my light beer is only 4.5% alcohol.
All right, let's try this again. How does
That's
my
better.
mic sound?
Fine.
All right, good.
Okay, you're good now, man.
All right, cool. So, okay, why am I supposed to come in and lay the smackdown on Flippy?
You sound fantastic, Optimus Heavy.
You got to watch the first part of the chat where Flippy's been just slagging you, man. It was horrible.
He's trying to solve the mystery of why you
Yeah.
haven't left California.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we kept telling him, Flippy, that's not nice. Like, just be you don't have to say shit like that about Heavy, but he wouldn't stop. You know, Flippy.
I'm like, Heavy's a big boy. Heavy could take it. Like, Heavy loves California. That's why he hasn't left yet. He secretly hates guns and freedom. That's why he wants to be there.
You might be onto something. It could be like a whole psychological thing where I'm just like shaming myself. I don't know.
It's like that fat dude in Austin Powers. He's like, I'm fat because I eat, and I'm
because I'm fat.
Yeah, that's
I farted.
Flippy.
My favorite part of that was just like, yeah, I got the lipo surgery. My neck looks like a vagina.
At the very end.
God damn it, dude. That movie's so funny.
That whole franchise was like onto a good thing, and then all of a sudden they just dried up. I think it was just before the writer's strike happened, and then just they quit doing them. And then he
I
was
thought
going to do
they
another
just
one.
all
a couple
kind
years
of.
ago, but
I thought they all just universally kind of stopped wanting to make them. Like, didn't what's his face?
the Beyonce one was the last one, right?
The gold member? Beyonce was in that?
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, that was the last one. There's only 3 of
My
them.
favorite part of that one is when they're spoofing the beginning and Danny DeVito's just like, "Hey, asshole! It's me! Mini me!"
Oh yeah, like the
Cigar
street
hanging out of his
preview.
mouth.
Can I paint his winky gold? It's kind of my thing.
I used to work with a lady that she was from Austria, and every time she would talk, she had like that really thick accent. And I'd be like, Sigrid, no one understands your freaky deaky Dutch. English. We got her one time in the break room to say fire the lasers, and everybody was just like on the floor laughing because she sounded just like that lady.
Do you find it weird?
She's like, fire these lasers!
No, I came in here to tell Gavin, no, bad Gavin, don't do that shit again. Posted some fucking weird ass link of Hillary trying to be Forrest Gump.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. We watched that for a bit. That was
Somebody
a weird
smack
thing.
him on the nose with a rolled up newspaper.
I'm traumatized by that shit.
Yeah, dude, I don't think I could masturbate the same way ever again.
That was from like
What is the point of that?
96, I think.
I don't know.
What's the point of that shit?
The point is to prove that Hillary isn't racist, I guess, because she had a southern accent in that.
Because she ain't no ways tired.
Nah, dude, I absolutely relate with the black people. I walk around with a bottle of hot sauce in my purse.
Oh God.
The best is when she called them a group of super predators.
She got away with it too.
I know.
She said super predators.
Yeah, super predators.
Her voter base has like goldfish, short-term memory.
Oh, fucking everyone loves Bill, even though Bill put the most black people in prison. Like, actually, with his crime bill that was targeting the poverty.
Oh yeah, Bill sent some motherfuckers in prison for life.
Mm-hmm.
Just for like having marijuana. Which is fucking stupid in my opinion.
You make it sound like the guys just had like, I don't know, an 8-ball weed or something like that. Not an 8-ball, a couple ounces of weed or whatever. Oh God, he had some weed, so he went to prison. I think those guys actually probably had like several like tons of weed. That's probably
A Ryder truck full.
It's like that's a little more than personal consumption, wouldn't you say? So
Their house's foundation was made up of bricks of weed.
it's like fucking Cheech and Chong up in the smoke or something.
You open up the front door, you step in, and you just sag. It's like, what the fuck is this? Oh, it's a weed pit.
Oh, you don't need furniture. The floor is so fluffy and soft.
Yeah, the furniture is just like stacks of fucking weed. Like bags of weed just in the shape of furniture with a blanket thrown over it.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
So how'd your Friday show go?
I went okay. Didn't start off okay. Started off okay. Then we hit some Dead Space, and then we continued on from there.
I love that game. 2's also really good, but 3 jumped the fucking shark like a motherfucker.
What are you talking about?
Died last week.
Dead Space.
Technically almost died last week, I guess.
Why did you almost die last week?
I had an accident at work, and it left this big bruise on my thigh, and I didn't think nothing of it. And then a couple days later, I thought I tore a pectoral muscle because I was doing my max out for my workout, and I couldn't breathe, and I could barely just roll over and move around. So for a couple days, I tried to take it really easy at work. And, after about 5 or 6 days of that, I'm like, this is worse than it feels like. So I went to a doctor, and they found that I had a clot that broke off in my leg, and it went up through my lungs and through my heart, and then it got lodged in an artery, an artery in my left shoulder, and it was causing a backup, a really bad one. And they were like, you're lucky that clot wasn't so big that it got stuck in your lungs. And they put me on some fucking crazy ass blood thinners.
I knew a
Which,
guy that
needless to say, made me really dizzy for a couple of days.
he had to go to the hospital because he had a hickey on his neck, and it I guess did the same thing.
We had a hydraulic line break on our forklift, and it smacked me in the thigh. It felt pretty painful, but it didn't leave like a giant welt or anything, but the mark was gnarly black and blue. And I just took hot baths and tried to rub it out. The bruise. Clarify. I tried to massage out the bruise, and it sort of worked around the edges. But I mean, what was happening in my shoulder and in my chest was it was fucking terrifying.
So I got shot in the ass with a mortar on July 4th.
Oh, one of those.
Yeah, and I didn't think anything of it, and then the next day I looked up my my shorts, and my whole thigh and ass was just purple.
You ever light one of those out of the tube?
We in high school we had a party down by the Sound, and we I had a bunch of them in my car, but I didn't have the tube. So we were lighting them and throwing them in the water, and it was like fucking awesome looking.
Yeah, we used to light them outside of the tube under street lights, and the flash would be so bright that it would actually knock the light out, and it would take another 20 minutes for it to come back up. But like if you took the one that blows up into a palm tree and you lay it out in the middle of the street and you light it, the palm tree is like laying sideways as it explodes. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, I was worried because we had like probably 20 neighborhood kids watching it, and the tube fell over, and I was like, fuck, it's going to hit one of them kids, and we're going to get fucking sued. Thankfully, it only hit me, so.
Square in the asshole.
Like, it hit me in the thigh, and then it, like, went up. And, yeah, it sucked. But, you know, when you got to celebrate America, you take the risk.
Apparently, when you gotta celebrate America, then taking a load in the ass.
It wasn't quite in the ass.
Is that what you're telling me?
More like the left cheek.
Do it for America. Take one for the team.
It'd be even better if it was a fucking rainbow mortar.
That ain't no palm tree.
Remember when Obama lit the White House up in a rainbow and like pissed off half the country?
And he wouldn't light the White House blue when the cops got killed.
Yeah. Thanks, Obama.
I think our mayor, they did that. They turned City Hall blue that same day for Dallas. Like it wasn't even a question of if and when. He did it. It was done.
Oh, Al Sharpton and the BLM and like a couple other people are getting sued by somebody. I think it's the parents of one of the officers killed for like $500 million.
Good.
Well, you
Baker
aim high,
motherfuckers.
Settlement, basically, is what it is.
Nah, go for it. Go for blood, man. Put those fuckers out of business. They'll do nothing but cause shit.
They'll give Al Sharpton an excuse to leave the country because apparently he's supposed to anyways now that Trump's elected.
Yeah, you know how I kept saying why hasn't Ginsburg turned in her letter of resignation? Is apparently that story was a fake. She never actually said that, which sucks because it would have been nice if she actually went.
She's going to hold on for dear life until another Democrat gets in there.
Yeah, she's like, I can't die now.
Yeah. I'm the notorious RBG or whatever the fuck her nickname is.
I'm the gatekeeper.
She is a fucking gatekeeper.
She's waiting for the keymaster.
She's a fucking crypt keeper.
There was a picture of Hillary a couple days ago that everyone thought she looked like the crypt keeper, but it was actually just a Photoshop. It was a really good Photoshop, but it wasn't legit.
Oh, I thought it was just her with no makeup on.
It's the one where her eyes were really grayed out underneath. It was just a shop. It sucks.
That actually sounds horrifying. The idea of Hillary wandering around without makeup.
Now, the pictures of her pounding down beers the night of the election, that was real.
Is that real?
That was absolutely
never
real.
saw a single one of those.
Some of the people who were actually at her campaign headquarters or whatever, they were like, she went fucking mental.
So do you think that was
Seriously?
before she knew she was going to lose or after she knew she had lost?
It's as soon as I think like Fox and CNN pretty much said that it was over for, I think when Michigan reported in or Pennsylvania reported in, they knew it was pretty much over for her. She went absolutely nuts.
Yeah, I heard she was like beating up Podesta and Mook or whatever his name is.
She threw beer cans at Podesta.
Now, where do you hear those reports though? 'Cause
There was an actual interview. I think Hannity posted it a couple days ago.
I think Secret Service.
There was probably Secret Service details.
Well, the ex-Secret Service guy came out a while ago saying, "Oh, she was threw shit at people and was just a maniac, like would scream at them and yeah."
I had a friend that he was in the Secret Service, and he came down and he was telling me the older guys, they talked about like what the best detail was, and it was the presidential kids, because all they had to do was follow the kids around.
Oh
And
yeah.
he was like, yeah,
Bill
but
Clinton.
Hillary Clinton, they were like, she's a total fucking bitch. She just screams at people. She like punched Bill in the face a couple times.
She threw a vase at him and it hit him in the face and gave him a black eye. I remember that.
Like she would yell at the Marine Corps if she saw them in the White House in their uniforms.
That and the get that fucking dog away from me.
Yeah. Yeah, get the fucking dog away from me. Yeah.
And then she's caught, days after the election walking her dogs. Perfectly okay.
Yeah, was that the same one where the guy was talking about how Condoleezza Rice was like the greatest fucking person on earth? Because she was like apparently down with the Secret Service folks, and she was like talk to them about like fucking foosball games and how their families were doing and shit. And she treated them like they were people.
Some dude was saying that Condoleezza Rice was an experiment to see if they can get away with a crossdresser before Wayne Brady got into drag before Obama got elected. Which would be hilarious.
You think she's gonna run in 2020?
No, fuck
Condoleezza or Wayne Brady?
Wayne Brady.
Wayne Brady?
Nah, dude. Well, maybe.
She can try.
If he gets a new sitcom, he may not want to.
Well, it's really funny because it's like right when the election was over, all of a sudden he was back on TV again. It's like, oh, look, where have you been for the last 7 years and 8 months? Wait, we know. We saw the lump.
We saw the lump. The manly hands.
We saw the lump.
Hi, Michelle. Wink, wink.
Is Wayne Brady gonna have to choke a bitch?
Like, even my dad noticed that because he used to watch Whose Line Is It Anyway? He's like, whatever happened to that guy who sang on the show all the time? I'm like, he's the first lady.
Yeah. You mean Michelle Obama? Just remember when they had a huge ruckus because I guess one of Obama's kids was caught like smoking weed and like twerking on stage, and they're like, "Oh my god,
oh my god, you're an actual kid."
Yeah, teenagers shouldn't be doing this. It's like, well, that's what they do now. So suck it up, Buttercup.
You're a kid doing kid things. Oh god, it's a constitutional crisis. What was really kind of mean though was there was a picture of it. Like someone took a picture of it.
Yeah.
And they made a meme of it because she was standing around a bunch of guys, and they were like, "Oh my god, if she got knocked up after that." I was like, oh, that would have been fucked up. But then again, we could say, but that's just kids doing kid things. I mean, what are you gonna do, right? This is the world we live in now.
I mean, Obama believes in the International House of Stairs. It's no big issue for him.
Oh shit.
That was the first dark joke of the night. Let's see where things go from here.
Oh god.
This could be interesting.
Well, we've already attacked Native Americans, right?
Barely. Please, that wasn't even an attack. They shouldn't have their shitty pottery laying everywhere. They don't want people to step on it and build pipes.
If you didn't want us to break it, you shouldn't leave it laying around everywhere. I think that's what something like that, right?
Yeah. See, what was great was how fast fucking PBR read from that.
Oh god, he's like, I'm not a part of this.
Yeah, he made that abundantly clear very quickly.
I think PBR.
Like, I was sitting there agreeing with him on his point too. I'm like, yeah, I 100% agree with you. We should be getting rid of fucking pieces of history. If a shitty piece of American or Native American artwork pot thing, a shitty little pot is like, oh my god, we can't break that because of culture. A fucking machine gun from white culture is way more important. PBR's like, I'm not a part of this.
I'm not touching that.
I think PBR wants to run for office at some point, and he's worried of the backlash gun channels might cause him.
No, there's no way he can become a politician now because he's been in too many chats.
I don't know, man. He's already making Pennsylvania great. They went red.
Oh my god!
Yeah, now if you can only get the Sixers to win a game.
PBR does not live in Pennsylvania. He lives in Washington.
Who's the one that lives in Pennsylvania?
That would be Moon.
Yeah, that's Moon.
Ah, it's Moon. Yeah.
We don't, sell ourselves. Sorry, guys. I was just talking about fame and how proper people don't sell themselves.
It sounded like you were talking about hookers to a hooker. You're like, yo, we don't sell ourselves here.
It's the world's oldest profession.
I thought gardening was the world's oldest profession.
Yeah, gardening is probably the world's oldest.
Just
No,
remember,
no. People were banging before they were gardening.
Yeah.
just
People
remember,
were hunting
Bob.
before they were gardening.
Just remember, Bob don't pay for Strange.
I'll pay for
Wears the
nothing,
he wears the beaver shirt and he's like, "Sorry, ma'am, female body inspector. Gonna have to ask you to step aside over here."
Hey,
He has the fucking
it
aviator
works,
mirrored
it
lenses
works.
and everything.
Here's my credentials.
Yeah, I got cards as official beaver inspector.
There you go.
Just hands it. Sorry, man. Random check. I don't make the rules either, man. But I just
This
follow.
is
them.
why he hasn't officially left Canada yet.
Hey,
Because someone would
it's
give
our,
that card and they go,
our national animal, right? You know, you guys have the eagle, we have the beaver. What can
I don't know,
say?
dude. There are people here who are gullible enough to fall for it.
Eagles eat beavers, therefore we are supreme.
No, eagles do not eat beavers. Beavers are like 60 pounds.
"That's a giant beaver."
Was that a female in the background?
Yeah, we now have our bird, our national bird now is the whiskey jack.
What the fuck is that?
They wanted Jack Whiskey, so they named the bird after
The
him.
whiskey jack is what you guys would call a blue jay, but we have ones up here that are gray, so they call them gray jays. But they're exactly the same as the blue jay, but they're gray colored.
Are they just
Oh.
as vicious as blue jays?
God, man, that's so
Yeah.
fucking mean.
And they steal shit.
Them fuckers
Yeah.
are mean.
My dad had a nest of mockingbirds outside his law firm, and they would just attack everybody that came in and out of his building. Them and blue jays are fucking vicious.
Yeah. We had robins here in Texas for a while, and then all of a sudden they disappeared and blue jays were everywhere. But to be fair, the blue jays are disappearing because now lately I've been seeing cardinals, and I heard those are really fucking mean.
See, cardinals are state bird, and I've never heard that they were like mean.
Well, if there's no other birds for them
Have
to
you come
attack,
to
they're probably not mean, but
Well, Sean, Blue Lives Matter.
right?
So I ran into this channel earlier this morning, and basically they're running a live stream all day long, 24/7, of just nothing but hardcore trap and bass music. And I'm like, yes. So much yes.
It's like, this will be my day.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just been running like nonstop throughout my house.
I usually wake up to like bass drive in the morning on Shoutcast, depending on who's actually broadcasting that morning.
Has anyone in the chat ever had gotten a suppressor?
I bought one. I don't yet have ownership of it, but I bought it.
So you haven't filled out the 4473 yet for it?
Nope.
Because I was wondering if they change the law, are they going to classify that as just like a firearm accessory, or are they going to try to classify it as like...
You're still going to have to fill out a 4473 for it.
Oh, I know that, but I didn't know if they would try to classify it as like a pistol accessory or a rifle accessory.
That's just going to be a firearm accessory.
So
Okay.
they're not going to do it like in other countries where you can just pick it up off a blister pack at Walmart.
Like, you'll still fill out a 4473 for it, but it's like no big thing.
Yeah.
Gotta put you on a list just for that.
I mean, we're in Texas. There is no list. You literally just show them your concealed carry license, and they go, okay.
I don't even show them that anymore. I show them my gun show loophole patch, and they're like, "Oh, right this way, sir."
Yeah, you pull out your your gun media badge, and you're like, yo. And like, oh.
See, I
Was it?
think if you guys do the booth at in Tulsa in April, everyone should wear one of those patches.
What would be great, though, is when you get one of those gold cards from Edge that just says, I know Edge on it. You just show that, and they take you to the VIP area of your gun shop, where it's filled with like stripper poles and strippers with cocaine everywhere, and the good guns.
They take you out of the Keltec room, huh?
Yeah, they open this door in the back. They're like, surprisingly, it looks a lot like that scene from John Wick.
Huh.
And it's just like this whole classy ass bar area where they sell the good guns. There you can get H&Ks, not the fake H&Ks that are out front, but the real ones. Which I may be buying. There's no may. I'm buying a Sig Sauer. Getting a P238, I think it is.
320.
The
The striker fired one.
Nope. It's a P238.
Oh, the little pocket pistol.
Yeah, my wife wants one. Specifically, she wants this one.
Is it the teal kind of color?
Yep.
Yeah, I saw you post that earlier.
The pearl grips. So I'm like, all right, whatever.
Oh man, really?
Apparently, it's like good enough, and the recoil isn't terrible on it. So I'm like, all right, she can operate the slide. She likes it. Whatever.
She didn't want the Tiffany Glock, huh?
I haven't showed her that
That's
yet.
a real thing.
Yeah, no, I saw it. I called up my gun shop before like they closed. I'm like, yo, find me a Tiffany Glock. I'm like, I don't know if we can, but if we
My girl
can't, we
keeps
can.
bugging me for one.
She's like, we can. The dude's like, we can Cerakote it, Tiffany colors, and I'm like,
Nope.
whatever.
It has
No,
to come
I
with
need-
the anklet and the bag and paperwork, or she ain't gonna take it.
Wait, it comes with an anklet?
God
damn.
Well, I don't know if it's an anklet, but it's a chain with like a little medallion on it, and you can use it to tie off the bag. But you can also use it as an anklet. That's what they say.
I wonder if some of the gay people were disappointed when they, after the Pulse shooting, when they went on SIG's website and they're like, "Oh my God, it's a rainbow gun, discontinued." No.
Oh, that's not discontinued, bro.
Are they still doing that shit?
Yep, they had them at my gun shop today.
You talking about that one that's got like that gasoline finish to it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got so many of those at the shop today. It's like nobody's buying them.
Well, I wonder why.
Yeah, gosh, I wonder why.
Like I see those, and I see those the Spartans, like the burnt bronze with the little Trojan helmet on them. They never sell.
Dude, that's the fucking actual Tiffany Glock, though.
Yeah, they're pretty slick.
Oh shit, yeah. I saw like, something kind of like that at the last gun show I went to, but it was like, it's like same color gray, but like a cobalt blue frame. I was like, yeah, this is kind of cool, I guess.
Yeah, that'd be the gun I get her next after she's like, all right, the SIG's great and all, but it doesn't fire right for me. And I'd be like, here's a Glock.
I'm kind of hot for the 229 Elite, the stainless with those really nice wraparound rosewood grips. Like every show I go to, I have to play with one. Just big and heavy and pretty nice in the hand.
Really? Nobody? All right.
Everybody likes
So you're. God damn it. I don't know why it always has to be me. But so it sounds like you're really into having big, girthy, heavy things.
There we go. Gotta have fat wood in my hand, right?
Oh, that's what my
I mean, I try. I'm like sitting back, like, all right, guys, I don't need to be the only one here.
I can just imagine you at every chat. You like hold the mute button. You're just like,
it's like a kid with no shame at like a fucking school dance, like the first school dance. You just walk in, it's like, all right, everyone's fucking steady against the. Really? No. All right, whatever. Fuck it. I'm gonna like cut a rug, and then you motherfuckers are gonna join in.
I've been known to cut a little rug.
Flippy invented the MC Hammer dance. Just saying.
Yeah,
Too
dude.
legit.
Too legit to quit. Oh my god.
Okay, so it's set. The next time we all get a big meet together, we're gonna have Flippy and Mr. Knives go at it in their costumes, and then Hosnazi and me are gonna go at it just shirtless, electric knives. Sound good?
And
Why are
G
you?
versus-
No,
Yes, gun versus knife fight.
that doesn't sound good at all. I don't want to see Bob fucking rolling around with fucking the Hosh Nazi like, naked. None of that sounds good.
He won't be rolling around. He'll be on the ground at my feet, withering in pain.
Again, nobody.
See, someone needs to have one of Hosh's like UAVs, like taping it, everything, getting in on them close angles.
Bob, I don't.
Baby,
think
we're
Hosh-
gonna have the UAVs.
I don't think Hosh will be okay with being the bottom.
Yeah. What did I just fucking walk back into? I mean,
Apparently, Bob's trying to roll around
Bob
on the
and
ground
Hosh
with
are
Hosh.
going to be dude rolling around with Hosh and
I'm not
Hosh
gonna
on the
roll
bottom.
around with him. I said we're gonna have our electric knife fight, and he's gonna be at my feet. And then we're gonna have Flippy and Mr. Knives go at it, but they have to wear.
No, Bob's like, we're gonna be Hosh and I are gonna be shirtless, and we're gonna be rolling around.
Didn't
I'm like,
say
"But you would-"
shirtless.
Yeah, you very specifically like shirtless.
Yeah.
Oh
And then
yeah,
you're like,
we're gonna
you're
be
like,
shirtless.
oh,
That way the
it's
knives do more because we're men, and that's why you and Mr. Knives need the costume.
I think it's
Boy.
just some sort of Arnold Schwarzenegger versus the Predator in the river fantasy.
No, I
Bob-
think it's. Well, I'm gonna say it's a fantasy. I don't think it's an
Bob's
Arnold
going
Schwarzenegger
for
the
the
Predator
old-
fantasy.
Bob's going for the old Olympian, where it's just like loincloth and nothing else.
Nah, the Olympians didn't
The
even wear
original Olympians were
loincloth.
naked.
You know what?
Yeah.
If me and Hawes have electric knives in our hands, there is no way I'm going to have my groin uncovered, okay? I mean, I'm tough, but I'm not stupid.
Yet you're
Bob,
rolling around with
that's up for
Hosh
debate.
shirtless.
Bob, you were just talking about being shirtless with Hosh and him being on the ground and you making him feel the pain. It sounds like you want your groins not protected.
Get your mind out of the gutter. I'm talking about electric knife combat. I'm not talking about sex things.
Okay, Bob. Does Hosh know about this?
Someone's getting tasered.
Somewhere just now, Hosh fucking like threw up and he's like, I don't know why I feel sick to my stomach,
Oh,
but I do.
Congrats, Bob.
Like I
You
just got
just
electrocuted.
faced off Haas off of gun shells.
Hosh is gonna come and be like, I feel a disturbance in the force. What the fuck is going on? Bob, I'm not rolling around naked and shirtless with you.
Put away the nipple clamps, all right? Put away the nipple clamps.
See,
Anyway.
Flippy, now you got everybody talking about dirty shit, man. I was just talking like manly combat.
It's not what you say, Bob. It's how you say it. And you're in a video. You're in a chat, a hangout with a bunch of freaking guys and guys.
I mean, it's okay because Bob's
have a
delusional
hard
from
time
his
staying
old
in touch
age.
with them.
Bob's delusional from his old age, anyways.
It's just
Fucking
well-adjusted. Flippy.
Knives
Oh.
won't be able to be there, dude. Trump got elected.
Oh, you mean they're gonna send knives away? Damn! But no, they have internet in Mexico, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, don't worry, Hangouts is international.
Yeah. And we can make the meat right at the border. I'm sure you get over there for a little while before somebody grabbed them and threw them back. As long as we
Well, I
didn't
mean,
tell
you know,
Brandon right away, it'd be fine.
He'll
I mean,
probably
Mr.
get a
Knives
work
will be like,
visa.
Mr. Knives will be like, send me a FedEx box so I can ship myself back to the States.
Well, exactly. And then, the thing is, all we do is we don't tell Brandon that he's there, right? So that Brandon doesn't go and arrest him and ship him back because, he's
Oh,
close
dude,
to-
he's the one that's going
Oh,
to get hurt in the bet money.
It's
Dude.
going to be pretty easy to spot a 5'3" turtle crossing the border.
Yeah, dude. He's gonna be riding a fucking
If he
Boro with
comes
a
across the river,
sombrero.
right? If he comes across the river, once he hits the American side, isn't he a protected species? Because he could be a rare turtle.
No, he's not rare.
Nah, dude. We have laws against like animals and
Mexican
fauna.
turtle? You can't have a Mexican turtle?
Nah, dude.
He's just not a rare species.
Yeah, we
Those
can't
are
have
called tortugas.
There's only one Mr. Knives. So he is an extremely rare species.
That's true, right?
I thought every Mexican turtle came with like a severed head of a drug lord, like off Breaking Bad.
Well, yeah, there's that.
C4.
But Well, that's actually how he got his start here in the United States. He brought the head of a drug lord, a cartel leader, over, and then said, "Hey, that's cool. Let's give him a house." And, he kind of grew up in there, and there you go. Ate a lot of pizza. Yeah, I killed it. Never mind.
We have scared people from joining us.
All right, everybody's just kind of gotten really dark there.
Come join Gun Channels and watch us just fuck everything off.
Fuck everything off.
Apparently,
The Hotch Bob thing hasn't happened yet.
I'm legit, man. I still want to see G versus HVS, gun versus knife. Put them in like a cage.
Well, seriously, if say let's do a paintball gun. I got a nice pistol-sized one. It's kind of like a big block.
I'd give G
fill that up with rubber. Like instead of use to practice paintball rounds, they're like a sponge ball. Because that way they're going to hurt more. Because that makes more sense. And then give HVS a
stun gun,
a stun knife. No, you can get them. Remember when they used to they would have the soldier like X special forces and that they would go against each other, 2 groups of 2. It was on TV and YouTube and everything. It was I don't know.
Yeah, I remember that. I think it was on the History Channel, maybe.
Yeah, History Channel, right? And they would have like the Marines versus the U.S. Marines versus German Kriegsmarine or something,
Oh, they would do like the what if battles.
Yeah, and one of the things they had was that because these were close combat, special forces, they would have at the end the two guys would go, head to head with electric shock knives, right? That would record, so they'd record where the hit was and that, but they also would give the guy a good shock, right? Mm-hmm. So that's what we're talking is get a pair of those, and then we can have knife fights with them. I think it'd be really cool at do the knife fight and the knife versus gun thing. That'd be kind of neat to do at a gun websites get together or gun channels get together.
See, an electroshock knife is how Bob plans on getting Hosh on the ground so he can give him the big pain.
Shirtless.
Shirtless.
Well, it's just shirtless because Hawes and I are pretty tough guys, right?
That's the
Nazi. He's from California. He's got to be a tough guy.
That's the big point. Is that Bob doesn't want to put all the effort into getting him naked. So if you can get him halfway naked before the shock knife, then he has even more time.
No, I don't. Yeah, no. Have you guys seen what Haj Nazi looks like?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's all
like all the time.
He's not an attractive man, so.
Yeah, but
I'm not. Yeah, and I mean, it'd have to be a damn attractive man to get me switch sides. I'm not even sure a she-male could do it.
Well, at least we know your secret, Bob.
Okay.
An attractive man covered in maple syrup should do it for you.
What is I don't even like maple syrup that much. I actually prefer Aunt Jemima.
I don't know. I guess it's the export of Canada because the best maple syrup comes from Canada.
Yes, it does, but that's I'm not that crazy about it. It's just almost too sweet.
It is pretty damn sweet.
See, now Bob's trying to figure out a way of getting him to show up in a fucking Cecil the Lion costume so that way he can play rich dentist find Cecil the Lion.
What is with the lion thing? I just mentioned one time my girlfriend has a lion headdress. And
you're like, my girlfriend wears a lion costume.
That's the voice we hear back there.
And you're like, when we like to role play, she likes to be Cecil the Lion, and I play the rich dentist who goes and hunts her.
Tag him and bag him.
Mm-hmm.
This is going so badly.
Saturday night lobby chat. What do you expect?
Oh my god!
First we were hunting the last Mohican. We decided that the sequel to that movie would be No Mohicans. Now we're re-hunting Cecil.
Well, there are Mohicans still left, right?
Well, if we make a sequel to that movie, there won't be.
No, I think Daniel Day-Lewis was the last one.
I'm pretty sure he wasn't even one.
Dude, it's okay. We'll get that channel. Never Enough Mohicans. We'll do nothing but serve mojitos.
If Knives was here, he'd be like, "Oh, mojitos are good."
Nah, he was just gonna fuck you, Flippy.
Yeah, and I don't blame him. I mostly
Dude,
think that.
it's okay. They're gonna take Knives and make a wall out of him. Because that's what
I'll leave Knives
make him
alone.
Yeah, we're gonna take all them turtles that they eat in Mexico, and we're gonna pile their shells up and make a wall with them. Everybody knows they eat all those turtles on the shore, all those little baby ones that try to run to the sea.
Sea turtles.
Sure.
There isn't any, because the Mexicans are also hungry. They have to
Just
eat.
crack them open and suck them down like oysters, huh?
Bob, what a fucking wonderful fantasy world you live in. That there's just like a line of Mexican dudes on the beaches just waiting for turtles to run up so they can swoop in on them and suck the meat out of them. I'm just like saying you're imagining the National Geographic on that, where like, as you see, the baby turtles are emerging from their homes to go out to sea for the first.
Oh
and
my
Pablo Escobar
God!
grabbed one and sucked it down.
Uh-oh, what's that on the horizon? Hungry Mexicans.
The turtle's natural predator.
Oh, there's humanity of it. Oh my God, there's none of them left to make the ocean.
Jesus Christ.
So, I gotta tell you, one of the best chats I've heard in a while. It's actually pretty
Which one?
recent. The whole Flippy Proof of Life chat with Mika.
Oh my God!
That was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, that one was a lot of fun to be in. Dude, I was expecting Heavy to get a lot angrier than he did. Because, like, you're a liar. And I'm like, oh shit, Heavy's about to fucking actually come in with a chair.
But the best part of that, what cracked me up the most, was just DB. DB laughing at him. He'd be like, just Miko to be like, Hawaii guy, you got package from the panda.
The part that was really good was when we kept going like, panda. TV switches like, I got hoes in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Credit cards in the scanners.
How did we get back on panda? He's like, so there was
It's like,
no.
TV, I'm being really serious right now.
He's like, so there is no proof that Flippy has any gun.
And I'm sitting there going, no, he has guns. I see the pictures. He's like, you're lying.
You're a liar.
It's just like,
I do not believe you, Debbie.
if Flippy could hold up gun with today's newspaper to show
With him in front of the camera with his face.
You pay the ransom or the gun gets it. Here's proof of life.
Dude, I think I'm the ransom in that aspect, dude. I'm holding up the fucking thing and I'm ransoming myself off. Holding up the newspaper as proof of life that I'm still here. Oh my god, it was great. I'm like, you know what? Just because of that, I'm sending Heavy a picture of me with my cock and a gun.
What?
It's true. He
Yeah,
sent a picture
then
of his
Heavy
cock.
was like, please no. I'm like, too late. And I sent Heavy a picture with my gun and a cock and all that, and me.
Actually, it was all your guns in a cock.
Oh, it wasn't all my
and-
guns.
and
It
your
was
cock.
all of my guns that were on my desk at the time.
Yeah. And
that was a good chat.
before you guys get all crazy, the cock is an SOE cock, so it's okay.
Which was dwarfed in size by my actual cock that was in the picture. I love gun channels. It's fantastic.
All I saw was your arm flipping off the screen with a panda tattoo on it.
Yep. Straight up panda tattoo for days.
He wasn't joking. He does have that panda tattoo on his forearm.
Yeah. Asian people love it for some reason. They're like, oh, and they like stereotypical Asian voice. They're like,
Oh,
That's
the
so-
pandas.
that's so adorable. I love it.
So they rob it.
They rob it. Like, I rub it. Can I rob it? Like, yes.
I'm only half Asian, but I
Want
can
to
get
come
away
up
with
and
certain
rub your
shit like
head?
that.
Nah, my panda, dude. They're like, I want to rub your panda. And I'm like, all right, baby. I don't typically do this, but you fine. Rub away. There's no going up from that. So
I
think I've plateaued that joke.
still can't believe Bob wants to roll around topless with.
Oh,
I don't want to roll around topless with him. I could say I'm never going to leave my feet. He's just going to be down at my feet in shock.
I don't know, man. I'm thinking Greco-Roman style. You can just keep him pinned down, just lay on him, grab him right in the.
Jiu-jitsu, so yeah.
It's like, you're my apprentice now, boy.
Right? He was screaming, "I told you I'd be a great president."
Hey, I'm telling you, man, you guys are going to be just. You are so lucky. You've got the best president you've had in years.
Well, if anything, what we're going to learn is what happens when a businessman actually runs the country for a change.
Yep.
So it's like you said in Detroit, what's the worst that could possibly happen?
The only way a businessman could have got in that position was to do it exactly as Trump did. He became popular in modern media, in multimedia verse, right? He does Twitter, he does all that shit. He became popular, and he got the name recognition, and that's the way it works, right?
That tweet he did about being awake to answer the phone at 3 a.m. was awesome.
Oh, and just, yeah, I mean, he's going to be a kick-ass president.
Well, he got something like 2.3 or $3.2 billion worth of free advertisement from the mass media.
Yeah, he spent less than.
Yeah, because they wanted to prop him up because they were like, "There's no way this guy can beat Clinton," and that's what happened.
Kind of proving you don't have to buy your votes.
Yeah.
Yep. You just got to have to say stuff that'll get your name in the news.
Just connect with the people. Say what they need to hear.
Yep. And now all he's got to do is keep his word, and he will be the greatest president you've ever had.
Even if he only kept his word on half of it, and he explains that the other half is, well, you got to understand, I have to get Congress's approval, and some of this stuff wouldn't fly.
Yeah.
They would understand that if he did the other half without question.
Yep.
Hell, as long as he gets the Hearing Protection Act passed.
No, if he does 10% of what he promised, he's done more than any other politician in the last 50 years.
I think he could pull off the, quote, extreme vetting thing. There's not a whole lot necessary for that. He's just basically saying we're not taking in any more until we redefine the process.
Yes.
Well, we should have.
Well, that just makes sense, right? Because how many radicals are sneaking through? What? Like, it's happening all over. Like, look what's happening in Europe. I mean, this is a precursor to what's coming to America and Canada if we don't straighten out this process of just letting.
We'll just turn into Europe.
Yeah, of refugees in. And they get in and they concentrate in neighborhoods, right? So they change the politics in that neighborhood. And they do
Was there
it
something
little
like
by little.
80 Sharia courts in England that, the Queen and the Crown didn't recognize, and they're getting away with it?
Yeah. Well, because if you say anything against them, you're a racist.
Right.
Islam's not a race.
I know.
You can't be racist.
But they'll say it anyway.
Yep.
Just the claim scares people off.
Yeah,
Islam is a theology.
It's or Islam is not a race. It's an evil religion. Now, I don't personally. I'm an atheist. I don't agree with any religion. But as long as they cause no harm, I have a problem with that. But when they preach hatred and death for people who they disagree with, well, you know what? You're not welcome. Right? If you want to preach tolerance, that's fine, because that's what I believe. I believe in tolerance.
Well, you've heard me do that Teddy Roosevelt quote probably a million times now, but I mean, essentially, he's right. You come to America, you try to be an American. You don't say you're something else and an American. You try to blend in with what's already here. You can bring your own flavor to the soup, but you're not going to change the soup.
Right. Yes, exactly. You can blend in. You can make it part of it, but you're not going to change our basic beliefs. Mm-hmm. Right. This is our basic beliefs in this country. You can't come in and decide that your religious beliefs or your moral beliefs trump ours.
Pun
ours
intended.
What we've agreed to. Yeah, pun intended. Yeah. I love it, man.
I still can't believe his ass fucking won.
I do. I said all along, man, he's going to win, and he's going to win big. Because
Somebody else told me that.
Well, that's what Flippy was saying. Flippy was like, "Nah, dude, he's gonna win. I'm not worried about anything."
Yeah, but I don't think Flippy was thinking it through. He was just going, "Oh, that'll piss everybody off."
No, I think he might actually thought it through.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
he's thoughts on Flippy.
He's got to be right at least 10% of the time.
That's true.
Even a broken clock's right twice a day.
There you go.
All right. Well, that's a good point.
But see, like I was talking with my roommates, like none of us ever got called by pollsters.
Yep.
So it's like they missed out because none of us voted for Clinton.
Yep.
I voted for Trump. One of my roommates voted for Stein, and the other one voted for Johnson.
Hey, isn't Dead Horse bankrupting some group that's protesting today or something? Wasn't he getting paid
he's
to...
taking their money to be one of their paid protesters.
Right. Isn't he bankrupting them by, infiltrating and taking the money?
Oh, I think that's a great idea, right? You take their money and then you just don't show up. Or
It's like he has to be the guy who's eager to go talk to the news crew. He's like, hey, guys, let me do it. I know exactly what I'm going to tell them. And he just walks off and tells them, yeah, I'm just taking their money.
Is it one of these Trump protests?
Lifts up his shirt. He's like, I got this Glock right here. But,
Well, have you heard about, like, there was that protest where they had paid protesters coming in from out of town with backpacks full of rocks?
I haven't heard that, but I believe it.
Yeah. I mean, like backpacks full of rocks so they could hand these rocks out to people because, there aren't that many rocks on the street.
Like during the Charlotte protest,
where do you think this is? Beirut?
70% of the people they arrested during the Charlotte protests were from out of state.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's what the police are starting to do now. They're starting to see who these agitators are, and they're starting to grab them off these Trump protests, and all of a sudden they're not violent anymore.
They're not registered voters either.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is most of the people whining and complaining didn't bother to vote.
No, they're too busy getting high.
Well, I don't even think it's getting high. It's like, talking about how, oh, it's so awful. This person says bad things about gays and lesbians and blah, 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 blah. And, oh, I'm triggered. I need my corner.
It's safe space, Bob, not corner.
Bob, he's triggered.
No, I'm just saying, like my dog's a millennial, right? He's scared of goats and donkeys and stupid stuff like that. So I'm thinking I'm going to put a safety, like a diaper pin on his collar, and when anybody asks about it, I'll just go, oh, yeah, that's his safe space pin. Sometimes he's like scared of nothing.
So how funny would it be in 2020? Because you know how Kanye was joking around that he was going to run for president?
Oh, he's going to be in Italy by then.
If it was Trump versus Kanye.
Oh, well, who was it who came out? It was Kanye or somebody like that came out and said, I would have voted for Trump, but I was.
That was Kanye.
That was Kanye, yeah.
I was, just shamed in not voting for him. Right?
Yeah, I think he came out and was just like, if I would have voted, I would have voted for Trump. And his crowd was just like,
Oh,
boo,
Kanye?
fuck you. Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, I actually saw the video for that. His crowd wasn't that rabid. There were boos, but people all like exploded in like a joyous noise.
Anyway, I'm just saying, like, if somebody like that can come out and say, I would have because I thought he was better than the alternative, but I didn't because I was so shamed by the left wing, by the
I didn't say anything about
social justice warriors. Like, doesn't that show that they're bullying people? Although, I mean, getting bullied by a social justice warrior just kind of makes me go, oh, for fuck's sakes. Stand up and be a man.
It's like getting lectured by an East German librarian.
Yeah, I guess so. Not quite sure what that means, but yeah, okay.
I mean,
But, yeah, you know what I mean?
of course, they're getting lectured by an Asian librarian.
Right?
I mean, Asian librarian.
It seems to me I do not want people who are, agree with my values to be coming out and going, oh, but I was like bullied by these social justice warriors because, they would have made me look bad if I, it's like, oh, suck it up.
Oh, hey, Flippy, I need to ask you something.
Oh, hey,
Who's
okay.
that girl that you said that we should help support because she's an up-and-comer?
Oh, yeah. That
What's
is
her name?
Sydney Vicious.
What do you see in her?
Big tits.
Massive
Tattoos.
scars.
Yeah, what's
no
her name?
ass.
What?
Tiffany
Hold on.
Vicious?
What massive scars?
She's got massive implant scars.
Who is this chick?
Sydney Vicious.
Massive implant scars. She holds color really well, though. That's not a dick grabbing joke. Like, her tattoos hold color pretty well, but I mean, like, the scars were gigantic, dude. I'm like, whoa, obvious.
Wait a minute. Hey, Flippy, put a link in. I got to see Sydney.
I don't think I noticed. To be honest, I didn't notice any scars. I still kind of don't.
Dude, they're huge. They're huge and they're dark. 'Cause
Now
they're
I want
really
to look at the
wide.
stars. Come on, guys.
Implant scars on the under boob is like verboten. At least these days.
Well, yeah, they do it through the nipple now.
Exactly. And it's like, she's not that old, and that can't be that old of a procedure.
Maybe she got done when she was 10.
Add doctor. Shitty doctor.
Yeah, I would think. Probably done in Mexico.
Knives had a hand in it.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Knives. That explains
I
the
give you
scars.
rocking tits.
He was like, if you like you, I'm going to scar you.
Dude, I for real don't even see him.
I'm scarring your shit.
I'm looking at him right now. I don't see him.
Really? It's on the
Yeah.
underside.
Oh, my God.
Oh yeah, I kind of see one. You can kind of see at the baseline of her bra, if that's even a bra.
No, I think that's a tattoo or something.
Of
One
a
of many.
scar.
'Cause she has a tattoo under under her left boob.
That's the only picture?
There are
Well,
others.
you'll just have
One of
to,
them.
you know, red tube the rest, I guess.
Bob
This is-
needs more.
Like, he brought up the name, and I'm like, who's that? I've never heard of that name. So
I'm
I
not
checked it
seeing
out,
any
and I'm like,
scars
oh.
either, man. I'm really not seeing any scars. I see bit of a tattoo underneath one. It would be my right. It would be her left.
If you look under her right boob and you zoom in, you can kind of see something that looks like a scar.
Dude, here's
I'm
another
looking
one.
at
where
tattoo.
You could very clearly see her under boobs, and like, there's no scar.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It doesn't look like scars to me.
It's because it's underneath what she's wearing, dude. It's not a good angle.
Oh, so Flippy loaded a picture that we couldn't see. Oh,
In those cleaner pictures that you can find on Google image searches, you're not going to find it.
but why is she all covered in tattoos? That's kind of gross.
It's her thing.
Because it's hot.
Oh,
Now
God.
the ear stretching thing,
No.
those are
A
huge.
couple of tattoos might be hot, like covering your body with just random writing, which is what that looks like. It's not even like it's done as a whole. It's just like, I'm going to put this here and that there and that there. It's like graffiti body.
It's okay, man. Not everyone can go after Brooke Banner. We get it.
Anyway, not that crazy about that, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why you see everything.
But you know what?
I couldn't see a scar.
We need to
no.
support her because she's an up and comer, so he says.
I mean, she's fairly new.
Gonna make you famous.
And then maybe she'll notice me. And then maybe I can get into a three-way.
She out in Austin?
I have no idea where she's at, dude.
It's like, wait a minute, do you know something?
Nah.
I don't know, man. It's just too much shit going on her body. It would just be distracting, I think.
You'd never be bored. You'd always have something to read.
Well, I guess
I dated a girl like that. It was like that. It was like
If
there
she
was
got
always
really
something to
fat-
look at.
if she got really fat, then in the winter, you'd have something like warm to cuddle up to. Plus, when you were doing her, she would jiggle, and it'd be like moving pictures.
Dude, when she gets really fat is when you trade her in for the new model.
She is kind of a heavy girl.
Well, I bet she could get 250 easy.
I mean,
Yeah,
she
probably
is
for an
kinda
hour
heavy.
work on the street, she gets 250.
Just imagine then, with all that shaking and jiggling, that would be like 3D, man.
I knew a girl one time, and she got a tramp stamp when jeans were kind of higher rise. So now she's got like a tramp stamp in the middle of her back.
Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward.
Oh, she had it done while she was wearing those.
Yeah,
So
I
put
guess
it up
she got
there.
it done in the I don't know, what was it, the early
It's like,
2000s?
oh, you didn't think that through.
Like, man, those are the dimples of Venus. Do you know how far up up your back that? Yeah, I don't care. Just put it there. All right, your funeral.
Dude, she has Spider-Man on her back. It's like the greatest.
Not if you like Punisher.
I'm sure you can convince her. There's more than enough room for a Punisher logo. You know, that way she gets Spider-Man on one ass cheek, Punisher on the other ass cheek, and then when you're having some fun, you slap them. It turns into a battle between Spider-Man and Punisher.
Oh God, you'd have to get her to get Doc Ock just below her belly button.
Dude, actually, that's not even a joke. Right? I saw this picture of a girl who got a Kraken tattoo on her fucking, like, vagooble.
Vagooble.
And it's just like, it was awkward as all hell to look at. And I'm like, oh my God.
Did it say release the Kraken right above it?
Can't stop looking.
You don't have to worry about that, dude. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna go bang my like girlfriend tonight. She's gonna release the Kraken, dude.
Oh man.
It's like, oh my God. That would also make me worry. Like, yo, why do you have a fucking Kraken on your cooter? Does your cooter have teeth?
Ooh, it was like a giant beak.
Wasn't there some old like Native American folklore thing about that? Like that they used to have teeth down there, and some Indian brave like got sick and tired of it and knocked all the teeth out, and that's why women don't have toothed vaginas anymore or some shit.
That guy's actually the hero we needed. I don't know. Was it written on some crappy pots?
No, it's part of like folklore or something. It was a collection of stories or whatnot. I'll have to find it.
Did y'all ever see that South Park with the Gilgamesh? It was during the whole like Catholic Church like altar boy thing, and I guess the Gilgamesh race had vagina in their teeth, and he was like, "Well, maybe we should not worry about the Gilgamesh and concentrate on priest raping boys at this point in time."
Yeah, now I'm down this Sydney Vicious rabbit hole. Either way, she's great. But yeah, I have nowhere else to go. These pictures are great.
There's a bunch of those. Here, I'll share it. Fucked up stories.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, Z.
Tales of the Vagina.
Yes.
Narrated by
I love
Hillary
that
Clinton.
fucking title.
Oh, they got
Narrated
some-
by post-election Hillary Clinton.
They got some art down there too.
Oh, I didn't go that far down there.
Oh, what the fuck is that? Why does its face look like Michael Jackson? Dude.
Oh.
It's Michael Jackson before it was pre-op Michael Jackson.
Oh my God.
It's ignorant. It's ignorant.
If Sydney Vicious gets that tattoo, it's all over.
What, Michael Jackson's face?
That tattoo from that picture there. It'd be all
Yeah.
over.
Then it's done. It's like, sorry, Bay, it's over.
Shit.
So what's with this new trend of mannequins? Where people like Mannequin with that song playing?
I don't know. I've been wondering the same thing.
Like, I didn't pay much attention to it, and then Sheriff of Baghdad did it, and now I'm like, well, now I need to pay attention to it. I'm like, what the fuck?
It's now a thing.
Yeah, I'm like, well, if Sheriff of Baghdad's doing it, it's now a thing.
I think it's like that one trend a couple of years ago. I can't remember what it was called though, where it's like people just act normal and then start dancing.
Flash mob.
Oh, are you talking about was
Flash
it Flash
mob.
Mobs?
Yeah,
No,
flash
it wasn't.
mobs.
It wasn't flash mobs. It was a certain song based on it.
Are you talking about that one where it's like there'd be a bunch of dudes studying in a room and the songs start playing and then they'd all just like slam into each other and start awkwardly dancing?
Yeah, shit,
Harlem
I-
Shake.
Harlem Shake.
Yeah, Harlem
that's
Shake.
it.
Yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Gavin.
Yeah, sorry, I'm in Vietnam right now.
Oh,
Yeah, Harlem Shake.
well, fuck up them Charlies, then I guess.
I think it's one
Yeah.
of those things.
Wait, people still play Battlefield Vietnam?
No, it's Arma 3 with a Vietnam mod.
That sounds neat. Should I get Arma 3?
It's pretty fun if you. It's a commitment though.
Most MMOs are.
Well, it's not an MMO.
Like I was
No.
talking to this dude at work yesterday, just before closing, and because he was buying a bunch of shit, and like he was talking about his rig and the games he plays or whatever, and I'm like, yeah, I used to do the MMO thing too. And he's like, what happened? I told him, I was like, well, I'm a psych major, and I started to analyze what MMOs really are. And he goes, indulge me. So I'm like, okay. So I said, before I was 30, I used to play stuff like WoW and League of Legends types games, and just about everything, Call of Duty and whatever. And he's like, so what made you stop? And I told him, like, these days I play things like Fallout, Skyrim, most of like wargaming's titles with like ships and planes and tanks and all that shit. But I told him, I'm like, well, basically it's an endless carrot chase. And I said, and once you realize that that's what MMOs are, if there's no sense of community, the shit gets boring really fast. And he goes, I never thought of it that way. And I'm like, yeah, think about it. Say you're brand new to WoW. You log in as a level 1 guy, and you see some dude running across with some really cool gear. You're like, ooh, sweet, I want that. So you try to get him to stop so you can see what he's got. And then you ask him how to get it. And then you're going to spend the next couple of months trying to get it. And as soon as you have it, somebody else is going to run by with something even better. And you're going to be like, ooh, I want that. And it's all you're going to do is constantly chase after shit because you think it looks cool.
Well, this is
And I'm
a
like, as soon as you make peace with that, it's over.
this is a sandbox military simulator.
Well, it depends on the situation. Like, if you were, yeah, that would get annoying. But like, if you were doing a specific goal, like you want to do PvP,
Right, that's
you
true.
can eventually do PvP forever to be the very best, the best.
Yeah,
there
I mean,
ever
you
was.
can find things unique to a certain part of that game for sure. But I mean, once you do that, then that's all you're going to do. You box yourself in. With a game like Call of Duty, you're just achievement chasing or something. It's like I started way back in United Offensive, but I remember the most annoying thing of Call of Duty 4 was what we used to call bunny tubing, where you'd run in, jump through a door, turn 90 degrees, and like no scope noob tube somebody. And it was like
Yeah.
that got really annoying. And then everyone got smart and they were like, you know what? I'm going to be stealthy, quiet with knives, and everyone would just run around going, and that was kind of cool for a while. But then everyone countered that by running around with submachine guns, and that seems to have not changed in 10 years.
Well, Arma doesn't keep track of stats or anything. It's basically they have these highly detailed maps and immense creation mode, and you can just build battles and objectives and all that shit. Like the mod community for this too is like you can get any like realistic, like say you wanted 1975 Vietnamese guerrilla warfare shit like that. You could find people that actually made that faction. And like right now I'm playing as what is this? A Green Beret Commando Squad, 1965.
I mean, that's cool. That's really immersive. That's the whole community involved, aspect of it. That's going to keep it
Yeah.
really unique. There was a game called World War II Online where it would take you months just to get anything done, walking across France or something. And what made it kind of suck is if you died, all the stuff you'd done for months went to the toilet. Like they didn't have any
yeah.
retention. so it's not quite as popular. You know,
Yeah,
if they could
this-
find a happy balance, it would be perfect.
Yeah,
Oh.
me and my friends have a server where it's a active like campaign where we can take villages and all that shit, log off, and it'll still keep our shit. So when we log back on, fucking the enemy's still there. They're fucking doing whatever they're doing, and you have bases and like a minute ago, I was flying around in a fucking a Huey gunship, fucking picking up people, bringing them back to base so they can get triaged and re whatever. And then we went on a patrol, you know, basically just fucking driving through the fucking jungle, waiting to get contact and all that. And then there's like insurgency mode where the whole map is grid squares that are red, and you have to go through and search and destroy the enemy and make the grid squares green. And I'm
So
talking
you
like
got to run around with CCR playing in the background.
And well, that's funny because I actually, in this game mode I have right now, when you're flying in a Huey, there's an option to turn on Credence.
Nice.
Nice.
It's pretty fucking awesome. But
Time
yeah,
for
dude,
some Green River or some Run Through the Jungle.
yeah, we would have this one guy that would always come on our server, and like he was an engineer back in the fucking 70s or whatever in the Marine Corps, and he's an older fella now, but this guy literally just spent his whole days fucking setting up landmines all around the whole map. It's like a 20 kilometer by 30 kilometer map, and you know, if you're going to drive 6 miles, it's going to take you the time that 6 miles drives, you know?
Yeah.
And then we're constantly getting like mortared at our base by fucking enemy AI. And the mod community has made such realistic fucking AI mods that like these dudes like call in reinforcements. They'll fucking, if they're getting overrun, they'll backtrack and go resupply and come back and attack you at fucking or whatever, you know? It's pretty crazy.
But you're playing against computer sims, not real people.
Yeah, they're computer simulated enemies. The military actually uses a version of this game to create battles and situations, and they let military use it and fucking. Because basically, if you use this, like, so if you're in an Abrams tank, you have to do everything in an Abrams tank that you would have to do in real life to fire that gun. You have to refuel shit.
Oh, I used to fly a flight sim that was like that. You actually had to watch your how rich you were running the engine and shit like that.
Yeah, all that stuff. Like if you have afterburners on, it's gonna burn your fuel faster and.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I love those kind of games because then it's like you're flying the real mission. Like we used to take, there would be a bunch of us that would fly British planes, and we'd do the Battle of Britain thing, and there was guys from Germany that would fly the Messerschmitts and fly against us, and we were all on. It was great, man. I was the Canadian contingent with the British pilots. It was fun.
Yeah.
I had a teacher in high school that he actually flew Cobras in Vietnam. We asked him like one day if he ever like killed anyone. He was like, "Well, my copter fired a bunch of missiles, so I'm assuming we did."
Yeah, really. Eh?
But he was like, you know, we asked him, we were like, "Oh, how's Vietnam?" He was like, "Well, I know for some guys it was like pretty brutal." He's like, "For me, it wasn't that bad." He's like, "I flew an attack helicopter. Every Wednesday night was happy hour. We could get like a shot of whiskey for a nickel and yada yada." He's like, "So I don't think I had it that bad."
Yeah, well, the pilots always had it pretty good, and depending on where you had to fly, right? If you were flying a Thud up over, into the Indian country and over Hanoi and stuff like that, well, yeah, if you had to punch out, it was not good times.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that we lost 900,000 aircraft in that war.
No, not 900,000. You lost about 800 F-105s, Thuds. I think it was 800. It was
I'm
like
talking
most
helicopters
of the
and jets.
Most of the production of Thuds, which are designed as low-level nuclear penetrators, and in Vietnam they said, no, you're going to be high-level bombers. They lost a bunch of B-52s, and those were like 10-man crews. So it was not 10 men, 2, 4.
B-52s are 6-man crews.
6-man crew, yeah. But yeah, every time B-52s were not the greatest to get out of. They didn't have ejector seats and stuff. No, not for everybody. Just for the pilot and co-pilot.
Speaking of B-52s, one of my favorite movies, even though it's dated, is Doctor Strangelove.
Oh yeah, riding that bomb down.
Major Kong riding the bomb down.
Yeah. Yeehaw! Yeehaw!
I just love the part of the movie where they're going through their survival kit. And at the end, he's just like, "Shit, a guy could have a pretty good week in Vegas with all this stuff."
Oh yeah, because they had gold in it and everything. Because if you went down in Russia, you had to buy your way out. Really?
There's like gold, pantyhose, condoms, 45.
Well, the thing with Vietnam is everybody was, or mostly, they were drafted there, so you could you could smoke weed, drink beer, get lit, all you want, but you're not going home, man. You don't have a choice. So a lot of those guys, they're just like, yeah, do whatever you want, but you ain't going nowhere,
Yeah, my dad got drafted, but he got a college deferment, and he, I called him one time. I was like, "Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to pass this class." He was like, "Well, just think how I was back in 1968, where if I didn't pass this class, I was going to Vietnam." So let that just be some motivation for you. Like a bunch of his friends ended up going.
Yeah, seriously, that would be some of the best motivation if you didn't want to go over and fight in a shitty war in a jungle that was all hot and sweaty. And I mean, I knew people, like friends of my brother, that even though we lived in Canada, they went and joined the Marines because they wanted to go over there and fight.
Yeah,
That's how redneck I grew up.
I guess later in life he felt kind of bad because he had this moment of like, yeah, I didn't do anything, and I had friends over there, and some of my friends got killed, and one of his buddies that was in the Navy, he was like, "Well, we're glad you were over there because if y'all hadn't been protesting, we would have never gotten out of there."
Yeah, but that's Navy. I mean, most of the Marines and the Army guys would tell you if we actually fought it for real, if that war had been fought for real, North Vietnam would have lasted a week.
Yeah, I think if you
also got to realize, I mean, the body count was heavily in, like, we had more kills than they did by.
Yeah, I think they lost
large numbers.
Yeah,
they lost like 1 million people.
Yeah, even when you take into account the inflated numbers that were being done, it was still, they lost. Well, it's like Iraq, right? It's 1,000 people or more for every soldier that was lost. I mean, probably more like 10,000 to 1, because some of the air attacks were just massive, right? But the thing is that they wouldn't quit, right? Whether they were right or wrong.
Well, if the politicians would have stayed out and let the military do their thing,
yep,
it'd have been over.
And seriously. Right. And that's what politicians need to learn to do. And I think that's something Donald Trump will do, right? Is get out of the way of the military and say, okay, this is the problem. We need to get rid of this. What do we do? And then he's not going to listen to other countries going, oh, blah, blah, blah. No, you can't do that. That is, it's just going to be like, screw that. They're attacking us. We're going to wipe them out. And then once they're done, okay, now we're done. And I'll deal with what happens afterwards, right? It's like making that decision that, we got to tear all this basement out and put a new one in because this one's not going to work. Donald Trump's kind of guy to go, yep, okay, let's do it. Doesn't matter what it costs. Doesn't matter. We're going to do it so that it's done right. But that means that you're not going to have a basement under your house that's going to cost you money for the next gazillion years. And that is a real term, but you know what I mean. It's you do things right the first time. You don't have to worry about paying for that for the next 100 years. And that's what's happening now with government, right? They don't do things right. They do things halfway, and it just keeps coming back and biting them in the ass, costing more and more money.
Yeah, I'm defending a hilltop fire position right now.
Get some.
Got the VC all around me, boys.
So
Flying
what,
at-
you got standard defensive line, or you got freaking some arty up there? What?
Oh no, I'm letting them come to me.
I had freaking life flight helicopter just practically in my backyard just now. Let the dog out, and I saw this bright ass spotlight as it flew right over my house, and it landed like 500 feet away. It's loud as shit out there.
And I was at my cousin's wedding years and years and years ago. They live up near Chesapeake, and we were staying at a hotel. I was swimming in the swimming pool, and this fucking Apache flew over, and I swear it wasn't more than like 200 feet off the ground. It was awesome.
Well, they got drag racers just up the street from me, so, you know, amateur night sometimes.
Dude, I was taxiing a 53 out at probably like 3 a.m. in Afghanistan, and I'm taxiing him out and telling him to keep coming, you know. And he hits the brake, and I'm like, what the fuck? What's he hitting the brake for? You know, like I look back, and there's an Apache 20 feet above my head, just fucking going. I was like, dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, they're awesome once you see them up close. Like
Yeah,
I
they're big
lived,
motherfuckers.
like I lived in Jacksonville, so Camp Lejeune, you always saw Hueys and Super Cobras. But that's the first time I actually saw an Apache that like wasn't at an air show. It's crazy.
Oh, it's funny you mentioned Apaches. Yesterday, 3 of them flew over downtown Austin.
Hopefully, they were dropping some hellfires on them protesters.
There were no protesters, but
Is that a coincidence? Because Houston, we just took your police chief.
Wait, Aveda went to fucking Houston?
Yep.
Damn, y'all can fucking have him. He's a
Oh, Knives finally made it in here.
Fuck you, Flippy.
Fuck you, TV.
There he is.
There he is.
What I missed? Titties.
Oh man, missed some good chats. Ask Bob
pottery
what he wants
talk.
to do with Hosh Nazi.
What do you want to do with
Hosh
Hosh
Nazi?
He has been slagging you all night, Mr. Knight. Honest to God, he needs to get slapped down, seriously.
That motherfucker is talking shit, huh?
What, is Bob
I
still
just did an
going on
impression of
about
him.
how he wants to fuck Hosh Nazi when they meet up?
Whoa.
Bear style, naked.
I'm out. Fuck this shit.
No. See, Flippy says that he can take you in a knife fight when you're both in costume.
Oh, that's right. That's
Electro
right.
knives.
No, I specifically
No,
said
that's
I don't
dumb.
have to worry about it because Trump's our president and Mr. Knives is getting sent
did
back
say
to
that.
Mexico where he belongs.
He did say that.
That's true.
Man, fuck you, Flippy.
Yeah, this has like too many furry connotations to it.
Well, Bob wants Flippy.
Bob wants to
and
fuck
Knives. That and he wants Flippy and Knives to dress up in an outfit and go at it. So I mean,
I did hear
Anyone
Bob
want to
say.
start a Kickstarter for that? I'm
Hosh
down.
on camera.
Yeah, yo, man, I say something. I think Bob likes furries, man. Really.
Bob really does, dude.
He's gonna
He's
go
all
to a
about
furry
that
convention.
beaver.
evidently he likes furries and bare-chested Hashnasi. So
He wants to dress Hosh Nazi up as Cecil the Lion.
You know what? Hosh could be
Stick it in.
close to a furry with his shirt off. You ever seen his beard? Maybe he's got a hairy chest. I don't know, but let's check it out, right?
Can we get Hosh on? Like, please?
Yeah, if Hosh joined, that would be the highlight of this chat.
somebody text him.
It's like, yo, Haas, we need you in here. Bob wants to fuck you.
Yeah, he wants to take it in.
I want to fuck him up with the electric.
You know he wants to take it in.
He wants to hook. He wants to get you to take your shirt off so he can hook nipple clips up to you and
Electric nipple knives.
and make you feel the pain.
Whose idea that is, but I'm not really into those.
Bob, and I quote, I want to get Hosh under me so he can feel the pain.
If it drip on syrup
Not
all
a
over his body.
Flippy,
Well,
you're
nice.
sounding like
That go too far?
Clinton News now. Man, I swear.
Well, Knives, you're all caught up.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Except for all
basically,
the racist
Flippy
shit he was
thinks
saying
he can
about you,
take
but
you, and I don't think he can with a knife.
So let me take this. So let me go through this. Bob wants to violate Haas. He wants to get a plate job. Pour shrimp all over him. With some
Bob
pinches on
wants
his
to
fucking nipples.
The Bob
They
wants to
just
tongue
shrimp on each
punch
other?
that fart box.
You know what was great is we never mentioned the syrup part of that conversation earlier, and Knives coughed it up anyway.
Yeah, well,
That's
I mean,
true. Very true.
we really even need to
Hell,
mention at
I
this
thought
point.
Canadians bring syrup and shit.
See?
Yeah, dude. They use.
See,
Don't they
that's what I
use that
thought
shit in
too.
Sorry, I'm American.
Mexicans carry tapatio and fucking the Canadians carry syrup. Shit.
You saying you got a little squirt jar of honey in your back pocket right now for Sopapitas?
Well, yeah. So yeah, don't feel bad, Knives. He wasn't just talking shit about you. Evidently, he was talking shit about me too. So
Okay. Well, fuck
Yeah, my
you
level
too,
of
Bob.
shit. My level of shit talk was basically Heavy loves California and he loves
He's
not
having
having
Stockholm
guns.
syndrome.
Yeah, that was about the base of it.
I was informed that I'm full of shit. I'm not going to move from California. I'm going to stay here because I love it and I don't like guns.
Yeah, that's what my mom told me.
Debbie, you sound so defeatist about that. You're just like,
That was the word I would use to describe that defeatist.
Whatever. No,
Conquered.
I'm just buying my time. We're gonna have a fucking shit. What they do on Wall Street, where they fucking camped out at Wall Street all night. What's
1%.
All the time.
9%ers.
Occupy? Yeah, we're gonna fucking. Me and Knives are gonna do Occupy Flippy.
Occupy Flippy.
3%er.
Jesus.
I think Bob wants to occupy Haas.
Flippy's been occupied, but mostly by parasites.
Oh man.
Oh my god. Gun channels, a place about guns.
Right?
Yeah, we gotta set up the ultimate celebrity death match, man. Guns versus Knives, HVS versus G.
Oh, you know what? We could do that, and G's gonna win. Believe me.
He'll sick the dog on him. That's why.
Yeah.
You kidding? You know how old his dog is? It would not get to him before G did, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
G's
that
got
dog
the
was
reach,
vicious.
man. G's got reach.
Oh yeah.
G's got some serious reach. His arms are
about 20 feet apart. G's almost halfway there.
Hey,
yeah,
you know
he
they
used
used
to reach
to
out and tap.
they used to shove horseradish up horses' asses to sell them to make them look more energetic and lively, even though they were all broken and wore out. We can get that dog moving.
Oh, you
No
leave Earl alone.
Those
Wait,
G-
are you talking about shoving
Correct.
horseradish up HVS's ass?
Horses.
You're gonna shove horses up HVS's ass?
Yeah, what kind of weird animalistic Bob's fantasy are
What
you
the
talking
fuck is
about?
going on?
Fuck, man.
What the
Canadians
fuck?
and guys from
What the
Houston are all
fuck is
fucked
this?
up.
That's gonna end in a lot of,
Yo, fuck this
I
shit.
had
I'm
way
out.
too much to drink, dude. This is not the greatest conversation to listen to drunk.
Nah, this is the
Nah,
best
dude.
conversation to listen to when you're drunk.
Welcome to
May have
Gun
a
Yeah, for
Channels
some
After
reason,
Dark.
fucking no scope came out of nowhere.
Dude, it's not even after dark yet, bro. This is fucking like the wee early hours.
It's dark
Yes,
here in
but it's
California.
Ah, it's because it's winter and it gets darker sooner.
Yeah, it got dark at like 5:30 today. I didn't like it.
So I was at my gun shop today, looking at my silencer again because it's still in jail.
You just waiting on the paperwork?
Mm-hmm.
Did you bring in a cake with a file in it? So
Did
you
you-
get out?
Hey, did you do it the old-fashioned way, or did you do it the electronic filing way?
There's no electronic filing on Form 4s.
Ooh.
I
They're
did the
holding on to
electronic
it.
way when it came to my Form 1ing of a SPR, which I'm still waiting on that. But for Form 4s, you have to
have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah. But there's no electronic system anymore at all because they took it down completely.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Which
You
means
can't
you're probably
Form
going to
1
have to
anymore.
refile. Well, it means
What, did
you're
it
probably going
crash?
to
Or
have
did they just do away with it?
They
to
just did
fucking
away with it because
inconvenience everybody.
well, they did away with it now because of like they have to bring up a new form or they have to retool it. because it's not set up to run the way it's supposed to.
So you're in limbo on the SBR thing.
No, I'm just waiting on the. Yeah, actually, I guess I am. I'm just waiting on them to approve it.
Have you called them and said, "Hey, I heard you guys had to take down this site. What about the people who filed beforehand?"
Oh no, the people who
Where's
filed
my
before they took it on the site are fine.
Yeah. Flippy, I was going to ask, like, when you went to Tulsa, what guns did you bring?
My Glock.
That was it?
Yeah.
Not any of those super cool ARs and AKs that you own?
Nope. I wasn't going to take an AR or an AK anyways. I was going to take my Noveski if it got put together in time, but it didn't. Anyways,
Really?
I didn't get to go to the.
You only have that one Glock that you carry?
Yeah, my one
Did
Glock.
anyone check, like, did you actually shoot it? Did anyone check to make sure it wasn't airsoft?
No.
Oh,
I don't even know I was carrying it.
confirmation of Flippy.
Oh,
Oh
so
yeah,
you didn't
Dano
even
and Foos
shoot?
both met me.
So yeah, okay, but did you shoot your gun with them or?
No, I didn't make it on the shooting day. I showed up 2 days after the shooting day.
I heard your story about candy.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's kind of near gun shows
What
too.
happened?
we
Like,
don't
I have a
even know
list.
if you could own a gun, so you could actually be a felon, and because nobody's actually seen you with your own guns.
They
got
saw
a
him
rifle
buy
now.
an airfield.
Oh, more conspiracy, man! I'm gonna talk to Misa.
No, he bought a rifle at
And
the same
Dano,
place Foos-
yeah, they saw me buy a rifle.
Oh, so you bought a bolt-action rifle, so we know you own a bolt-action rifle.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you own that gun, not for
He
sure.
bought a Commonwealth rifle too.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
He got the 303.
Yeah. It's from the Indians, dude. The red dot, no feather Indians.
Yeah, the good
The
one.
ones
no,
whose
we don't call
pottery
them that.
means even less.
We don't call them
Are
that.
you-
It's
are
either
you-
what is it? Slurpee Indians or Casino Indians.
Boopa Loopa or ooh.
I got it from a Slumdog Millionaire, yeah.
There you go.
All right, man. Well, that's cool. You own a rifle now. At least we know that.
Yeah.
And a soft pistol.
No Scope snuck in here. When did you get here, No Scope?
Oh, Dano and Foos never saw my pistol, dude.
I got here a while ago.
Carrying.
I've been kind of like La La Land, so
Yeah, I got it just in time to hear about y'all talking about shoving things up horses' asses.
you fucking
Oh, time to jump in.
don't torture horses by trying to shove them up HBS.
I was just trying to tell you can get that dog moving if you had to.
Again, are you talking about HVC or HVS?
G-Web's
You're like, yeah, we could get HVS moving if we had to have this horse.
I guess that would work.
Nah, you just put a bar of gold in front of him. He'll get moving.
Yeah, I was just gonna say bar gold and a stick
Throw a
of
chunk of silver at him.
Just lay down little silver ingots. Like, ooh, piece of silver. Ooh,
But
piece of silver.
Then he'd put down the knife and he wouldn't go through the fight. He would look at the silver and he would just tell G all about silver. And he'd be like, you know.
Yeah, then he'd
And then
You
G
know.
would just shoot him and put him out of it. And you feel like, no.
You guys are just being mean.
Well,
Just being
when in
honest.
Rome.
welcome to Troll Channels.
Troll channel. I feel I'm allowed to be mean after, I've been like called
You
a
weren't really
permanent
violated.
That
California.
was just Flippy. I mean, it's one thing that, if you want to get back at Flippy, then that's fine. But like, go after
Yeah.
everybody else.
Do like Knives
Go after
does.
Flippy. He's the one who starts it all.
Nah, dude, I'm completely innocent in all this shit.
Oh no, that's bullshit. You're not. Even though you were born. fucker. So you got slapped in the face when you were born because
Fucking Island's like, so this is the only slightly racist chat. Dude, earlier in fucking Matt's chat, Matt was talking about a movie where like dudes were inside of an elephant vagina hiding.
What?
Yeah.
What
It was
movie
great.
is that?
I don't know. It was that new shitty one. It was like the spy of who whatever me. But like that got brought up, and then we were just sitting there, like he was like, "What was I talking about?" I'm like, I have no fucking clue, dude. Fucking everything's invalid. Dudes are hiding inside of an elephant vagina.
Dude, is that Ace Ventura?
No,
Rhino. The
that
rhino.
was a rhino. That's so funny. Who just pops out of it naked in front of that family.
Yeah. Oh, look, kids, it's the miracle of birth.
He like comes out naked and screaming, and the guy's just like, "Oh dear God."
Ooh.
Z says you pay extra for that.
Yeah, it's Africa's very own donkey show. Is Hacksaw Ridge any good?
I don't know. I'm gonna find out in a little bit.
Okay, because I almost went out to go see it the other night.
I'm
I
actually
was
waiting.
PBR said he saw it and he liked it, so I think.
I'm
'Cause I was
waiting
gonna
for the
go
couple
see-
of board fight. So
Because like I was talking to my dad, and we were going to go see what was it called, The Accountant, but the only theaters showing it were like Cinemark and the shitty theaters. So I'm like, nah, I can't go see it there. He's like, well, why not? I'm like, well, because I don't want to go there because it's filled with not people. It's filled. I'm like, because the people who go to those theaters are garbage. And my dad's like, "Whoa, you just called a bunch of people garbage." I'm like, "Yep. Until they can prove to me they're people, they're garbage. I will not go to a theater like that." So we were like talking about going to the nice theater to go see Hacksaw Ridge, and we ended up deciding against it.
Hey, Flippy, off topic here.
Not like we were on topic, but go on.
Yeah, but does Noveski make the fucking, what is it, hog nose or pig nose or whatever, muzzle brake?
Yeah, they're the ones who they invented it. It's called the Flaming Pig.
there's two versions of it.
Yeah, there's the extra long, and there's the rib for her pleasure version.
I just thought
You got links for this?
one was bigger around than, like, the older one was bigger than the newer one.
Well, no, the newer one is actually longer than the older one. There's like
But
two.
it's
There's the
thinner in
X3.
diameter, right?
No, it's the same size. It's the KXX3 and the KXX5, I think.
Yeah, the 5 was like bigger around, wasn't it? Because they,
Nah, the 5
made
is
it taller
longer.
for different handguards or whatever.
All right, stop arguing about it. Post a fucking link so I can look at them.
I don't know. Will your computer actually let you go to this link, or is California going to like?
I don't know. We're gonna find out.
Yeah.
Here.
No, that's like.
I
shit.
may have to use the dark web.
There's just like weird shit where like I'll link things to Heavy, and Heavy be like, "Yeah, my computer's just not letting me see that." Yeah, there's the two: the KX3 and the KX5.
Oh, actually, the 3's bigger around than the 5. Barely.
125 fucking bucks.
Mm-hmm.
Was 3 the first one, or was 5 the first one?
I think 3 was the first one.
Okay. I remembered it was a little bit bigger around, and then they made it smaller in diameter for different size handguards or something. Like, it was one of the big complaints they had.
And then the 5 is longer.
Mhm.
Now, does it have that single baffle in it too?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy to clean.
Well, it's not a baffle. It's like a cone. Because a baffle, you can't have baffles. That makes it a silencer.
Oh yeah, well, whatever.
It's just the one cone, but
Yeah,
it's easy
it's
to
just a cone.
clean. The really nice thing about these is they sort of trick your gas system too. Like they tweak your gas system a little bit. So if you're running like a really short barreled AR, these actually sort of make them behave more like a mid-length.
Yeah, like they run these on all of their like 10s or their 7s and 8s and 7s.
Yeah, I like those.
They even toss them on their like 13s to make
I want
them.
the engraving like inlaid in bright orange paint though. Like I want people to see the pig.
The big obnoxious pig.
Mhm.
Yeah, I got a bunch of
yeah,
patches from
talking about the
Noveski
pig.
the other day. And one of them was like the Noveski pig.
Also, 125 bucks.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
You only got to buy it once.
Yeah.
You're right. But
Dude,
you know,
like-
if I maybe had if I had a Noveski barrel, you know. But
Oh,
You know, those
like I
actually
do?
work really good on those shitty little Diamondback AR pistols. Those things are fantastic for them.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a booster, so it works the same as like those pistol AKs.
Yeah, because it forces all the back pressure straight back, and it forces all the concussion straight forward. So
Yeah. Well, heavy if you want. I have an extra AR-15 barrel from Noveski with bolt carry group.
Trump supporters call for a Hamilton boycott.
Yeah, boycott Hamilton.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good luck with that. The total opposite end
So,
of Alaska
okay.
that I frequent is already going to stay dark until January.
you got my interest, Flippy. How much?
Oh.
Send me a text.
I was selling-
I don't want to cry on live air.
I was selling it for $600, but for you, I'll sell it and ship in all that jazz for only $550.
Just the barrel?
No, the barrel and the bolt carrier group.
Oh, okay.
And it's a
Yeah.
RCA bolt carrier group.
It'd be nice if I had the money, but I don't. So
If he had the money, he'd be in Arizona by now.
that's true too.
No, he wouldn't.
That's
He
true,
hates
too.
guns and loves California.
I don't know, man. If you're in like San Diego or something, it would be pretty hard to leave if you weren't a gun person. The weather's kind of nice down there.
See, Heavy's just hung up on all them California girls.
It's a pretty decent reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's why you live in Arizona and you just cross the border to bang.
The Beach Boys wouldn't write a song about him unless they were like grade A ass, you know?
Yeah, but they're almost all dead now, so they don't count.
The Beach
What,
Boys.
California girls or the Beach Boys?
I was gonna say there are a lot of California girls still here.
California girls. Still
What kind of
around.
horrifying disease is killing off the California girls?
Ask Charlie Sheen.
Yeah. It's Tiger Blood.
You nailed it right there on the
Yeah.
fucking nose, Charlie Sheen. So
Charlie Sheen's killing off the California.
Charlie Sheen's reenacting Platoon with fucking California
Oh,
girls.
God.
Jesus.
So he shoots a M16 at him and makes him dance.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. Fucking.
then he makes
What's
it
his
rain
name?
on him.
Who's the Green Goblin?
Willem Dafoe?
Yeah. Fucking William Dafoe's running around, tearing off his clothes, screaming while a bunch of California girls running up on him.
That's actually probably not too far from the church.
I don't know. Would you fuck William Dafoe?
No, I wouldn't.
I don't know. Let's ask Bob.
Technically, it's Willem, not Willem.
Bob, would you topless cage match Willem Dafoe?
No. I'll leave him for Flippy.
I like that skeptical tone. No.
Like you had to think about it for a second. No.
It's like
He's like,
It is
they're never
head-
going
it
to
is-
be able to get William Dafoe on board with this. No.
There was a hint of like doubt in his voice because he was thinking of that Snickers commercial where he was, Marilyn Monroe in the dress. He's like, no.
He was like thinking back. He was thinking back to fucking, what was it?
Flippy,
Saints?
now you're
The
really
Boondock Saints?
you're really not capable of imagining what I think.
Was that Boondock Saints that William Dafoe
Yeah.
was dressed up
Yeah.
like a fucking woman? Yeah.
Yeah, he was dressed up like a hooker. It was amazing.
Yeah, Bob's like thinking back to that, being like, William Dafoe.
We're all getting banned tonight.
He had like a gold plate.
Flippy, I keep saying you're not even capable of getting close to my imagination. So, I mean, I don't know why you keep trying. I mean, your personal fantasies are not mine.
Flippy, don't
I
try.
don't
It's
know.
I
a-
would just imagine your personal mind would contain a lot of beavers, a lot of maple syrup, and a lot
SVT
of-
40s.
and a Browning High Power coated
Yeah.
in maple syrup for his pleasure.
Oh wow.
Okay.
And tomorrow I'm gonna wake up with an email from G being like, "Well, it was
You've
great.
been banned.
I'm glad you paid to like hang out, but I have to regret to inform you, don't let the door hit you in the ass."
You have been banned.
Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Get the fuck out.
Yeah. Well, we would, but we know Flippy's just challenged.
Flippy goes
Yeah.
to log back in. Username and password are invalid. What the fuck?
There is no user with that username on this site.
Reason for ban: threatened my dog with horseradish.
Actually,
Yeah.
That's gonna be my ban notice.
Yeah, you did threaten to put horseradish in G-Web's dog. I mean, that's
So he'd have a fighting chance against HVS with a knife.
You also threatened to put a horse in HVS.
Well, that kind of counteracts that. You might actually get an award for that. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna get an achievement for that one.
Let's not forget, it was all started with Hosh and feeling the pain.
Oh yeah.
Bob,
Bob
Hosh is
was-
going to be under me and
Hosh-
feeling the pain. 2016.
Seriously, man, if we meet and we have a chance with those knives, I'm quite willing to go one-on-one with Hosh with electro knives. I don't have a problem with that.
Oh, is that what they call vibrators in Canada?
I stabbeth thee. with my electric
Maybe in your world, Flippy, but I'm pretty sure
At Hell's Heart, I stab at
electrical
thee.
charge through the vibrators. That seems a little extreme.
Oh, he was quick on the draw on that one.
I stabbeth thee in the
I
holiest of holes.
Rapier of electric wonderment.
Hell's dark heart, I stab at thee.
Well, wouldn't it be Hell's Brown Heart? I stab at thee.
Oh, yeah, that's
Hell's
true.
pinky brown eye, I stab
Well,
at.
unless you're from LA and you've had it bleached, I guess. How about that? Heavy, does that hurt to get your butthole bleached?
I wouldn't know. I've never had to bleach my butthole.
Oh, you're from California. I thought everybody did that.
If you're so curious about it, Bob, when you come on down, I'm sure somebody will bleach your butthole for you. Just come-
Well, no,
Heavy.
I think like pour Jabix on that part of your body, that's gonna hurt.
Heavy, haven't you learned by now that you never enter into a battle of wits with an unarmed man?
Oh,
Yeah, he's got nothing to lose, dude. You don't know what he's gonna say. Honestly, Heavy, I thought you were gonna say, you're like, well, when you come on down, I thought you were gonna be like, I'll just bend over and you can see. It's like, no, Heavy, don't do that. That's an open invitation to Bob.
I would never do that to a guy who's after making guys feel the pain underneath him using electric vibrators and shock sticks and nipple clamps and shit like that. I don't know.
I don't know what the hell to call you guys.
Bob's like, I got a car battery, some jumper cables, and 20 minutes to kill. Let's have a good time.
Now, Flippy, your new name is Homo Promoter because you keep talking about having extension of homosexual sex. I don't know.
That's kind of the pot calling the kettle names, Bob.
Yeah, Bob, it'd be closer to the homo police because I'm not letting you get away with your homo crime.
Please. I know.
Watch his brown eye, I stabbeth thee.
I only lie with women, not like you guys. If I was so-
Yeah, he lies to women and he fucks men.
Too far, Flippy. Too far.
Anytime you want to bring it back to guns, that's cool.
Thunder Gun Express.
Flippy, you just went to the head of the list.
His lipstick list.
Damn,
Now, is that the list of head or head of the list?
Oh,
You're not helping, Highland.
the head of the list.
Oh, okay.
Number one on my hip.
I was just trying to get it back to guns, and then it didn't happen.
Bob's
So
like, I got a special lipstick for you.
Oh, Flippy, you know I don't want to put lipstick on a panda. Just those little big eyes looking at me, that's enough.
That's a turn on.
Oh, it's a trigger.
It reminds them of some Asian chicks.
True, eh? Isn't that true?
No safe space here.
Oh.
There'll be no there you go. What is that? Rage Against the Machine. There'll be no shelter here.
There will be no safe.
No diaper pins allowed.
What did you do?
The CH-34 is an ugly looking fucking helicopter. I'll tell you that.
Is that the Chinook?
No, it's the
Chinook is
Viet-
a 47.
yeah, the Vietnamese or the
That's the
Vietnam
one with
era
that big
Sikorsky.
bulbous front end on it.
Yeah, with
Isn't that called like the Goonie Bird or something like that?
I don't know.
What is it?
The double decker.
Yeah, it's where
I know
the
what you're talking
cockpit's
about
up by the rotor head.
Did they use those in Korea or was it just Vietnam?
Vietnam. Well, I don't know about. No,
They
I
might
think
have
don't
used it
remember
for
the show
too.
They could have used it in Korea. It was out in 54.
Yeah, that big bulge out in the front, that's the motor. And, well, yeah, it was originally a rotary engine, like
Bob likes the big bulges out front.
I
Here we
tried.
go.
and later on, changed it to a turbine.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Almost got away with it.
I fucking
just when
tried
I
to
think
change
I'm
it.
just when I think I'm out, they drag me back in.
Shotgun a beer.
Actually, sounds like a plan. I'll be right back.
Hey, give me one too.
First one was a radial engine, actually. 9-cylinder. Big. Up front.
Yeah,
Weren't those
but
being
what,
prototyped?
900 horsepower?
Weren't they being prototyped in like World War One or World War Two?
It's the same engine that was used in the T-28 plane, the Trojan.
Helicopters? I think helicopters were prototyped in World War II. I think the Germans were the first to come up with one.
Yeah, and then the Americans.
She was the first to come up with one, but
Yeah, the Americans used some for right at the end of the war to do some pilot recoveries and rescues in Burma.
Did you say Gavin was the first to come up with them?
wasn't Da Vinci designed the first fucking helicopter?
Oh,
Well,
it doesn't count.
His design might count, but it didn't actually work.
That's true.
You ever seen that video of the guy that he's a Frenchman and he developed a parachute and he jumped off the Eiffel Tower and pretty much fell to his death because it didn't work?
Didn't the second guy who did it jump out of a hot air balloon though?
Yeah, I think that would work. But the first guy jumped off the Eiffel Tower. And
He was so sure it would work, he wouldn't use like a bungee type cable thing to catch him or a net.
And they actually videotaped it. It's one of the earliest videotapes of death
the base jumper
that we have a record of.
It was the first recording for Faces of Death Part 1. Followed by the guy who parachuted into an island full of crocodiles.
Yay. Talk about bad luck. You're like, oh, fuck yeah, an island. I'm not going to go in the water.
They were all on the beach, just waiting for him.
Is that real? Is that a real story?
Yeah, I think it was in the very first Faces of Death. Like this guy was parachuting in on an island, and the whole island was littered with crocodiles right on the beach.
Damn, that would suck.
Yeah.
I wonder if he Wile E. Coyote, where he just like looked up and started blowing into his parachute. We start seeing the beach. He's like, what are those green? Those are a bunch of. Why are all these logs on the beach? Oh my god!
Fuck this.
Were there any like fucking trees on the island he could have aimed for?
Aim for the bushes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Dude, these Vietnamese ain't fucking standing a chance up on this fire base.
Just so you know, I didn't shotgun a beer. I grabbed a couple of Guinnesses and I'm drinking those.
Who was saying earlier they didn't like Guinness? Because Guinness is fantastic.
Wait, I just heard the question. Who needs to get their ass whooped?
I don't like Guinness out of a can. The store-bought cans are fucking disgusting. But
Oh, with the widget
They got
in
the
it?
bottles.
Oh yeah, you got to put it in a glass.
I like
Oh,
off
they
tap.
got the bottles. Yeah, tap is better.
Yeah, all day.
But actually,
Guinness-
Guinness is actually pretty weak, dude. It's only 4% alcohol.
It's so chocolatey though.
Guinness has like the consistency of like
Used
10W30
motor
motor oil.
Yeah.
Some good ass.
Good
motor.
though.
Guinness is best when made into an Irish car bomb.
Oh yeah.
That's the drink that Guinness strives to be.
Now I got a fucking Mac 10 suppressed. Goddamn commando
Hey, you're
ass shit.
playing in a Vietnam offensive, right? How come you don't have a China Lake?
Well, the guy in my fire team does.
Ah, nice.
Stoner 63.
That'd be good too.
Got them XM
Dude,
177.
I used to murk people in Black Ops with the Stoner 63. In multiplayer, it's awesome.
Dude, this thing shoots fast as fuck.
Oh, I guess we're almost ready for the main event.
What's that?
Oh,
Andre Ward and Crusher Kovalev. They're fighting tonight. It's supposed to be a big one.
What's that? WWF?
It's supposed to be huge.
Huge.
No, it's WBA boxing.
Oh. You hear that? What's that guy? McGregor's wanting to fight Mayweather.
Again?
Yeah.
It's like
I don't know.
he's the only guy in UFC that has two concurrent titles right now.
Yeah.
Well, I saw something that McGregor, he wants to do one more fight and then he's going to retire.
Probably.
That dude is rich as fuck.
Well, he's not Mayweather type of rich though.
Nah. Well, who knows what that guy spends his money on? He can't even read.
Hookers and blow.
I'm just here to read
Child
the
support
code.
and spousal abuse.
Yeah, probably child support.
spends all his money on fucking Hooked on Phonics?
Bugatti Veyrons and Cheerons. That's where his money is.
Gold-plated Hooked on Phonics books.
I don't know. It's like everybody who knows anything about boxing says the same thing about Floyd Mayweather. As a businessman and as a champion, you can't dog him for it. But if you ever watch one of his fights, it's fucking boring as shit.
Oh, dude, that fucking.
Because he's like a super defensive outboxer. So I mean, he's always pushing off and kind of juking and jiving away and just running away. But he's good at it, and he can't be beaten because they can't catch him and stop him in time.
Yeah. I used to like those Roy Jones Jr. fights.
Oh yeah, his first couple of years were badass.
Little cocky little motherfucker.
Yeah, I mean he could not be beaten. He was at what? He started off at cruiserweight, and then he got up to light heavy. Or no, he started off at super middleweight, and he just shot up to cruiserweight really quickly. And then he fought like Tony Bellew.
Wasn't he the pound for pound greatest champion or whatever?
For years. And then he moved up to light heavyweight in his first bout, and he barely won it. And in the second one, he got knocked out, and then it was all downhill from there.
Yeah, my sister got tickets to the Pacquiao Mayweather fight, and she won't tell us who she blew or how much she paid for those tickets.
Talk about a fucking boring ass fight.
That was.
Yeah.
I mean, if he was really hurt, then he should have said something. They could have rescheduled that.
We ordered it, and my roommate the whole time just stood up in front of everybody and pretended that he was Pacquiao and was like boxing the television. We were like, Cameron, just sit the fuck down. We can't see anything.
Actually, Pacquiao looked pretty decent in his first fight back a couple weeks ago, like 2 weeks ago. But his pay-per-view sales were shit because he fought somebody that nobody wanted him to watch him fight.
He only did that Mayweather fight for money. Both of them only did it for money.
You think so? Like, I mean, if he took it now, I think he actually wants to beat him.
Well,
I
this
remember
is
hearing
going to be
about the fight, but I can't remember what it was.
Mayweather should just take it. Like, they need to appeal to his greed. They'll just be like, look, why don't you just set it up, one fight, winner take all, and if you win, not only do you take the entire purse, but you end 50-0, and nobody will ever doubt you. But but he won't take it. Like they're not going to appeal to his greed because everybody wants to get paid.
Yeah.
Well, duh.
Win or lose, Mayweather would have made more money than Pacquiao, no matter what.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
how he had it. That's how he had it set up.
If they can do a winner take all, there's no way he wouldn't take it. I don't think he would. As a business person, he could not turn that down.
I have to agree with you on that one.
Because like everything favors him. He can just do what he did in the first fight. You know, whether or not Pacquiao was hurt.
What was he hurt with?
He had a torn rotator cuff in his left shoulder, and he
shit.
actually did get surgery on it, and that's why he didn't come back for almost a year. I mean, that last fight we saw was his first one back since his surgery, and he's got the scar to prove it. So I mean, it was totally done. It's just, did he use that as an excuse, or did he just try to tough it out, or whatever? You know, there's a lot of speculation behind it.
He wanted the payday. How do you think he paid for that surgery?
Yeah, but it didn't cost him $200 million or $400 million or however
Yeah,
much.
they made a fucking lot of money.
It pretty
That's
much
even
helped
more
fund his
version, dude.
campaign in the Senate.
Dude, if somebody offered me $200 million to get in the ring with somebody I know is going to whoop my ass if I don't have if one of my arms isn't working right, I'm still taking the money.
Well, yeah,
I'll go in there, I'll go in there, I'll get my ass whipped if I know I couldn't handle it because I don't have one good arm because one arm's bad.
I just think the promoters and the fans and everyone
$200
would have been like, "Hey, look, if you need to do this in 6 months, let's just do this the right way." You know, like you're
no
still gonna
way,
get paid.
dude. The money. It's all about the money.
Well, that's the thing. If they got to agree to it, and then he said he was hurt, can they reschedule? That gives them all that extra time to promote it further to make even more off of it when they actually go into the ring.
Nah, people would actually lose interest. To be, oh fuck this, he's dodging him, da 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 da, and yeah, people wouldn't buy. They'd be
Yeah, but he's not Mayweather. Mayweather's the king of Floyd Fight Ducker Jr. is what he's nicknamed because if he doesn't have a sure thing, he doesn't take the fight. I mean, that's why his last fight was against Andre Berto, which is the guy was like practically a nobody, and it was a lopsided 12-round decision. I don't know. I'd like to see that fight before either one of them say, "Look, this is it. That's it. I'm done." Like Mayweather's already said that, but I think you can still appeal to his greed. He wants number 50 because he wants to beat Marciano, not just tie him. Well, at least we got off of naked cage fighting.
Oh, well, we were off it until you brought it back up, yeah, cocksucker.
I'll say we scared Bob off.
God damn it!
Say Bob had to leave. He just was getting
I don't
too
want to
hot and
bore
bothered
everybody
by
with boxing chat.
Hashasi.
I'm just waiting for the main event, and I got to cut out, but I can do this in the meantime.
Bob had to go get some more fucking liquor for this chat.
Bob's like, I'm not liquored up enough.
I am the liquor.
Look at me. Look at me.
Ooh,
I am
Scope's
the
still
alcohol
in here?
now.
It's a liquor.
Who?
No Scope is still in here.
Yeah.
Dude, totally look into getting a 686. I just started reading the chat. Here, I'll even entice you with some 686 porn. Give me a sec. Let me grab it.
Fuck is a 686?
I'll show you. Give me a
Smith
second.
& Wesson 686.
Is that the one? With
They're fantastic.
Is that the one with the comp on the barrel?
Nope. This is what I call
That's the 586 L comp is what you're thinking of. This is the
this
stainless
is
version.
this is the poor man's Rick Grimes right here. There you
I
go.
moved on from revolvers, dude.
Poor
Revolvers
man,
are
my
cool.
ass.
What?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What do
There
you
you
mean,
go.
poor man's Rick Grimes? Dude? What are you
Compared to a
talking
Colt Python in this 6-inch barrel, it's the poor man's Rick Grimes.
No, it really is because like you can get 686 for around $600, and for a comparable Colt Python, you'll pay.
Man, where the
about
fuck can you get a
2,000,
686 for $600? You can get a used
Just
one.
recently at the Round Rock Gun Show, man, they had a 686 Plus for $600.
I have the
brand
option.
new.
How used does that look to you? Like
I don't look
polished
old.
the shit
It
out of
don't look used enough. How's that? I'm right back at you.
I've probably put about 8,000 rounds through this thing, and I've only had it a year.
Nice. See, now that's the kind of talk I like hearing.
But see, I polished the hell out of it. When I first got it, it was pretty scuffed up because this was a range gun, and I bought it off of them after they kept it for a year. I paid $130 for it.
What?
Jesus.
Did I just hear
That's
you
a
say?
steal.
What?
That is
Really?
quite the steal.
Are you shitting me?
Nope.
Wait, you paid $100-something for that revolver?
$130.
Whoa!
I'm calling
Now,
bullshit.
wait, I don't want to mislead you. I did trade my PPK and got that for $130 difference.
Oh, okay.
That's much more.
Okay.
That makes
That's
He
much
didn't,
more.
he didn't give me the time to lead into that.
You
But
gave up
cash-wise,
the
yes, I paid on it.
PPK? Was it like a old PPK or a new one?
It was a Smith & Walther. It was when I bought it.
Don't
I
even
wanted-
matter.
Well, I wanted the blued one, and I mistakenly ordered the stainless one, and it never agreed with me, so I let it go.
Now those
Yeah, fair enough.
the older PPKs,
They're worth a good
lot
penny.
of money. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like one of my old roommates, he had like a pre-68 PPK. I told him, I was like, if you ever decide to sell this, please let me know because I will buy it from you.
The sniper's pistol, dude.
But yeah, if you want to get a 680,
Nothing
for
fancy.
your wife's carry,
Oh, I don't think she'll carry
Was it
it.
for carry or was it for home use? I couldn't quite.
Home.
Okay.
okay.
I
Because
mean,
that
there's
comes
it
in
doesn't
like
have
three
to be.
sizes.
It could be a 586. I mean, there's a couple other options. I mean, and you said that budget isn't really. I mean, I don't want to misunderstand. You said that that's not really the most important part, because then, if that is the case, I might try and steer you towards a performance center just to because it'll have a smoother trigger and shit.
Well, I can get the standard 686 for less than 200. For less than $600 new.
Yeah.
Well, that's
a good
something
deal.
you said for that.
What
I mean, you already know I live in a geographically isolated area, so for me to hear something like that for under $600, it's mind blowing because it don't happen out here.
What
They
length
want
barrel
like
is that one?
800 and more, pretty much.
That doesn't happen out here in California either.
Oh, if you were to go buy it off the shelf, it's $800. But what I have to do is do the qualified professional deal.
Oh, very nice, very
Yeah.
nice.
Then it's just under, what is it? Bud's Gun Shop has 686s for $577 or $630 if I want the 686 plus.
That's the one I probably would have recommended. I mean, like mine's the 6-shot, but I mean, if you can get the 7 for just a couple bucks more with like a 4-inch barrel, that's
Yeah.
perfect.
I'm well, or maybe for her a 4, but 3 is like technically perfect for everything.
Do they do
right?
less than a 3-inch though?
I want to find.
I believe they
I
do.
want to
Yeah,
find
They
the
have
four.
whether it was the what's the name of the place that does all the special stuff?
Fucking
Halo?
Yankee's got a 686 plus and with a 3-inch barrel.
He's got
he
a
does.
586
He was using
plus
that.
L comp.
L-comp, and then when he sent that
He
one
does
away, he was carrying a 686 plus.
Yeah,
He does have a 3-inch.
Yes.
in 3-inch.
Yep.
What doesn't Yankee have? I mean, really.
Right, that's not really fair to compare.
Mateba Unica 6, he does not have.
He probably
You
doesn't
don't have a
a
TR8.
He doesn't have
Yeah,
a
he doesn't
TR8.
have one of those.
He doesn't have an
Yeah, he has to
R8
support terrorism, apparently.
yet.
Yeah, I don't think he'll ever have.
But he does have a
mechanic.
460 emergency survival, which is pretty badass,
and a 500.
and a 500.
Yeah, he's got a 500.
I've got the 500 backpacker with the bears on it.
Oh, nice.
Which is nice.
I polished the shit out of
Talking
that,
about the 686, I inherited a first run 8 3/8-inch barreled model from my granddad right before he passed away. So
An 8 3/8-inch barreled
Yeah.
one, like literally, it's the one from Johnny Dangerously. It shoots through schools, except it's not the 88 Magnum.
yeah, pretty much.
I mean, literally, it's that long. Where or Jack Nicholson in the first Batman, where he's pulling it out, and it takes him about half a week to get there.
Oh yeah,
that
that's
one-
the 2 or 3 meter long one. Yeah, kind of. No, I
Does
think
that one have the silhouette sights on it?
it does not.
What
It
are you
has standard sights.
overcompensating for?
Dude.
To need a
Nothing.
gun
This
like
pistol
that?
is a tack driver.
I would imagine
with that
it
fucking
shoots
barrel
laser.
on it, I bet. Yeah.
Yeah, I would think it shoots
Plus,
a
there's
laser.
no when it's that long, the recoil is severely dampened, so it's great. It's awesome. Great gun. I'm never gonna get rid of that gun.
Why aren't you trying to convince
I'll
us-
have you know
You're
that
all
the
right.
Joker's gun was actually a Smith & Wesson Model 15.
Yeah, it was.
With a
30
21
special with like a what was it, like 4 or 5 foot long barrel?
21-inch.
Oh,
20
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, Heavy, what are you trying to say?
I was just asking. I said, how come you're not trying to convince him to get a TR8?
Because the scandium frame makes it like really, really snappy.
Are you kidding?
I would disagree with Snappy.
Yeah,
But then
it's
again,
not-
I'm not a small individual either.
I've got.
I mean, it has a 5-inch barrel, so I don't know that I want to call it snappy.
I've got his R8 with a 2-inch barrel, and even that's not snappy.
All right, fair enough.
I have a PD?
Because it's an end
360
frame,
whatever.
so I mean, it's huge.
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 Yeah, and it is an end frame, so it is that much larger.
I'll put it to you this way: my night guard weighs just about the same as just the cylinder on my 500 Magnum.
You want a 4-inch? Man, I'd almost tell you to get like a 28 or a 27. I mean, because the weight on that, it's not gonna recoil. I mean, you're gonna be able to crack walnuts with it in your off time, like no problem.
Maybe we should just find him my night guard.
Dude, I have a 360 PD, and that shit like weighs negative weight.
Well, yeah, same frame as ours. I don't know. My
Compare-
dad.
No, that's smaller. I think it's like a K or something like that, isn't it?
It's a J frame.
This is a J frame.
Yeah, it's a J frame, but it's still a scandium frame with the titanium cylinder.
Have you taken that thing out more than just the once?
No, because I haven't bought more ammo for it yet. Because I'm still waiting on B-Gert to send it to me.
Ammo?
Yeah.
Why?
You know they sell it at a store, right?
Because he owes me ammo.
Oh,
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you can't get ammo in the meantime.
It's like,
just go buy a box of 38
an hour and a half away.
Yeah, I'm just kind of like, I don't really care about revolvers, is what I realized.
You didn't hear about Milsurps
That's a
until you bought an
shame.
Enfield.
Yeah, but it's not like I thought they were neat, then I bought an Enfield, now I'm like, Milsurps suck.
No, you went to a gun show and you're like, ooh, candy.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
I
oh
own
wait,
a
money in my
revolver now,
pocket.
and I'm just kind of like, they're overrated.
I only have one revolver, and it's an old Model 10.
Which is nice. That's a 38 special. That's a great revolver.
The heavy barrel
but
one?
Flippy,
It's from
the one that he has.
34.
Is it the heavy barrel one, the thick one?
No, it's a five
so.
screw. It's a 5-screw model though.
Oh wow. See,
Yeah, I don't
my
think
only
Flippy has
revolver
a-
is that 686 that I have. So
Like Flippy did not like revolvers because of the revolver that he has. I don't think that he has either you want to call it a common or popular or well used revolver. So to me, he's basing his opinion on
You're saying
a
I
poor
got
sample
shoot my
size.
686 or
No,
my
I just
44.
don't like them because they're impossible to aim.
What?
Oh
No,
man,
they're so easy to aim.
you are
They're the
just
easiest
mistaken
thing to
completely
aim.
now.
I mean, okay, he's got a J-frame with a really short gutter sight radius.
Exactly,
Probably.
and that's what I'm saying. He's not shooting.
I grew up shooting
something that would make you want.
What I was just saying in the chat was I found out that my 642 does not like the heavier grain bullets. With 158 grains, I can't even hit an 8-inch pie plate at 30 feet.
Wow.
But if I drop down to 125, I'll chew out a 3-inch bullseye, no problem.
Nice.
So it just doesn't stabilize the 158s at all.
But what I was getting at for him is like he's got gutter sights. He doesn't have like any type of sight that's on a 686, a 586, a 28, a 27, a 19.
Python.
Well, yeah. Let alone a fucking Python or a Mateba or any of that shit. So,
like
yeah.
he doesn't have proper sights.
So I just don't. I think he's missing out. Like he's discounting revolvers before he has a chance to really appreciate what the reason you like revolvers.
Yeah. Dude, Flippy, you can get like an old Model 10 for like $200, $250.
Yeah, but he's
And-
still going to be dealing with the gutter sight thing in the back.
I mean,
That might be where his problem
He's
is.
like a 19 or newer. You know what I mean?
I shoot fine with my Model 10, but I only shoot it
I
every
gotta remember, you ain't Flippy though, Matt.
I know, I'm not married and have a lot of money.
Well, no, that ain't what I meant at all. You already didn't start with a bias against revolvers. We're trying to
Nah,
convince him to move past
I
that.
didn't start with a bias against revolvers. I started with it wasn't even
You're
a bias, dude.
indifferent.
I thought they were cool. I'm like,
Yeah.
yo, revolvers are rad. And now I'm like, semi-auto is more reliable and better.
Oh, thank God Yankee's not in this chat.
Dude, you could pick up like a single action army from like 1880.
No. That would bore him.
And it would be more reliable than like a fucking Glock.
That would bore him to tears.
Well,
I'll
no,
tell you right now.
I have a
he has a
challenge.
point, though, right? He has a point in that, okay, if you have a malfunction on a semi-automatic pistol, you can tap rack bang, you can drop the magazine, there's certain tricks or whatever you can try and do.
Mm-hmm.
If a revolver has a jam or it doesn't want to rotate,
that's true.
That's out of commission for the most part.
That's only happened to me once, and that was only because I didn't crimp the bullets tight enough.
But that was
that's exactly what happened to
that
Flippy,
happen.
though.
It doesn't
That
really
happened
happen.
to me.
That happened to
the
you?
time I took it out.
With a
Yes,
357, that happened to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was using arms core ammo.
Yeah, like, that happened my first time taking it out, and I'm
So
like,
you
I
were
was
using
terrified
ammo that
pushing the
was
bullet
made
back
in a
in.
jungle clearing. You're
Wow.
wondering why it jumped.
Go buy
Nah,
a
dude, I was just
box
like-
of Winchester white box.
Yep.
357.
Exactly.
Like after that, I'm like, yo, this revolver shit's for the birds. I'm gonna stick with semi-autos. 'Cause
Man,
when
I
bullets
just
break,
I'm gonna
I can
respectfully
fix it in the
disagree,
field.
dude, because I shot both and I like both, but man, I enjoy shooting revolvers more, especially like at the range. Like I literally enjoy it more.
The only time I had my cylinder lock up was with my hand loads with a 454 Casull. I fired it, there was click, bang, and then I rotated the cylinder and it got stuck. And I'm sitting there going, what the fuck am I going to do? So I took the gun home like 2 hours later, and I had to sit there with a brass rod and a brass hammer and just tap the bullet back down the casing just enough to get that cylinder to open.
Wow.
And then
Yeah,
I
that's
started
I'd be scared of that.
then
I
I
had
started
to-
crimping them extra tight.
I had to do that at the range with a rod. The entire time, I'm like, please don't fucking just go off and I lose my hand.
Right.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, and Flippy, that was cheap ammo, brother.
I was literally like sitting there the entire time, like, God, please don't let this gun take my hand from me.
And up until that point, I thought Arms Corps was decent. At least I had never heard of that.
They're semi. Well, I think
The
it's
22
because, okay,
TCM rounds they make.
they
are
don't
just
have to
fine.
crimp. They don't have to crimp. They don't have to crimp semi-auto rounds that much
Right.
because you don't have to worry about cylinder rotation. Freaking, so they just jumped in and said, "Hey,
So
look,
rather
we'll do
38
this."
specials or whatever.
So they probably
Yeah.
crimped it like they would a semi-auto round rather than a revolver round.
okay.
Yeah, the 22 TCMs they make are just fine. But like you said, they're not crimped because they're not revolver rounds.
Well, I mean, don't they make Arms Corps? Don't they also they make all kinds of calibers, not just like 9mm and all that, right?
9mm 45 to 22 TCM 223. They do a lot of semi-auto rounds. They don't do a lot of revolver rounds.
But they do
They
what?
just start-
38 and 357, correct?
Yeah, right now. I
I'm
know
sick
they
of
may
that.
even do 44 mag now too, but maybe the word has gotten back to them and they realize that they now have to crimp this shit. So
Flippy
shit.
said you guys are fucking up.
They do 10mm, 22 TCM, 22 TCM 9R, whatever that is, 32, 357, 38, 38 Super, 380, 40, 44 Magnum, 45 ACP. They do everything now. Shit, they do
Okay.
500 Magnum now.
Wow.
That's probably some of the most affordable 500 that
Dude,
you can get, I
I
bet.
would not touch that 500 Magnum. I'd be
No, that
terrified.
sounds a little sketchy.
Flippy, you also got to realize, dude, they
You know what,
produce-
Sean? You let me know.
Hey,
I'm checking right now.
They-
Actually,
they-
you're right.
they mass produce ammunition. You might have got a bad batch.
Dude,
Yeah,
all I
shit
know
does
is
happen.
if I had a 500 Smith & Wesson and that shit happened to me, that gun, I'm just like, all right, this gun's not mine anymore. And I just put it on the range
Just
table
lay it
and I
down.
walk away.
All right, so Arms Corps 20 round box of 500 Magnum. They use a 300 grain bullet. $28, $29.
Dude, that isn't the cheapest, or is that right up there for cheapest?
I'll tell you. I'll put it to you this way: the first box I ever bought for mine, 20 round box, was $60. So
Yeah,
it's
that's what I
half
thought.
price.
I thought it was almost 2 to 3 times as much, or somewhere 2.5 times as much.
But I mean, I can reload 500 myself for 19 cents a round.
Oh wow.
If
So-
you have the brass, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if
buy
you don't
Star
have the
Mine.
brass, that goes up substantially.
Oh yeah. Once you get the brass, like I always tell people that with reloading, I'm like, the initial layout costs you money, but the second reload, it's already in the green. because you get to, if you keep your brass, you know, that's an expense you don't have to spare a second time or a third time until you start splitting them, which just means you're over crimping or you're over juicing them.
And that is the awesome thing about revolvers and reloading is you don't have to chase brass around the place.
Not at all.
Yeah, especially since none of my ranges let me pick up brass. I'm like, well,
When I was
fuck you,
on my
don't have to drop
Texas
it.
tour, I wasn't saving brass. I mean, because I was on vacation and everything. Dude, I think I made friends at every single range I went to with the 338 and 357. And then one of the places where I was shooting the 308, it was bouncing off the wall next to me and just landing right on the table. There was smiles like it was Christmas time, dude. You thought I was Santa Claus.
Hey, Sean, so your range won't let you pick up your own brass? Is that
If
what
it
you
hits the
just said?
floor, it's no longer yours, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah,
nobody.
if it hits the range floor, it's not yours. You can't pick it up.
I think my outdoor range lets you pick up because they do this stop the range, clear, go change your targets, and walk back for like 20
Our range
minutes.
asks you to pick up the brass. The outdoor range.
Yeah, there's a
all
range like that out west of here called Best of the West, where they have like little tactical bays, and they
It's one of the best
ask you to
ranges.
pick up your brass.
Man, last time I was at the indoor range and the range officer came in, he was sweeping up the guy's brass next to me, and he came over and started sweeping my shit up. I just looked at him and said, "What the fuck are you doing? That's my fucking brass." He looks at me and he says, "Oh, I apologize. Here, you want this? You want this stuff from the guy
Well,
next to you?"
sometimes range rules are posted, so if they're posted, then he would probably say, "No, it's not." But I hear what you're saying, Scotty.
Yeah, the
there's-
one time I got to do a brass pickup there was a dude next to me. I got there the same time he did. He pulled up in like a fucking Maserati or something, and here I am poking around on my little Fiat, and then I can hear something pretty exciting in the lane next to me because he's in the lane next to me, and I'm starting to shoot off my 454, and he comes over to me and he sees like my buffet of revolvers. You know, I got my 686 and my 629, and I've got my 454 and I've got my 500 all on the table. And, you know, he was like, "Oh, that's pretty interesting." He's like, "Can I have a go?" And I'm like, "Yeah, go ahead." So I let him shoot each one of them. And then right before he leaves, he taps me on the shoulder. He goes, "Hey, would you like to try my Kunin?" I'm like, "Yeah."
And he said, yeah.
So I went over there and I shot his Kunin, and he had a mountain of 357 S&B brass just sitting there. And he goes, "By the way, you can have all this. I can tell you're a reloader." And he walked off. And I ended up with like 300 brass casings. I'm like,
Oh my
"Thank you."
god!
Yeah, that doesn't
dude,
happen
he's got a
like that.
Kunin.
S&B brass
He was totally gonna pull a flippy on that and said, "I'm not putting used
Yeah,
brass in
it's
this
like he
gun.
pulled up
Fuck
in a
that."
Maserati and he busted out a Kunin.
Yeah,
and
that's
he
a
unloaded
valid
300
point.
rounds. And he was just like,
Yeah.
"Here you go."
Yeah, that guy's got money for ammo.
Yet more proof that I exist.
Hey, Jack, I got a question of local lore for you.
What's that?
Did the range, the indoor, the range, open up yet?
I don't think so. Not yet. Last time I heard, they were still looking for people to work there. So.
Really? So I was
don't
just there.
think it's open up yet. I haven't
Where's
really
this
been
at?
paying attention.
It's
Where's
in Round Rock or Pflugerville? Or is it actually in Austin proper?
I think it's in Austin proper, but I'm not exactly sure. I haven't heard much about it. So
All right, what the fuck is the range?
it's like
It's
this
like-
super fancy fucking indoor range you're building.
It is
Yeah.
the range.
It's going to be like pretty much the nicest indoor range for, let's just say, several hundred miles in
The range.
Texas. So that's kind of
Yeah, the membership prices prove it. Jesus.
$600 a year.
Yeah, but when you're looking at it, though, check it out. Like the family price
Only
is the way to go.
$600 a year?
Well, I mean, I'm just guessing because like we have a place called Boyard and they've got several locations that look something like
dude.
this. and it's
Flippy
$600
says
a
that's
year.
nothing.
That is nothing.
What are you paying, dude? Like 2,500 or something?
Don't worry about it. I'm paying a good chunk, but my range is amazing and I love them.
Yeah, see, that's
get
Wait,
an
you have
answer
a range
and all that.
membership at like Muffyville or something? What the hell?
Nah, I have a range membership at the Frisco Gun Club.
Okay. So
Like,
you're
they
paying
have
you're paying like $1,000 a year.
basically.
yeah, probably somewhere close to that, if not a little over.
Dude, the
This
place is great
here
though.
is actually not bad. The one in Austin, it's $250 a year, and you can split it up into 12 payments at $31.25 a month. That's not bad.
'Cause I was actually checking it out when I was there. I was almost trying to think about get the family package for my bro and his family, and
And
just
actually,
that's
no,
like-
you get,
That's like
200.
actually cheap as fuck though. 200 a
is.
year?
Yep.
Yeah, that's like
Well,
nothing.
250 for regular people, 200 for military and law enforcement.
Yep.
Wow.
That's
Yeah,
not bad.
250, that's like nothing.
Yeah, that ain't bad.
Well,
And
here's the
then-
thing, though. You got to go to the range, though. If you go twice in a year, that's a lot for going to the fucking range.
No,
But
but
if
if
you
you
go
go
all the
like twice a
goddamn
week.
time, yeah. Then
Yeah,
it
see, for
comes
me,
out.
it really wouldn't be
Yeah.
worth it because I don't have the money to. I don't have enough money to buy that much ammo to go shoot that often. So
Honestly,
gotta
I don't
have
go to
That's
the
what I'm-
range enough. Like, I feel like I should be going more.
If you guys
I
unloaded,
definitely
you'd
should
go a
be
hell of a
going
lot
more.
more.
I go like maybe 3 or 4 times a month.
Well, that's not terrible. That's like once a week if you average it out, you know?
But like when I go, I pop off a bunch of guns, then I go smoke a cigar and drink, and then I have a lovely dinner.
I'm sure I have no doubt that you pop off all the time when you're at the range.
I pop off quite a bit.
He has a lovely dinner and goes home with Sydney Vicious.
God, I wish.
Yeah.
Dude, I'd pay more if my range did that. If my range had that kind of
Take
service.
home the porn star of your choice.
Yeah.
Your wife wouldn't even kill you in your sleep, Flippy. She would wait for you to be awake.
Dude, it's okay. I'm not selfish. My wife can join in too if she wanted.
I think she would still kill you, bro. I'd lay money on that.
He's gonna get like custom license plates for her cars that say Minaj.
You know, people come up like, "Are you a Nicki? Wait, are you a Nicki fan?"
No, fool.
But your girl right there is kind of cute.
Nah, if you guys actually, well, I don't know. I mean, if you guys are revolver guys like Island and myself, then hand loading makes a lot of sense. But if you do hand load, you're gonna end up fucking shooting a lot more. It's just because you have more ammo to play with, you know?
Man, I don't really know that I can honestly call myself a revolver guy. I only have one revolver.
Well,
You know what I
but
mean?
you really are into your revolver.
Absolutely. I love it. And I want more. It's just, you know.
yeah, I can't afford them.
It's like the caliber I shoot the least, I've loaded the most of.
It's the, you know, you make choices in life. You know, sometimes some shit is more important than other shit, or you got to prioritize or whatever. So I'm just not at the spot where
I feel
that's
you.
more important than some of the other things I got to handle right now. That's
And
it.
speaking of hand loading, you just got a 550, Z?
I've had it for a while. I just haven't got it all the way running.
Damn,
Alright.
you went like straight to the top, didn't you?
I'm rocking a Lee turret.
Nothing wrong with that, dude.
Those work. Those work perfectly
Absolutely,
fine.
And what is it? I put a Hornady case activated powder drop on it and an RCBS Uniflow powder measure on top of
Oh
that.
shit!
So I got like
That's pretty
Franken
nice.
press rocking right now.
Yeah, but no, you got some of the best pieces, or you know what I'm saying? You got some of the best parts
Components?
going, man.
Well, some of those are like second go around. I hated what Lee had to offer kind of deal and went out
I
and
totally understand that.
You
that
know
safety prime system, hate it.
that Lee perfect powder drop thing, the one that's all plastic or whatever, it looks like a joke, but it completely works.
No, I'm talking about the it's not the powder measure that I have is the disc, the Pro
Oh,
Auto
where you
disc.
have to change out the little discs.
And that's fine. It's been consistent with with the flake powders.
But
and
it's
whatnot.
not any type of rhythm, right?
But the problem with that is the whole expansion die or whatnot. I have pretty much deadlifted my bench trying to get those cases out of that thing.
What caliber are you loading?
That was with the 45.
And it's sticking that bad?
Oh, it's horrible. I'm
Get it.
seriously, and I have built a workbench.
Yeah.
It's solid wood. It's not the lightest thing. I've got tools down on a lower shelf, and I'm still lifting this bench off the ground.
Is it new brass or stuff you've already reloaded before?
The stuff that I've reloaded a second time is much easier, but the brand new Starline, that's a problem.
Yeah,
shooting
I
it
actually
through a
had to
block.
get a rock chucker for my 44, 454, and 500 with new brass because my Lee couldn't take it. Like I started to actually see the handle bend with the new one. But if you a good trick for that is there's this stuff called Dillon Case Lube DCL.
Yep.
Just lightly miss that, and it's like glass after that. It's so easy and smooth because it's just lanolin, and they use isopropyl alcohol as like the accelerant or whatever, and you just pump spray that stuff on your brass, and after like 3 minutes the alcohol dries off, and it's just got like this light filmy lanolin to it, and
Now-
you can
now-
run them through all day long.
Now that stuff, do you have to tumble to remove that?
Nope. You leave it on because all the alcohol dries off and only the case.
And I'm gonna
lube stays
trust the dude with the last name of Palmery with lanolin.
Like I started off with what is this? Lee resizing the pasty lubricant or whatever. And
Well, what's the other one?
it
Unique?
works, but
Is that the other one? Unique case lube? That's another one you can use for something like that. But I like the spray on shit you're talking about. I haven't
yeah,
tried.
it's cheap and it works. I mean, it doesn't even take a lot. Like if you put down 200 pieces of brass on a towel and you just go pss, 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 like 3 times and then just shake the towel around, that's enough for all of them. But it works. I mean, before I got my rock chucker, I had to do that to new Starline 500 brass because I was bending the handle, just trying to get it out of the flaring die.
How long are those cases?
The 500s?
Yeah.
Let me take a look. They're pretty good size.
Yeah, no, it should. I'm trying to guess it's probably, if I said 1.5 inch, that's not going to be accurate because it's, like millimeters or whatever.
The overall length of my load or my 300 grain loading is 2 inches.
Okay, that's a pretty good guess then.
And then let's see, where's them?
How big is the projectile you're loading in that thing?
I do 2 loadings. Let me see if I can grab the other one real quick. I don't remember where the hell I left it. I'll even show them off. You're gonna love this. I call them lead lipstick. All right, so here, camera.
Let's see. I'm gonna click on your screen.
All right, so that is a 2 inch, top to bottom. That's a 300 grain. What's that called? Rainier Ballistics FMJ. Flat
Okay.
nose.
Yep.
These go about 1,900 feet per second or so. Let me see.
A 300 grain projectile that goes 1,900 feet per second. That's pretty sweet.
And that's actually a light loading. I actually loaded this just a little bit shy of a Magtech featherweight, and it still does 1,900. And this is lead lipstick. This is yeah, this is a 2 2/10 inch projectile.
Man,
that is
it's like launching an anvil at somebody.
Yeah, that's a 535 grain Ranger Rick bullet.
Good.
Why is it a Ranger Rig? It ain't for killing raccoons.
It's the name of the guy who actually invented the casting for that.
Okay.
And he also came out with another one, which I'm still waiting on. This guy does them in batches, but I get them from Matt's Bullets up in, I think, Arkansas. He's not far from Foose, actually. And I'm going to load a 700 grain version of this. It's called the T-Rex Thumper.
Well, I'm just trying to think how many, if that's going through the engine block or if it's stopping in the engine block.
It took 3 of those to take down an almost 1,100 pound bear.
Took 3, huh?
3 of them.
3.
Now, is that just shot placement?
Yeah, because I was, quietly crapping myself while this thing was charging me in a river. But
that'll
like the
fucking
first
happen.
shot, I hit him in the
That's fair.
leg.
That's perfectly fair.
The second shot hit him in the shoulder, and he didn't stop. He just kept coming. And then the third shot went right through his neck under his chin, and it blew out the back of his spine. So that's what stopped it.
I'll fucking do it.
Well, yeah, exactly.
But I mean, the shoulder hit, it was solid, and it just kept coming.
Well, think about it, though. You as a human being can take a shoulder hit and technically keep coming.
Not from a 500, I'd lose my arm.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you
most
couldn't
humans are.
still possibly be in the fight, though, I guess is what I'm saying, because it's a shoulder hit. Even if it blows your arm clean off, I mean...
That's a bad day.
a lesser man's going to die of shock. A lesser man's going to die of shock. I understand.
Yeah,
But-
I'll share a video with you guys when I do it, but I ordered I candy caned my order with Matt this time, so it's going to be 1 box of 700 grainers, and then he makes another one where he takes the 700 grain bullet and he drills a hole down in the middle of it, and it comes out to be a 635 grain hollow point. He calls it the Grand Canyon hollow point.
Oh my
Nice.
god, that's a great name.
Now, what's Matt charging for a box of, what is it, 20 or like 10?
The 535s come in a box of 100, I think. Let me take a look. 50 count box for the
Oh, no shit.
535 grains. I think I paid like $29 for it.
Oh,
I'll show you
that's
what they
so
look
cheap.
like. Well, you saw the bullets seated, right?
Right.
So this is what they look like I'm gonna just keep my fingers over. All the rest of above my fingers is actually what gets put down into the casing.
Lower your hand. There you go.
Oh my god.
And they got gas checks, and he uses Carnauba wax for the lube grooves, which is there's 3 giant ones.
I see
but
that.
you crimp it to where it's right there before the last lube groove. So all that goes down in the casing, and that's all that sticks out. Sorry, that's all that sticks out. Yeah, but I
so I was
50
already misunderstanding. It's $25 for a box of 50 of just the projectiles. I gotcha.
Right,
Yeah, I was
right.
on the wrong page. I thought you were getting cartridges for that, and I'm like, that's ridiculously cheap. Now
Oh, no.
Now I'm
Yeah.
on the same page. Now I'm on the same page.
The first box I bought was Magtech featherweights, just because I didn't know how much more powerful they were going to be than 454s, and a 20-round box was $60.
Jesus.
Which is
that's
about right, $3 around.
Pretty much.
What's really funny is the caliber I load the most, I shoot the least. 38 special. I've made like 700 rounds of it.
Because it's the easiest. I mean, here's the thing, though. That
Yeah,
700
easy.
rounds, that 700 rounds, you take 1 or 2 people shooting with you, dude, and you can technically shoot that 700 rounds, bro. And
Oh, yeah.
not even sweat it. Like no pain, no muss, no fuss, no nothing.
Yeah, and that's only 1 days of tumbling and resizing anyway. But my dad's got a Ruger Police Service 6, which it's not a rare pistol. What makes his interesting is it was originally made as 357, and very few were made in 38 special only, and he just happens to have that one. So that's all he has to shoot. But he's 81 years old, so
Well, that's pretty
recoil's
beefy
kind of a
for
big deal.
38s then.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. I mean, once I got a hold of it and I completely stripped, he didn't know that I knew how to take apart Rugers. He didn't even know I had my Alaskan. And then I take his Police Service 6 that he's had for like 30 years, and I just stripped it down to parts in 5 minutes in front of him. He's like, "Are you going to be able to put that back together?" And I just reach down and I grab my Alaskan, I throw it on the table. I'm like, "I can do it to this, I can do it to that."
No, that's when you say, no, I thought you could. I was just helping you out.
Right. No, but I gave his the full polish job too, because I mean, it was scummy gray, and now it's like near shiny, which he really liked. And then I put a Hogue monogrip on it because the wooden grips were just too thin for him. He's got fucking Vienna sausage fingers. And the only thing I got to do to it now is I'm trying to adapt a J-frame fiber optic sight on it, because the original sight's got a crack where the pin goes through, and it kind of wiggles around a little bit. So it sort of hits where he's aiming, but sometimes it doesn't. And it's got the gutter sight in the back, so. But he digs it.
I gotta admit, I like the brass bead, but there are times when I kind of wish I had a different sight up front.
Oh, yours has the brass bead?
Yep.
Let me show you what mine's got. This is, I think Smith & Wesson were really ahead of themselves when they made this gun, because I think this was the first 8-shot that they did at the time.
You're talking about the Night Guard?
Yeah. And it was the first Scandium.
Then they came out with the Pro, I think, next.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Like first Scandi too. And then the other thing was it's empty. Here, I'll even show you just in case, because I'm going to point it at myself. So it also came with an XS Big Dot night sight, if you can see that.
You gotta stop moving. There you
Yeah,
go.
it's like wiggling about.
Yeah, it's got an
There you
XS Big Dot factory night sight, which is Trigi, insides, but it's nice. I mean, it took me 4 years to get this, and I was looking for it. And the guy I bought my 629 off of, the owner of that shop had this when I bought the 629 4 years earlier. And then when he showed this on Gunbroker, I called him and I'm like, "Take that shit off your website right now."
Yeah, what the fuck you doing, man?
He's like, "Why?" And I'm like, "I'm on my way. I'm
Because
leaving."
I got money,
It's like, I got
motherfucker.
money, bitch. I'm buying that.
Oh, dude, I went nuts. I went up there with cash in my pocket, my SR 1911, and my Smith & Wesson 40 Shield with the Crimson Trace laser on it. And I was like, okay, I don't want to really spend the cash. I didn't know what he was asking total for this. And I went up there and I dropped the 1911 and the Shield in front of him. I'm like, "Give me whatever you want for this and give me that gun. And just charge me the rest." I just handed him my card. It was like, that was the end of it.
Now, did he smile and did he screw you, or was he cool?
He smiled, and then while he was doing my background check, he was like, he looked at me and he goes, "By the way," he goes, "you're the guy that bought my 44 Magnum too, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, the competitor." I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, you remember the first time I sold you that you got to shoot whatever you wanted for an hour? I'm like, yeah. He gave me 3 guns. He told me to pick 3 guns on the case while we waited because it was a Sunday when I bought it and it took forever to get a response.
Yep.
And he gave me 100 rounds for each of the 3 guns, and I got to go use his range for an hour. And when he called me back and he was like, "Okay, you're good to go."
No,
he remembered that.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, and he remembered that, and he goes, "You're the guy who bought the competitor off me." He goes, "I just wanted you to know that I had this gun back when you bought that." I'm like, why didn't you tell me? And he's like, "Well, it was in my safe as an investment."
Right, it was my motherfucking gun at the time. Now, Sean, may I ask what you got into the competitor for, and what was the overall for the 327?
I sold a BMW for my competitor. But just I was getting out of that car anyway. But I think the gun was only like 1,500.
That sounds about right, because that's like MSRP, and I see them on sale like very infrequently, like almost never kind of a thing. And
I see the 686 one all the time. I don't see the 629 one hardly ever.
Right.
So I feel like I got the right one the first time. I still want the 686 one, but the price has to be right.
Oh yeah, it's got to be 1,100 or less.
Yeah,
or
and
less.
these things hold their value so well. It's like that's not going to happen unless I trade something in for it.
Yeah.
And then the 327, he was. Here's what hurts: when those things first came out, the MSRP on them was $599.
Oh.
Yeah.
You can get them in 8-shot 357 like I've got. There was a 7-shot called the 386 competitor, or sorry, 386 Night Guard, which is basically a 686 plus type thing.
But it's not an end frame.
It was.
It was on an end frame?
Yeah, it was actually an end frame. It's kind of weird. They made it the best one, the coolest one I know of is called the 357 Night Guard, but it's actually a 41 Magnum.
Okay, I've heard of that one. And then they also had like a 10 millimeter,
9 millimeter, 38, 44 special, 5-shot 44 special, I think it was.
Yeah, because that was the other thing. They started downsizing the frame for all those other ones.
Yeah.
To me, the end frame ones was where it's at, and I still want one of those. I don't know that I'm ever going to come across one, but it's on the list.
They're out there. I mean, I don't know about like out in Hawaii, but I mean, they're definitely out.
Well, I mean, I need to come across one when I'm ready to spend $1,300 or whatever it's going to be.
That's what this one was.
Yeah, because that's what it's going to cost.
I traded he gave me 600, or no, he gave me 500 for the SR 1911, which it was only like $60 more or less than I paid for it. And he gave me, I think, $350 for my shield because I let him have the laser. So I almost broke even on it. And then I just paid the difference. I didn't care. I had to have this.
No, yeah, that's not the point when you're at that stage. That's not the freaking point at all.
Yeah, and he was totally cool with taking 2 trade-ins too. He was like, "Hey, I'll take them." So, I mean, those weren't guns I had any attachments to. I've got no guns now that I'm willing to trade. Like everything I'm going to keep, and anything else I have to just buy outright.
I'm in the exact same boat now.
Which hurt today because I saw a Smith & Wesson 460 bone collector.
Oh.
And it was number 1475 out of 1,500. It was one of the last ones made. It was mint. And this
do you got any experience with 130 grain 38s?
130 grain. As a matter of fact, I do. I have just a couple of them left.
Because Clay's out there asking about them, and I know that I don't think that I have any. I swear all mine are 125s, right? Isn't that what the normal 38 special going to be?
Most of mine are 148 grain, I think. Let me take a look. I've got so many boxes of this shit. 158 grain is what I use for my powder-coated semi-wad cutters, and my Spear hollow-based solid wad cutters are 148 grain. And
and he's talking. The reason he's saying is that or other light for caliber 38 special rounds because he's talking about for a 642 2-inch barrel.
They're definitely out there. I use a 130 grain lead round nose. I'm trying to find one right now. This is it right here. Yeah. Okay. So these will do. Let's see. The last time I cronied them. Shit, it doesn't say. I didn't crony these. Here. 130 grain lead round nose 38 special.
Well, just
I
set
loaded
up
them
your
a little.
chrono in your house and chrono it right now for us.
Yeah, sure.
Just gonna
Or
shoot your
not.
couch.
I marked the primer red because I actually hot loaded this one. And I only hot load brand new Starline. Like I don't use a lot of my 38s are old PPU brass back when I used to buy Monarch 38s for
They're
over at
cheap.
Academy. Yeah,
They're
cheap,
practically
so-
they're practically free.
Yeah, and the really cool thing about the
Were they like $18 for a box of 50 or something like that?
pretty close.
Somewhere.
Actually,
Yeah.
once I got them on sale for I think $12.99,
Oh, jeez.
and I had a
That's
coupon, so.
nice.
But yeah, it's PPU brass. So I mean, they basically what they do is they buy the PPU blue box and they just rebox it, in Serbia, and they call it Monarch when they import it over. But even the PPU stuff lasts. I mean, I've reloaded PPU brass probably 10 times, and I still haven't even split one.
Wow.
And it's not thick brass.
I would think that that's the upper limit.
Well, that's I used to think that too, because with my 454, every maybe fifth or sixth reloading, I crack one. So I'm like, okay, I guess this is it's a real high pressure, hot rounds.
Well, and yeah, there's a world of difference, I guess, between the two, right?
But Fortune Cookie 45LC has brass that he knows he bought in 1972 because it has a certain head stamp on it, and he's only got 10 pieces of that brass left. But
Damn.
he's reloaded them probably 200 or 300 times, and he hasn't cracked or split a single.
Well, wait, we're talking 38 specials, yes?
44 Magnum.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, and he hot loads those, and he says as long as you don't over crimp or over bell them, and
then they won't want to explode.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. It just puts a lot less wear in the brass.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, with my 454, because that's the gun that I had the cylinder jump thing going on, I crimp them pretty tight, so I don't mind sacrificing one or two every couple of reloads. It's not a big deal.
Well, 454 is something you really don't want to cut corners with.
Yeah.
No, I
learned
wouldn't.
that the hard way.
Well, I'm to be honest with you though, I'm not really gonna fuck around to start with a 357 even, but like starting at 44 Magnum, to me that's the one. I mean, you should be. I'm not talking about not paying attention reloading. I'm just saying I'm taking special attention if I'm reloading that. You know what I'm saying?
I actually got into reloading because I got sick of paying $52 a box for 44 Magnum. That was the first caliber.
That'll happen, bro.
That was the first
will
caliber
happen.
I started reloading. I started with that, and then let's see. After that one, I went to. Oh yeah, I went straight to 454.
See, and I don't know if it's that I'm cheap or I'm just trying to go for what I got. It's like I'm gonna be trying to reload that 357 or 38s, whatever, both. 45.
He makes a set that works for both, so you don't have to buy two.
And 308. I think, man, Robbie hooked me up with some dies, so I know I got some dies that I bought and some dies that he gave me, and I just don't happen to have the rest of the stuff to get fucking rolling. And we will see how much longer that takes.
For me was like my 38 or my 357 dies are a combo. I can use them to do 38 special, which is great. The only one that I had to buy two specific die sets for was 44 Magnum and 44 Special, and that really pissed me off. It was one. I think it was the flaring die had to be shorter, or the stem had to be longer for it. But other than that, everything else is the same as the 44 Magnum. But I got a good deal on it, so I just bought the set. I was like, screw it.
Right.
And then the same thing happened with 45 Colt and 454 Casull. I had to buy both sets for that too. But I don't mind. I mean, they're tools, I'm
And
cool
as
with
long
my
as you can look at them like that and realize that, look, man, if I just outlay the money to start with, I'm going to be saving money on the back end because, out of the three most common calibers that I have, the 357, the 45, and the 308, or 760 by 51, not one of them is cheap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, you start going and loading 45 Colt, 44 Magnum, 454 Casull. Yeah, those take what I consider not to be cheap, and it turns it right straight into expensive.
Exactly. Like my whole setup when I first started, including the bench, I've got $400 in my entire reloading setup when I first started. That's including the die set.
Wow.
And that is what, 8
And that's
boxes.
not powder or primer or anything, is it? That's literally just the tool
hardware.
portion.
Yeah, that's the hardware. But that's only 8 boxes of 44 Magnum. I was in the green in 2 months.
Okay.
Because, I mean, the first time I loaded 44 Magnum, I loaded 200 rounds. So that's 4 boxes. You know, I bought an 8-pound keg of powder, which, you know, yeah, it was expensive at first. But I bought that 8-pound keg of powder 3 years ago, and I still have half of it.
Really?
Yeah. I'm kind of Jewish when it comes to reloading. What I mean by that is I try to, despite performance, when I'm just plinking.
And you're large nosed.
No. Well, despite accuracy, when I'm just plinking at the range, I try to pick the most economical powder, meaning the one that requires the least amount of powder charge per case. It might smoke a little more out the barrel, but I don't care because instead of
dirty?
putting
Yeah,
a little bit
dirty. I
dirtier.
don't give a shit about dirty.
But like, you know, when I used IMR 4227, I had to dump in like 15 grains of powder, whereas if I use Unique, I only dump in like 5. So yeah, it lasts 3 times longer.
Yeah, that's the great thing about Unique, from what I hear.
Yeah, it's so flexible.
I mean, even jumping into your 223 and 556. I mean, you're loading shit. I forget the actual numbers, but
let me take a look.
But you know, with the ram shot tack, I'm starting out with.
Oh,
23
sorry.
Freaking grains. And
I got
with
that. I did 27 grains of IMR 4227. Now I'm down to 11 grains of Unique for my 44 Magnum.
That's pretty awesome.
And then every once in a while, when I go to gun shows, you know, I have a Freedom Munitions in my city. But sometimes when they go to gun shows, they give you deals. So I'll still buy factory brass or factory loadings. Because I picked up a box today of Freedom's 44 Magnum. I think I showed you guys this before. They're starting to do something kind of cool. Let's see if I can get this open real quick. It's going to be hard to see, I'm sure, but we'll try it anyway. They are head stamping their own brass now.
Freedom Munitions is?
Yeah. It'll say free. That says like Freedom 44 Mag on it. So they've actually got Starline to make their brass for them, I think.
That's
which is good because I'm trying to get them to use. I'm trying to get Starline to bring back 500 Special. They did a limited run for Corban.
That's a thing?
Yeah,
That's really a thing.
Back in like 2009. Was it Magnum Research or something like that? They did a 500 Special revolver, so they couldn't put Magnums in it, and then they did a deal with Corban.
One of those BFRs.
I think it was. I've never seen one, but I read about it. But it was a 500 Special specific revolver, 5-shot, and they did a deal with Corban to make the rounds for it, and it only lasted like 2 years, and then nobody's got one. Like every time G does his ammo, you know, show off kind of cast or whatever, I'm like, do you have a 500 Special? And he's like, I've never even heard of one of those.
Well, you know,
but anyway,
you
I
get
got
one,
that
you're gonna have to send them one.
I got that box. That was a 50-round box from Freedom. I think I paid $22 for it, which that ain't bad.
No.
So every once in a while I'll get that just to have the brass.
Well, because you got to rotate it through at some point anyway.
Yeah. I like to try to go through, you know, I carry several boxes, these MTM boxes when I go to the range, and I always try to grab the oldest one first, the one that had sit the longest. That way I can kind of recycle loadings and not, you know, reload the same case every single time I come back.
Yep.
It's like every
That's why you got to
time.
rotate your stock, man. You got to rotate your stock.
Yeah, so it's like every 4th time I'm probably reloading, you know, different brass. Now the only one I can't reload, which I was trying to look into doing it, but the surplus stuff is so cheap right now, it's not really worth it, is 7.62 Nagant for my old revolver. Yeah, I got old revolvers too.
Yeah.
My
Is that the one
1895.
where the gas system, like the cylinder pushes forward and the gas doesn't
Yeah,
get
it's a
released?
gas steel revolver.
Yeah, and when I bought it, I tried to get one matching my dad's birth year, but the guy didn't have one at the time, so instead of a 35, I got a 33. But yeah, 7-shot. This is an officer's model, double and single action. Gate loader, kind of.
See what you're pointing at.
And was that 762 by 25 or something like that?
762 by 38 rimmed.
There you go.
Are those Burden Prime?
Yeah. Well, I got 2 different kinds. So if I use, pull one out real quick. This one here is.
I was just curious why you don't reload for them.
This is PPU that they make it. The crimp's a little
Casings
different.
are hard to come by, yeah. Casing and the tooling.
Well, the thing is like these are boxer primed, which technically I could reload, but the military surplus stuff, this one's taper, a little different. This is boxer primed. But the thing is nobody makes a reloading die set for these. Now,
that's what I was saying. The tooling would be pretty tough.
I can do it. I found a guy who picked out what you need. You know, you have to get a sizing die from one set, and you have to get a flaring die from another set, and a crimp die from another set. I didn't want to buy 3 sets for one caliber. I'm like, nah, it's not worth it to me.
I mean, because you can actually still get that ammo.
Yeah.
Like what, from like J&G or something like that, or SG Ammo or something. There's places that still sell that.
Yeah, I can get the surplus stuff. It's got some funky number on it. It's 3888 they call it. But I can still get that. It's not too expensive. But I usually get the PPU stuff because it's a little hotter.
So I have to ask, is that the only bullet with a foreskin?
Close.
I think it is.
Other than like blanks.
Well, it's the only one I have for sure. But yeah, I think that is where it's inset like that. Because even a wad cutter sticks out a little bit.
Well, and blanks don't come over the top, right?
Well, I've seen two kinds.
When they crimp over the top?
Yeah, I've seen 2 kind where they have the little cap and they crimp over it, and I've seen it where they crimp it like a star.
Yep, that was the one I was thinking of, the star.
But they just mash the end basically. So,
Sean, haven't you shown me something before that you actually seat your bullet flush with the case mount?
The wad cutter is about as close as it gets for me.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it only sticks up like 0.5 millimeter, but that's the way I'm supposed to seat them.
I got you.
Talking about blanks, usually the most common ones I've seen are the star-shaped ones, and we've used them on set more than a few times. So.
The main event's getting ready to start. I got to take off because I want to watch this on my big TV.
All right.
Who's fighting?
Want a link? I'll give you a link. It's Sergey Kovalev versus Andre Ward. It's a title fight too.
Oh, right on.
There you go. All right, gentlemen, I'm gonna go catch this. So I will see y'all later.
All right, man.
And of course, Night Strike finally gets here as I leave.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, Sean.
Later.
He has to fill in for Smeggy while Smeggy's gone for the miss.
Ha 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 ha! Very funny.
Where has Smeggy been?
Working.
Oh, poor bastard.
At this time of night?
So
On
you guys
Saturday?
want to hear something hilarious?
Well, yeah, dude, it's a Saturday night. That's his peak hours for him to work.
Probably.
I thought I was gonna have to grind off the bolt on my C308, or not the bolt,
Why?
the flashlight, the muzzle brake that was on it, because I don't like the muzzle brake. And actually, all I needed was just some liquid wrench and an actual wrench, and it came off.
Well, there you go.
It was
Little
just
bit of
on there.
elbow grease.
It was just on there pretty damn tight. Is what the problem was. But it gets better.
So it wasn't pinned?
It wasn't pinned.
I
No,
mean,
it gets
you
better.
thought it was welded and pinned and all that stuff.
Yeah,
Because-
what the fuck was with you saying it
Hold
was
on.
like pinned on both sides?
I'm not done yet. I thought it was welded and pinned because it is welded and pinned on the barrel. But guess what it is? It's a 5/8 by 24 collar that's welded and pinned to the barrel.
Oh,
So now I have
to.
Yeah, so it's not 15 by 1 like every other flash hider is in the United States. It's 5/8 by 24. So now I got to find an A2 birdcage for an HK91, in 5/8 by 24.
It's because it's German. Just
That
saying.
German.
It's not German.
Well, but he said
No, those are Setmings are Spanish.
Yeah, it's a mixture.
right, but he
of-
just said HK91.
Yeah.
That's what I was going
No,
off.
I
of.
got you.
Yeah, because HK Parts had them. They don't have them in stock right now. So
That's
I'm deciding, should I just leave the muzzle brake off the damn thing because I don't like it, and just use it as is until I can get a flash hider, or what?
Do you have something to put over your threads?
I can get a thread protector if I needed to.
Can't you just get a regular 308 muzzle
I-
device that you want?
That's what I'm coming in here to ask you guys. Could I just get like an AR-10, 5/8 by 24 flash hider and throw that on there and just use that?
Don't see why not.
I was gonna say if it's got the right threading.
That's the right guy. It's got the right. It's got a big enough hole in the end of the right threading. I don't see why not.
Because I've seen a bunch of AR-10s, AR-10 flash hiders with the AT Birdcage, which is what I wanted, which is what the original Set Me and HK91 have. So I wanted to put one on.
By the way, click on Flippy's link for a second. This might be an answer to your question. It's longer. It's definitely a longer bird cage.
Yeah. The problem is I'm not paying $80 for it.
Oh, well, wait a minute. Man, it's going to be hard for you to find any type of flash hider for a 308 that's not going to be like $50 or
Wait,
more.
$80, dude. Fucking flash hiders for my AR are like.
Flippy, I'm not
$75
rich and entitled like you, okay? No, I've been seeing AR-10 flash hiders, in 5/8 by 24, anywhere between 20 and $50, and I was looking towards the low end right now, just for until I can get one.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, if that's what you want, go
I
with
mean,
that then. Because if
I'm
it's
not-
5/8 by 24, it'll work.
Yeah. So even if it's for an AR-10, it'll still work because of the threads.
Yeah, the thread pitch is all that matters.
Would I have to use the crush washer?
You better get
Oh.
one with the muzzle
You don't
device.
have to. You can put shims into it and you just tighten it way the fuck down.
Fuck that. That's part of the problem that you almost had this time. Get a crush washer, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, go crush washer.
Because you might have to have two, depending on. Well, I mean, depending on how long the threads are for what you got to however long your new muzzle device is. If you're going short and cheap, there's a chance that it's not going to cover all the threads anyway. So you might need two.
Well, the one I wanted from HKparts.net is the original. It's the Birdcage in 5/8 by 24, but they're out of stock, and it's $27, and that's the one I wanted.
Okay.
So out of the frying pan and into the pot, right?
What?
Well, isn't there? What about like Numrich parts? What about?
You may have fucked up that saying a little bit, my friend, but
it's Numrix, and yeah, that would be great if I had an actual original Set Me barrel or like an HK91 barrel instead of a Century collared barrel.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying. There's that. Numb nuts, whatever. Numrich, Numrich, numb nuts.
Nimrod.
Sons of bitches.
Did they slight you at some point?
Nah, I'm all good.
God damn it! I love Christmas Story. You sons of bitches.
Yeah,
Well,
that's pretty good.
Wow.
You sons of bitches.
So yeah, that's what I have to deal with right now. I guess I'm just gonna get a AR-10 muzzle brake flash hider and throw that on there.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's saying notify me or whatever.
You see the one I'm talking about?
I think so. Well, I'm looking at $24.95, but I'm looking for the one that's 27.
It's like $26.95 or something like that.
It's $24.95, and they're out of both.
Yeah, they're out of both of them, whether it's the PTR or the.
I don't want anything that says California on my rifle.
Right. No, there's one that says California muzzle brake, and then the other one is the regular one, and they're both $24.95.
I mean, so you can just modify the California one. Because the only difference between the California one and the not California one is that the holes are closed up. Just take a Dremel and just drill out the holes.
Bullshit.
That's the one. That's the one I wanted, but they're out of stock. So I told them, all right, notify me when you have it. The issue is, the reason why I want these parts is I just went and ordered a wood stock and a wood foregrip for the rifle. You know, original set me wood.
Man, I'm gonna sound like an asshole, dude. You need to get the $80 one. You need to get that long one for that rifle, dude.
Fuck that.
I'm telling you, that's the look with the wood, bro. I'm fucking telling you.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I ain't saying you got to, and I ain't trying to tell you what to buy or nothing like that. I'm not trying to tell you what to buy, dude. I'm just saying that fucking, what is it, like a 3-inch flash hider with the wood on that fucking rifle is gonna be pretty fucking sharp, dude. Is what I'm trying to say.
Well, Flippy should do that and tell me how it works.
Oh, I'll convince him. Well, actually, what do you got on the end of yours on your
Nothing,
PTR?
dude. I left it fucking stock, bro. I have no issue with it. Fine, it's chill, it's game, it's homey. Fuck.
Now, would you want to get a compensator on that as opposed to a flash hider flip?
No, I want to put a silencer on it.
Oh, well then, how about you get the one where it's you put the muzzle device on the end, and then it's the quick attach for when you do finally get the suppressor for it.
The problem with that is I don't know which one I'm getting. I might go with an Omega, but I don't think I will. I think I'll go Surefire all the way.
Well, then you should be able to get. Oh, maybe I was thinking of Gemtech. It's the one with the quick attach collar on it, but I'm sure Surefire's got something
also
like that.
Griffin Armament. But I think that's only for 5.56. I don't think that's for 7.62.
Could be. I definitely am not up on the suppressor scene.
So now you see what I'm trying to make my rifle look as, you know, as nice as one of those old wood Setme's looked, because I'm gonna get one of the bayonets and I want it to look like an actual Setme instead of just kind of like a mishmash of HK91.
You need the really long
Navy
muzzle
receiver
device.
one? Is it
Yeah,
a Navy?
it's got a Navy receiver, so I'm looking at getting the steel housing and just throwing the trigger pack in.
Yep.
But you know, the world is against me because apparently that one part that I want is out of stock.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd worry too much about that. You don't have to be in a hurry to have that. And if anything, you can have your muzzle device that you have now. You can, if it's bugging you, you can still have it on there and just not like it. I mean, it still does its job, right?
No, I took the damn thing off.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is if you find that it affects your ability to shoot the rifle in any way, that you can always put it back on until you get what you want.
Right. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I just don't like that chevron muzzle brake. That's just it. I just don't like it. I don't know why. It just doesn't appeal to me. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that I can't get a bayonet over it.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. Flippy said, ooh. What expensive gun is he looking at now?
Yeah, he said it ooh in an uncomfortable way.
Nah, dude, I'm on H&K Parts Kit for obvious reasons, but I decided to hop over to their MNP 5K or MP5K aspect, and they have LE. They have a used LE H&K mags marked LE for the MP5K.
Let's see.
Like, that seems kind of neat.
Wait a minute. You're talking. I'm on the MP5. Oh yeah, $74 for one. What?
Yeah.
$75 for one?
Oh yeah, those magazines are expensive as fuck, bro.
I see that. Now I see why you say, oh, because yeah, that's kind of like, and then, but right next to it is what the.
I just spent $60 on the magazine today.
What'd you end up getting?
I got a 40-round Circle 10.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
$60 isn't bad, dude. Honestly.
74 or 47.
47.
Nice.
I got a 40 and I got a 30.
$60 isn't a bad price for that. Where'd you get it at?
He wanted at the gun show. He wanted 65, and I was like, "Well, they got him on KVAR for 60, $59.99." He's like, "Yeah, but then you got to pay shipping." And I was like, "Well, come on. I'm like, you want cash or not?"
Right. I got money right here in my motherfucking pocket. You want it in your pocket, bro?
You really want to argue with me over $5, friend?
Right.
No, it's like that. And at that, I was like, "Yo, I'm buying two. I'm about to give you $100 right now. Like, you want 110 or like you want $100 or you want nothing?"
I'm